Is it working now or is it not working now? 1 minute. 1 minute. Everyone hold. Wait. I figured it out. Hey! Sorry. Technical difficulties. I just stopped it. I stopped the stream and then just turned it back on again and it worked. How is it going, my little chickadees? I am back from America. I go to America. Yeah. Oh my God. Look at this neck. I've gained 3 kilograms. 3. I'm rounding down. Let's put it that way. Fucking hell. I got a big old chubby face now. We're going to have to do some Giga Chats to try and work it off, I think, at some point. But yeah, is that a lot? It's quite a lot. I don't know how much it is in freedom units. It's a few pounds though. But we're back now. I suppose I need to. I am rusty though. You go away for 2 weeks, you lose it all. How much is 3 kilograms? 3 kg in pounds. I've gained 7 pounds. There you go. In 2 weeks. Which is, I think that's pretty good. And you know what? I'm still going. I'm drinking full fat iron brew today. So, where have I been? For those of you that are a bit out of the loop or aren't in the Discord, I don't mean to alarm you, but it's now officially Mrs. Mordian. Not me, personally. Mrs. Mordian, not officially Mrs. Mordian. I went and got married. So basically, me and Mrs. Mordian have been together for a very long time. We're high school sweethearts. And we've been engaged for a little while as well. And we decided that it was time to just go and get it all sorted out. You know, it's time to grow the fuck up. And it was time, you know, it was just time. You know, it was just time. So yeah, we went and eloped. We went to Florida. It was lovely, and it was literally just me and Mrs. Mordian. And then we went and had 2 weeks of our honeymoon in baking Florida heat, which is perfect for me because I just love a hot holiday. And it was perfect. Yeah. It was really good. Me and Mr. Mordian have honestly, we've not been able to stop saying to each other, oh, it's just exactly what we wanted. Exactly what we wanted. You know, we'll be sat there just like chilling out, like having a drink or something. And then one of us will start smiling and the other one will start smiling and go, oh, it was a good wedding, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a good wedding. Oh, it's a good honeymoon, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good honeymoon. Yeah. So there we go. How so pale? I'm actually, the camera's making me look a bit more pale. I'm actually now normal skin color. So I was I did not realize how pale I was. This is me with a tan. I was almost translucent. I was so pale. And after 2 weeks in the Florida sun, where some days I didn't even wear sun cream, right? Like I was playing it close to the edge. And I came back and I returned my skin color to normal color. But it has made me realize that I probably do need to get a little bit more sun in the UK. Yeah, it's been your hair looks orange. Yeah, I should have come back with the orange hair and all that kind of stuff. There you are. But yeah, no, we're back now, and I have to say, I'm happy to be back. I'm someone that always says like the mark of a good holiday is when you're feeling like refreshed and you're feeling energized enough to the point where you're actually kind of looking forward to getting back to work. You're sad that the holiday is ending, but you're looking forward to hitting the ground running. And so, yeah, I've been really looking forward to coming. I'm sad the honeymoon's over. It was absolutely perfect. I am sad the honeymoon's over, but I'm glad to be back in the UK. There's nothing quite like home, there's nothing quite like your home country. So I'm glad to be back in the UK, and I'm glad to be. I've seen the cats and everything. That was lovely. Normally the cats are very standoffish, but they've been all over us, which has been nice. And it's glad to be back on the stream. Hey, there we go. Yeah. So I'm really glad to be back. So what did I miss? Anything happened whilst I was away? I picked a hell of a 2 weeks to go on the honeymoon. I had to put my phone to one side because there was quite the veterans came out and that there's loads of stuff on all fronts. The veterans came out. I wanted to cover that data sheet, and a few GW fuck ups happened. They confirmed things about indirect fire and all that kind of stuff. Kane came out today, which is amazing. New 11th edition box set costs, all that kind of stuff. I missed a lot. So Vestroyans and all that kind of stuff. And on the Warlord front, mystery boxes and all that. But don't worry, we're going to catch up on all of it. The plan is, obviously, it's going to be there's going to be a lot to catch up on from the last few weeks. But the plan is to spend the next few streams catching up on everything, and then catch up with everything during the streams, and hopefully chopping it up into lots of stream highlights and all that kind of stuff. So that's the plan. But it's also for me to blow the cobwebs off. It's amazing. Like you saw this with the opening of this stream. I fucked it up. It's amazing how quickly you forget things, I should have pressed that button instead of that button. So yeah, I'm a little rusty, but it's going to be getting back into the flow of things, which is good. So yeah, hopefully you guys will enjoy it, and we'll be back and we can discuss anything and everything, whatever we've covered. You want to talk about 40k, you want to talk about action, you want to talk about Conflict 47, you want to talk about Hail Caesar. We were talking about that before I was going away, wasn't I? So we're going to be talking about all that kind of stuff, and whatever you guys want to talk about. Hobbying updates, competitive play, casual play, all this kind of stuff. So we're going to be just doing big old catch up and just getting back into the flow of things. There we are. So yeah, there we go. I do enjoy streaming, I'm really glad to be back here, sat in my chair. I've got my comfy pants on. I've got my t-shirt on. I've got my dressing gown on. There we are. All right, but of course, we have to do one thing. The most important thing. Our traditions. Traditions are what are important on the Mord and Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their Kaifa's Kane out? Who is in the stream tonight? Oh my god, it's popping up, baby! Full Sprigs mode. Everyone spam it as much as you can. There's no restrictions. There's nothing. I probably won't be able to read everyone's names out, but just everyone go completely ham. Go on, everyone. Go nuts. Let's see what we can. Let's see if we get this chat rate into the triple figures. Amazing. It's amazing. It's great to see. And we're not even streaming like 10 minutes. We've got over 170 people in the stream already. Everyone's going absolutely ham. You guys have been what a welcome party. What a welcome party, guys. Holy shit. Thank you to all of you beautiful motherfuckers for joining today's stream. Thank you all for being here. I've missed you all. Yes, even you. Not you, but even you, yes. And thank you so much to all of you for the 07s. And we've got loads of other people saying congratulations in the chat. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you so much to everyone for all of the kind words. I've had so many people from the community saying thank you and well done and congrats and all that kind of stuff. So thank you to all of you for being here today. Thank you for all being degenerate bastards, and thank you to all of you for the incredibly kind words. Amazing. I raise my glass to every single one of you beautiful bastards. There we are. There we are. All right. And of course, not only do we have to say thank you to all of the people who have joined the stream, to all the people that have already liked the stream, to all the people that have subscribed to the channel. But of course, we have to say a big thank you to everyone that's got, say it with me, the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. Thank you so much to all of you for your incredible support and getting the stream started off right. And let's take a moment to go through and show our appreciation and our thank yous to everyone who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. And I did fuck the stream up a bit before, but I think I have got all of the support here. I do actually give me a second. I've had sorry, we're laughing as GW today. I've got another technical difficulty on the stream. I want to see if I can try and sort it out. 1 minute. 1 minute. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's fine. So normally I have an activity feed that shows me all the support that's coming in on OBS, and I normally have it on YouTube as well, and my OBS font isn't working today. There you go. It's just not working. So we'll just have to do it. I like to have both of them as a little bit of a backup, but we'll just do it off the YouTube one. Hopefully we don't miss anything. So starting off, I want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Yes, the Whispering Monk. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Yes, thank you for your support. Thank you for getting the stream started off right. Thank you for being our spiritual liege, and thank you for keeping our souls pure and our ears clean. It's been 2 weeks. Yes. I also want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support, man. Deus Cluck. Deus Cluck. Thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you, as always, for doing your part. We've also got Spriggs, my boy. Has everyone seen Spriggs around here? So I think Spriggs in the stream. Thank you for the 45 months. Xbox, baby. Yes. Thank you for the incredible support. Nearly 4 years of support, man. Absolutely incredible. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. And there he is. There he is. And I also want to say a massive thank you to you for the message. Welcome back. Hope you are ready for Big Bulge Boys. Big Bulge Boys. Big Bulge Boys. I am ready. I am ready for Big Bulge Boys. 100%. It's on the 30th or something, right? Yeah, I need to check. When's the date again? I think you guys made sure I could attend, so I'm definitely coming. Don't worry. Let's go check a couple of bits. This coming Saturday. Let's have a look. Yeah. We're all good. So I've got Big Bulge Boys on the 23rd, and then I've got UK Games Expo on the 29th, around that time. Yeah, I'm going to UK GE, and gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but I'm going as press. I kid you not, I have been invited, and I am quoting the exact words of the text. I have been invited to bring a sense of professionalism. I don't think they watch the channel. Okay, on a serious note, I'll give you the full story. So, basically, UKGE haven't, invited me directly. What's happened is Woodimp has organised the press passes for myself, Valrak, and a few others who are going, a few of the content creator stuff who are going as press. So he's organised it. But Woodimp said, and there's been like a whole like group chat and everything. And Woodimp said, "Oh, we've invited Mordian and I can't remember another. This is like a week ago. Another content creator. Hopefully they'll give us a sense of professionalism." And I was like, "Woodimp, what?" So there you go. But apparently I'm pressed now. So look for my story in Ground News, and you can see which I'll see me in your blind spot feed. There you are. Spriggs, thank you so much, man. I am very ready for Big Bulge Boys, and in fact, I have a tiger right here. Can I use this in Big Bulge Boys? I got a king tiger and a yak tiger. Did they have these at the Bulge? If so, I'm running one. There you go. I'll get it painted up. There you are. What have we got next? A cat. Double big cat. I'm running double big cat. There you are. What have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks, my boy. The Lower Decks. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Left unattended at work. Check stream discussion. Oh my god. What have you been up to? Right. Right, let's see if I know how to still swap scenes on YouTube. Oh, it's a miracle! It's alive! There you go. Sir, as one is being chased across a hive city by the local enforcers and a rhino full of uptight space nuns, I have to wonder, is this what happens when the lowly workers are left unattended for 2 weeks? With no leadership, we are just shenanigans-filled rabble. Look at how much trouble we have found ourselves in. And where does the blame lie? Did it see leadership that has been absent, leaving us as idle hands in the Mech Boys workshop? We could point the fingers there. Hey, I'm a man of the people. Sometimes I feel like the people need to lead themselves for a time. You know, there you go. I am the people's glory. There you are. Or is it us peons, peasants, and general scum who have clearly been making illegal moonshine on deck 118 out of the bilge water, stolen hops for your private collection? What? And some mushrooms we found growing in the latrines. No, the blame clearly lies in the ranks of middle management. I agree. I reckon we fire anyone not bribing or related to leadership by marriage. Welcome back, sir. I agree. Fire all the middle management and the HR department. We don't need them. All right, what have we got here? Welcome. I shouldn't laugh. But that is quite funny. All right. I hope that guy's all right. All right. Lower Decks. I've missed you, bro. I've missed the updates. I've missed the stories. Great. I'm looking forward to some more Lower Decks lore. Amazing. Thank you so much. And it's great to be back, man. Thank you. Oh, my days. Oh! It's awesome. It's awesome, man. What do we got next? Valhalla Melter! Woody, my boy! Thank you so much for the 47-month X-Force, baby! Nearly quadruple X-Force. Holy shit, man. I am going to have to... I'm going to have to come up with a new badge by next month. Oh shit. Thank you so much for nearly 4 years of continuous support. You're an absolute hero, mate. It's been so long, sir. We have missed you. Dude... It has been 2 weeks. It's a long time, and I have to say, I've missed streaming. Just set Meltagun. Just saying, if I can find a Meltagun emoji, you can have it. There you go. In honor of Kane coming back. There you are. But yeah, I mean, I've missed streaming. I do. I think it's a great reminder that I do really very much enjoy this line of work. Yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, so it's great to be back. Yeah. Oh man, and back and late as always. There we are. What do we got next? Simple Logic, thank you for the 17 months, man. X-Force, baby! Your return makes up for indirect on 6s. So I heard, we're going to dive in, we're going to catch up on all the super chats, and then we'll start getting into like topics and stuff that I've missed. All right. So, but we'll touch on them obviously as they come up now and stuff. And so I heard that indirect fire can target hidden units, but it only hits on 6s. But if the enemy unit isn't hidden, then it just suffers the usual to hit penalties like -1 ballistic skill for cover. Right? But then it was kind of like said in the article, like if a friendly unit could like see the enemy unit, so I presume that's like in detection range, then it goes back to hitting as normal. Is that right? Is that the general gist of it? I'm sure there'll be some more nuance to it, but basically it's like if it's just the artillery on its own, 6s. If it's shooting at a unit in cover and they're not hidden, then just the -1 ballistic skill penalty. And then even if they are hidden, if you've got a spotting unit, then you hit them. You can still hit them, but on base ballistic skill. But I presume that they'd still have the penalty for indirect fire. So like, or the penalty for shooting into cover. So let's say you've got a basilisk. If it's shooting a hidden unit, it's on 6s. If it's shooting not a hidden unit with no support, it's hitting on 5s because -1 ballistic skill from them being in cover. And if it's hitting a hidden unit that's been spotted, it's hitting on 5s. And if it's got take aim, you can get it back to hit on 4s. Basically. Yeah. Anything not spotted in 6s only. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. It gives you, remember, hidden is only if you're in the cover. So if you're shooting someone behind the cover, then it's just back to business as usual, right? It's not great. And it is a nerf. However you slice it, it is a nerf from their current position now, but it's not as bad as it could have been. So GW has only like, they've only like slapped us in the face rather than kicked us in the balls. Yeah. It's still a slap in the face, but you know, it stings for a bit, but you sort of get over it. Kicking the balls, you start being sick. Yeah. So yeah. If the points are accordingly, you think it will be okay? I mean, points decide everything at the end of the day. Well, nearly everything. I'd say points decide about 75% of whether a unit is viable or not. Yeah. So yeah, I think points really determine everything. So if the points are significantly cheaper, then I think it would be worth it. If they're not significantly cheaper, I'm not sure it would be. They did say in there it will get points cuts. They did, yeah. I think for me the big one is to me I think it kind of makes. I would say the two best artillery pieces that the Guard have are going to be basilisks and artillery teams. And the reason why I think basilisks and artillery teams is basilisks because you only need to hit them to slow them down. You don't need to do any damage to slow them down. And I think artillery teams, you just need to hit them to cause battle shock. And battle shock is actually quite impactful now. Let me try and remember where I put my codex. 1 minute. Yeah, I both love and hate what battle shock's going to do to the game. Let me have a look here. Oh, yeah, you just need to hit with the artillery team as well. There you go. I'll show you guys. You just need to hit. And yeah, I think battle shock's quite important now because it sticks. But it's sticky shock. That's what it is. Battle shock is sticky. Battle shock is sticky. So yeah, it's going to be. I think. Look. GW always makes morale a bit poo. So I don't think... Do I think this is going to be a return to the impactful morale of yesteryear? No. Do I think it's going to be more impactful than doing literally nothing, which is what Battleshock does now? Yes. So it's kind of a step in the right direction. I still wish that... My main thing is I wish that Battleshock, like... At the moment, it's just like a status that gets applied to a unit. Which I think is less immersive and impactful than a unit literally breaking in fear or doing a tactical retreat or something like that. But it's better. It's better. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, simple logic. Your return almost makes up for indirect on 6s. Hey, look, I can't... I'll take it. It's kind of a compliment. Also, Simple Logic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Oh, thank you, the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part and keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. There we go. Scribbles, thank you for the 20 months. X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years, bro. Congrats on surviving Florida and the other thing. What the other thing? Getting married? Getting married was fun. I enjoyed getting married. Yeah. It was. So me and Mr. Mordy have been together like 16 years. Been together forever. Been engaged for like 4, maybe 5. We've been engaged for a little while. And I was a little worried that because of us being together a long time and being engaged for a relatively long period of time, that the wedding would maybe just feel like a formality. But it didn't. It didn't at all. And it's funny. Do you know what's funny? Everybody told me that... Nearly everybody told me that... Nearly everybody told me that you wouldn't feel any different. And the one person that told me it will feel different was Mordy Bro. Mordy Bro is like... Because he went through a very similar sort of... He went through a very similar sort of process with his missus. And he was like, you will feel like instantly... It'll feel different. It'll feel proper. You'll just realize... It is important. It is a big deal. Like you'll know, because you'll know it is, but then you'll really know it is, and all this kind of stuff. And he was absolutely right. Literally, from the minute that the ring went on the finger, I was just like, yeah, it's just different. Yeah. So no, I very much enjoyed getting married, and I have been very much enjoyed my whole 2 weeks of being married. I very much enjoy it. Yeah. As for surviving Florida, Florida's great. Like we've been to Florida a few times now, and obviously, we just stick to the touristy bits. We don't go to where all the crazy people are. But we enjoy... So, when I say Florida's great, the bits of Florida that I have visited have been great. I'm sure there's going to be places where it's a bit more gnarly. But such is the case with everywhere in the world, right? So, yeah. There you go. Get your ring out for the lads. That's the ring I've got. There you go. It's... Mrs. Mordian has... We didn't do any sort of matching rings or anything. Mr. Mordian picked like a white gold ring, and I went for I didn't know what mine is zirconium. It's very wanky, but no, I like it. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, I kind of just saw it and liked it, and then when it was like the opposite color to Mrs. Mordian, I thought that's kind of like cool, like one, like yin and yang, black and white, that kind of thing. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, I'm locked down. I'm sorry. All of I'm sorry to the I think is it 5%? Let's have a look. 1 minute. Let's have a look. I'm looking at my analytics now. 1 second. Audience. 1 minute. I'm sorry to the 1.6% of my audience, which is female, that clearly thirst after this buttery body. But I'm locked down now. There you are. There you go. Yeah, I was gonna say 5% is way too high. Yeah, if you get 5, look, if you get 5% of people that watch you as a Warhammer content creator that are female, I think you're making absolute gangbusters. You're making great waves. There you are. There you go. Zirconium ring. I guess your finger will glow a little less. Well, that's one of the reasons I picked it. So it's zirconium is apparently something they use in like nuclear reactors. I think it's in like the control rods or something. So if I ever become a superhero, I'm going to be Zirconium Man because I've got a zirconium ring and I've got a couple of zirconium teeth. So there you go. Yeah, there you are. Damn, I can't find my favorite content creators. Oh, of course, we can't forget the thirsty gays. I'm sorry to all the thirsty gays and all the thirsty Warhammer wenches, but I've been locked down now, so unfortunately, you're just gonna have to just come to terms with that. There you are. You would, Morty mind. 5% is Stephen Boggs numbers? Yeah, probably. Yeah, do I still get a bit on the weekend? I mean, Spriggs, we said never in the house, but you know, otherwise it's fine. Yeah, there you go. So Smith, my headcanon has been mine since I got here because that's what I thought. To be honest, it's one of those things where like we've just been me and Mrs. have been me and the wife. I love saying it. I've actually it has taken Herculean effort not to say my wife like every time I say me and the wife. Like because I promised I was going to take this seriously. But I don't know what. He's been broken, boys. Forward out, me and the wife. But no, me and Mr. Morty have been together so long that it's one of those things where like just it's like I said, you sort of get into that mindset where you think, oh, we've been together like 16 years, we've been, blah blah blah, it's all fine. But no, like we're officially locked down now. Our wife, the people's wife. That sounds a bit wrong. There you are. There you go. Raising Rune Lords. We've got Mrs. Mordian and Jenny Bratz. Who are the other women? The Simpy boys want to know. No, bad. I'm gonna get the spray bottle. There you go. Stop it. My wife. There you go. Element is fair game. Element's fair game. We'll do it in the poo dice toilet cubicle. There you are. All right. I'm not sure the people's wife will have Mrs. Mordian's approval. There you are. All right. Anyway, we'll move on. I got a few more super chats to catch up on. What have we got here? Oh shit, man! It's already. My computer is definitely my computer's definitely slowed down after not being used for a couple of weeks. Hopefully it'll pick back up a bit. Brown Bread, thank you for the 31 months, man. X-Force, baby! Just saying hi, MG from Cos. Having a week's holiday. Hey! That's awesome, man. Have a great holiday, bro. I've just had 2 weeks off. It's been amazing. So have a great holiday. Hope you have lots of sun and lots of fun. And I hope it goes well, man. So, dude, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for tuning in from your holiday. I hope you have a good break. There you go. I want to say a big thank you to Christopher Cart. Is that Christopher Cart? 1 minute. It's not giving me the full name. 1 minute. Let's see if I can. This is why I like having. Oh, Christopher Carter. There we go. This is why I like having the OBS activity feed as well as the YouTube one. It gives me the full name. Christopher Carter. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, thank you for one. You have a good honeymoon. 07. I've already had it. Dude, thank you for the support. I've had the honeymoon. So me and Mrs. Mordian, we flew out to 2 weeks ago on the 3rd, we got married on the 7th, and then we had our honeymoon whilst we were... Basically, we had sort of... The honeymoon was the entire 2 weeks, but the honeymoon didn't officially start until after we got married. But we've had the honeymoon. It's been great. Yeah, loved it. Yeah, honestly, perfect honeymoon. Wouldn't change anything about it. Very, very good. We've had one honeymoon, but what about second honeymoon? Oh man, I tell you what, I feel like I need a painting holiday. I've not painted anything in 2 weeks. I've been actually jonesing about it. I didn't even mention to Mr. Mordy, and I was like, no, I'm gonna give her a break. She can have 2 weeks off from me talking about Warhammer all the time. But I'm looking down at some of these unpainted models, and I'm just like. let's bang out like 12 stream highlights, get them all queued up for this week, and then just have the rest of the week off, not from streaming, but from recording, so I can just paint for a week, just to get it out of my system. Yeah. James Homer, thank you for the super chat, man. Where are my toys, Warlord? June's too far. Oh, bro. Let me tell you. So I've got a few inside details which I'm not allowed to share, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to blue ball you. But I now know what the finalized details are gonna be around the updates to the automated infantry for the British. Oh. So good. So I'm just gonna say, you know, right now, how it's always pick the HMG. Problem is the HMGs that have bayonets on them. And gentlemen, you're gonna want those bayonets. You're gonna want those bayonets. I'm just saying it, people. I'm just saying it. Woo, baby. You're not going to be saying they've got AP ammo anymore and pretending that they're HMGs. No, sirree. No, sirree. Ed Scar. It's more. It's more than that. Because the bayonet does something. But there might have been an update to their ability as well. I think that people are going to be very happy, and I've heard that it's so. I know I won't say who because I don't want you all going flooding their inbox or anything, but I know one of the guys that was playtesting them, and he was like, it just makes the Brit robots just feel badass, like good. Like it takes them from being, oh, I like these because I like them, to, you know that sort of thing where like, oh, I'm going to take them out once because I feel like I should have them because, you know, they're the Mark 1s. But, you know, you end up sort of gravitating to wanting like sort of more Mark 2s and stuff. And now he's like, no, I actively enjoy putting the Mark 1s in my list. And it's now, there's a choice. There's a choice between, do you go HMGs? Do you go MMGs and bayonets? And there's a choice between, do you, you know, how many Mark 2s you now take to support the Mark 1s. So, yeah. So they're getting some, I think Mark, I honestly think if you put two, it sounds crazy, but 2 bricks of like, I could see people taking 2 bricks of 10 Mark 1s with HMGs. Not HMGs. 2 bricks of Mark 1s with the MMGs and bayonets. Just for vibes. I'm not saying it's competitive. I'm just saying, like, for the vibes. Yeah. But for the vibes, that also can translate to Battlefield results. Like, oh, I'm going to take this. I'm not fucking myself by taking this. I'm going to take this. I've got other tactical choices I can maybe make to make it better, more efficient. But this is now like, oh, I can take this and have fun with it and get some results from it and get enough results from it to feel like I'm not wasting my time. Yeah. So there you go. Edgar, Vibe is more important than competitiveness. I play Empire of Japan. I know. I know some things about Empire of Japan as well. And I cannot even hint at what those are going to be. But all I'm going to say is... Obviously, points will depend on a lot of things. But... I think that... one of the... I don't even know if I can even say this. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, but I'm not going to give anything away. One of the new units for Empire of Japan is very tasty. What new unit could that be? Couldn't possibly say. Couldn't possibly say. There you go. There you are. I also have some other news on, speaking of James Homer, you've triggered all of my Warlord news. You've triggered all of my Warlord news. I've got some other news. And I don't want to say too much here. It's very early days. Things may not pan out. And I don't want to be put anyone's words, anyone's mouths, or anything like that. But there may be, it's like it's very, very, very early days, another big content creator who will be exploring the Rift. And when I say big, I'm talking over 200,000 subscribers. Gonna see what happens. But conversations have been had. People have been put in touch with other people. And things are progressing in a certain direction. Attila Rhombus has got it right. There you go. It's very, very early days, though. So if it doesn't pan out, it doesn't pan out. Don't get disappointed or anything like that. But if it does pan out, then we might be getting some seriously good lore content for K47. And if that is the case, I'm going to be watching it, rewatching it, and I'm going to be sharing it. We're going to be going full hog on it, yeah. Because anything to support the conflict and support the Rift, you know, like, yeah, it's going to be great. So yeah, it should be. The Auspex is going to be pointed on the Rift. It's not Auspex. I don't think Auspex will cover K47. I think he's very focused on just 40k. He's done a few other side projects and stuff, but I think Auspex is, because I've got Auspex to play a bit of Old World. I've chatted to him about a few other games stuff, although not for like 6 months. It's been very busy with all the 40k stuff that's been going on, but I think he's pretty much solely focused on 40k for the time being. Maybe one day we'll see how 11th edition goes. If 11th edition shits the bed, maybe we can get Auspex to start scanning the Rift. We'll see. But there you are. He's very, you know what, you guys know what Auspex like. He's very focused. He's a man of singular will. Yeah. And he's got his systems in place. He knows what he like. He likes his content. He's got his formula. We all know and love it. And he just sort of focuses on his 40k and the news and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's his bag, and that's fine. That's just the way his content is, and that's kind of what we should. That's like, in a nice way, that's what we should expect from his channel. That's what he's built his channel around. Yeah. But yeah, Baltimore we might be getting some Baltimore lore for conflict, which would be pretty cool. Yeah. We'll see what happens. What do we got next? Akashireka, thank you for 38 months. X-Force, baby! Thank you, man. Congratulations. Wish you both a happy future. Hey! Thank you, bro. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. 07, man. Thank you. Rudy, thank you for super chat. What do you think of the mystery box and how many did you buy? So I will be getting one of the mystery boxes. And I think they're going to be very good. So I did email, because I saw a few people had some questions in the...
Everyone fights.
I saw a few people had some questions about what was in the tournament boxes. Because obviously... let me see if I can get the email up. I've had a lot of emails since I've been away. Where is it? Okay, so I had a so obviously in the bolt action community, we've been through the mystery boxes. We've been through the mystery boxes before, and we know what to expect with them. But with the Conflict 47, we've never had mystery boxes before. So I emailed Warlord to be like, hey, you know, I've had a few people who are a bit curious about what's going on with the mystery boxes. What can they expect from them? Do you have any like extra info you could give me? Is it all like metal and resin, or is there gonna be like plastic stuff in there? And the email I got back was, it gave a little bit more information, but I'm gonna have a call with them to get a little bit more. But it basically said each box is themed to a single faction. There is a mixture of metal, resin, and plastic, and this will be including the plastics currently on pre-order, and the Humber and the Mollot. So basically, if you get like the British mystery box, there's a chance that you'll get the the new plastic automated infantry as part of that mystery box. Not guaranteed, but part of it. Likewise, if you get the Soviet mystery box, you obviously don't know which. If you get the mystery box and it's the Soviet themed one, then there's a chance you'll get the plastic Ursus in there as well. And the message that the interesting bit I got was most of the mystery boxes will be playable armies. So it's not a random collection of shite. It's here's something that will allow you, like they did with the bolt action one. Because remember, they've been like refining these mystery boxes for like a few years now in the bolt action side of things, and they've basically taken those lessons learned and applied them to K47. And they know that last time people loved the mystery boxes because they basically got like a playable army and then more stuff on top of that. And they've done a similar thing with the K47 one. So most of the mystery boxes will be a playable army. You're not going to get a random collection. You're going to get enough to be able to field a full army. I think there might be, you know, if one or two of them are a little bit more resin or metal heavy than the others, then maybe you won't get like quite a full army. Maybe you'll get like sort of 1250 points, something like that. But most will be playable armies. And he also said there will be one or two, because I asked will there be any bolt action products for like basic infantry and stuff like that. And the reply I got was there will be one or two, so not a lot, one or two bolt action products, only those that are in the K47 army list. So you won't get like a bolt action thing to pad it out that you can't use. If you do get a bolt action thing, it'll be because you can use that in your Conflict 47 army. So I feel very personally, and I know I'm Warlord's #1 ball washer, but personally I feel very reassured by the answer. You're going to get 200 quid's worth of stuff for 125 quid. It's all going to be around one faction. There's going to be a mixture of metal, resin, and plastic. It's going to include some of the plastics that are on pre-order right now. So you're not just getting a bunch of the old shit they've got at the back of the warehouse. You're getting brand new shit in there as well. And you're going to get things like the Humber and Mollet as well, which could be possible. And there might be 1 or 2 bot action products, but those are only going to be things that will be relevant to the K47 side of things. And as someone who's been using a lot of bot action stuff in K47, that's actually, I think that's a good sign. And then most of the boxes will be full-blown playable armies. So basically, it's what I said when I sort of highlighted them in the Discord. It's what I said, which is, you want to, not guaranteed, but like, do you want a good chance of getting a full Conflict 47 army for £125? Buy a mystery box. You don't know what faction it's going to be for, but yeah. And I found this, I found this with the bot action ones. Like, a lot of people bought the action ones, they were a bit nervous, and then when they got them, they were like, it's actually way better than I expected it to be. Yeah, because I think everyone expects, there's this sort of cynical expectation that mystery boxes are going to be full of shit that Warlord doesn't want anymore. Or not just Warlord. If some company somewhere does a mystery box, it's like, oh, there's one good thing in here, and there's basically a bunch of shitty stock that they didn't want, right? Well, for whatever industry it is, that's sort of the thing with mystery boxes. And what I've kind of noticed that Warlord's done is they've tried to put some effort into like dispelling that, and they're like, no, it's just a good deal. It's just a good deal. The thing is, you just don't know what you're going to get. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So hopefully that will reassure some people to take a punt. I'm getting one, so there you go. All right. What do we got next? Valhalla Melter, thank you, super chat. A Placid Valhalla. I'm so high on hopium right now. Yeah, we got Kiefer's Kane today, which is amazing. It's funny because I've been, those of you that have watched my channel for a while will have heard me say it is absolutely bonkers, this approach that GW has had to guard characters, where they've been releasing all they've been like conjuring these characters out of the ether when they have a huge repository of beloved characters that the community already knows and loves, and they just haven't tapped into that. Like, we got and they kind of did it with Gaunt's Ghost, but then they did it, you know, Gaunt's Ghost based on like the first book where he had like the first couple of books where he had like his chainsaw, and it's like, well, come on, GW, like, no, it was Gaunt's Ghost, but it was like Gaunt and like not a random squad, but like 4 or 5 other like bozos with him, when really it should have just been, here's Commissar Gaunt, and then you could use, like they've done with like Yarrick, here's Commissar Gaunt, include him in your army, and then if you want to convert your guys up to look like Tanith, off you go, right? So they kind of did it with Gaunt's Ghost, but I always felt like they actually fucked it up with Gaunt's Ghost. I think they made some very strange decisions with that unit. Like, why did they, not to be mean, but why is Bragg there? You know? Fucking coup, right? But the thing is, like, you've got Gaunt's Ghost, but then think of things like Kiefer's Kane. Why isn't Kiefer's Kane, why hasn't he been a model? Why have they only just like tapped into that? You know, but it's good, but they've done it. I'm not complaining. They've done it. He's coming back. Well, not coming back, he's getting a model, and that's awesome. I have one big concern though. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I'm going to say it now, and then we'll circle back around to it, and we'll look at the article and everything. I do have a concern, and I haven't read the article about the model, so I could be wrong on this. But I'm worried it's going to be straight to Legends. I think it's going to be a Ripper Jackson, Catachan Colonel, Hell's Last situation, where they just release him, limited run, he gets the shit scalped out of him, and then straight to Legends. Yeah, and I think that's very strange. GW has already said he's a limited run. There you go. It's so... I don't get it. I don't get it. I really, really don't get it. He obviously should just be a full character. Like, obviously. GW could just, like, make... He just becomes... Because Kyphus Cain is one of... I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Kyphus Cain is probably one of the most popular characters that GW's ever written.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Like, he, you know, even because of, like, the... I mean, I don't know any Warhammer player that... I don't know any Warhammer player that's been in... who reads lore. Clearly some people don't, but any Warhammer player who reads lore, who after a year, 6 months or a year of being in Warhammer, hasn't read Kyphus Cain. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on. But there you go. Yeah, so it's a hell's last situation, isn't it? Let me have a look. I thought partly I've missed... sorry, Michael Gibson. My computer's been a bit rubbish. Let me see if I can pick your message up, bro.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Let's have a look. I might not have it actually. I'm sorry, man. YouTube was being a bit shitty at the beginning. You might, if you just want to type it in chat, I'll pick it up. Whatever, what roughly it was. No, I definitely missed it. I remember it coming in. I remember the symbol, but YouTube just hasn't saved it on the back end, unfortunately. Sorry, but that's why I like having OBS activity feed and the YouTube activity feed. So yeah, if I've missed any of your guys' stuff, it's because it's not showing up on the YouTube end for some reason. And yeah, OBS is being a bit shit. Let's see if I might be able to fix it. I think I could fix it, but there's a chance I would destroy the stream. Yeah. Let's see if I can... 1 minute. See if I can fix it. 1 minute. One minute. No. Yeah, it's been a bit rubbish. Yeah. So if I've missed it, it's literally just because it's just not appearing in the YouTube back end. I'm sorry. What have we got next? But Michael, if you send it to me in Discord what the message was, roughly what, if you can't remember exactly what it was, send it to me in the Discord and I'll pick it up. Same for Commander HHL. If I missed you as well, bro, put it in the Discord stream elements at me, and then I'll circle back around to it in a few minutes. I'll pick both of them up. All right. Let's have a look. I haven't caught up on all of them yet, and I am quite far behind. So let me go through all of them, and then if you think I've missed you, we'll do that as a system. All right. Igbard, thank you for the super chat. 35 months. Xbox, baby. Welcome back. So I couldn't guide you to Epic. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. We, I hope the missus is okay. I hope the in-laws are okay. And, yeah, no, it was, thank you for the offer. It just didn't, the stars just didn't align this time, but that's fine. That's all right. It was a last minute, you know, it was a last minute catching up on messages. So don't worry about it, man. It's all good. I hope you had a good weekend. I want to say a big thank you to Clove. Thank you for 3 months. When kids, how many do you prefer, girls or boys more? When kids, how many do you prefer, girls or more? I don't know, man. I just play it by ear. You know, see what happens. I definitely don't care. I don't care. That doesn't sound like, that sounds horrible. I don't care if boys or girls. Yeah. But should I say like how many kids? 17 when all in the next 12 months. I'm just gonna live out my breeding kink. There you go. There you are. All right, that Stork's gonna have some serious work done. Serious work cut out for him. There you are. What do we got next? Best number of kids is a platoon. That's true. 25. There you go. Actually, well, no. 24, because I can be the platoon commander and Mrs. Mordian can be the commissar. And then we only need 24 kids to get the minimum platoon. There you go. There you are. We're going to grow this channel the old-fashioned way. What if they turn out to like Tao? Well, then I'll have one less child to worry about. Oh my god. Right, what have we got next? I thought playing Nautica 2 was scary playing it alone until I heard Tim say 17 kids. Oh my god. Yeah, I've been playing a little bit. I took my Steam Deck on holiday with me, so I played a little bit of some Nautica 2 on the plane back. It's a really good game. Yeah. And then Mrs. Mordian saw me playing, and now she's got it. So that's kind of cool. And so we're going to be doing, and it's co-op, which is awesome. So yeah, we're going to be. It's only in early access at the moment, so no spoilers. I've only played like 3 or 4 hours of it, so no spoilers. But yeah, it looks like it should be. It looks like it's the first one, but better, which is good. Yeah. Martin Bock, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Nostalgia Vivek. Thank you for super chat, man. Welcome back, mate. Got some second edition miniatures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, here we go. Hope you had an amazing time and congrats on the wedding, mate. God bless both of you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Been getting a second edition era minis. Been watching loads of Miniscape. Got these 2 for my Iron Warriors. Old metal and plastic Vindicator and a metal Chaos Dread with the Pincy hand. These will be appearing at Tantalus. Also, a little extra info on Kane. He'll be limited with money and we'll probably get Legends Rules released. At least he's a cool proxy, I guess. Hey, that's cool, man. I love it. Nostalgia, you're finally being nostalgic. That's so cool, bro. Hey, look at that beast. I love it. I love the old style searchlights and everything. These are awesome, man. Great. Hey, I tell you what, I've been loving some... I've been enjoying a bit of Old Hammer and stuff. Just like, you know, watching a few videos and stuff. Just whilst chilling out by the pool and whatnot. And I have to say, yeah, the Old Hammer, it just hits differently, man. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I love it, man. Good couple of like Warhammer historical gems that you've got there. They belong in a museum. There you are. We've got Eli, 34 and 5 months. X-Force baby. A mug of Tanner to celebrate the occasion. I haven't got a mug of Tanner, but the first thing I did when I got back to the UK is buy a couple of bottles of Iron Brew. I've missed it. Fucking love Iron Brew, boys. First thing me and Mrs. Morning did when we got back is I got some Iron Brew and we got a curry for dinner. Not cooking on we got back today. I've been awake for like a while. I got like 2 or 3 hours sleep before coming online, so there you go. But I'm working through it, so I'll go to bed and wake up at the normal time. Yeah. All right. But yeah, fucking first thing we got back, it was like, let's get a curry. Yeah. What do we got next? Board Baobab, thank you for the super chat, man. Welcome back, you legend. Feels like a new year. It does. It does feel like... I feel like Agent Smith. I'm a new man. Unplugged. Oh, man. Yeah, it feels good to be back. And it does feel like it feels like a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks. And so it does kind of feel like coming back to something totally new. Like, I've kept an eye on some of the stuff coming in, but honestly, I've mostly been unplugged from Warhammer for 2 weeks. Like, kept an eye on... Like, I don't think I actually went on Warhammer Community. I just sort of kept an eye on the Warhammer competitive subreddit.
You dogs to victory!
And yeah, saw some things come in and I was like, oh yeah, that looks fine. Like, mostly I just read the comments on the Reddit and it seemed like most people were like, this is okay. This is fine. Yeah. It seems like GW, it seems like the big news was like all the detachments that they've shown off are like one. So, for me, the big news about 11th that I seem to have, I sort of picked up on is like that all the detachments they've shown off so far have been like 1 DP. Have been 1 DP. And the existing detachments look like they're going to be 2 DP. And there's still some like hope that things like Gladius are going to be 3 detachment points. But it really does seem like the idea is going to be you take 3. The idea is you're going to take 3 small detachments and layer them on top of each other. That's what the intention, I think, is behind the game. And I think the reason they're doing this is so that they can, like, I think it's a roundabout way. And I'm being a little critical here. But I think it's a roundabout way of them trying to, like, balance, well, if you take, like, raptors in this detachment, then they're better. But if you don't take this detachment, they're fucked. So rather than having, like, a massive detachment, which is only good for raptors, but then rubbish for everything else, they're like, okay, well, we'll take 3 mini detachments. So that way, if we need to, like, put the price up on raptors, I don't know why raptors is the example in my head, but if they put the price up on raptors, then it's going to be a more targeted nerf because the majority of people that would be taking them would have been taking them as part of a micro detachment within the entire army. So it does feel like that's the way the roundabout way they've tried to do it. I do think it's probably I think it has some, I will say, I think there are some merits to the approach. I do think it allows them to make a slightly more targeted nerf. But I think that it's kind of like they're creating a solution to a problem that has come about from the system that they've created. And they don't really... It's like they're sort of reluctant to move away from that system. Like, you know, a lot of these things exist because they won't move away from fixed to hit values. They won't move away from like layering, like every unit having like its own special ability and some of the other examples I can't think of right now. But yeah, I think that it's a decent idea. I wonder how it'll pan out in reality. Wargear coming back on Sony. Yeah, I heard that. So I heard that, like, if you've got a unit like a Riptide that's got like 2 very different guns, then they'll have 2 different like prices. Like, it'll be like Riptide with Ion Accelerator equals this. Riptide with Gatling Cannon will equal this. But there won't be any points difference between the Smart Missile System or the Plasma Rifle and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think for like a guard one, it's like all the Lean Rusters will still have separate data sheets, but there'll be a difference between having a las cannon and a heavy bolter, and a heavy bolter and a multi-melter, for example. So, chance the Rust goes back to one datasheet next codex. It could do, yeah. So many different datasheets since 10th, yeah. Double battle cannon Dawn, yeah, exactly. So there could be a difference between those two. So it does look like Granular War Gear is having a soft comeback. Again, it is a step in the right direction. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think that it's still not quite... Like, I will praise it for it being a step in that direction. I will criticize it for not being a big enough step. Yeah. But I suspect if I was a fly on the wall in a GW planning meeting, I think there'll be an element of, okay, so we've massively expanded the community of players with 10th edition. Because 10th edition has been very successful. Like, everywhere plays 10th edition, right? Like, it's been really good. Even though it's been a bit boring at the end, generally speaking, 10th edition has seen a huge growth in the player base. And you can see this with the amount of numbers where people are attending at tournaments and metadata and stuff, right? And now I think what they're probably think, they've seen some of the criticism of 10th and like, okay, we do need to bring, and we know that Phil Kelly likes to do things a bit more old school. And I think there's been probably a talk in a meeting where it's like, okay, we want to bring granular points back because it turns out there's a reason no one liked playing power level. But we've got a whole bunch of people that have basically got used to it being a certain way. The majority of the community is about it being the new way, but we do need to bring it back because there'll be opportunities for us to make money doing it that way. They won't be doing it from a game balance point of view. They'll be thinking, if we can, if a whole bunch of people have bought them with like iron cannons, we give them different points cost for the Gatling cannon, and that ends up being a more, an enticing weapon. We get a bunch of people to buy them with the Gatling cannons now. Awesome. So they'll be doing it from a money point of view, but they'll want to try and GW wants to boil the frog. So they'll be like, okay, we'll do it a soft way. We'll do it in a way that seems very reasonable now, and then maybe later on we can bring even more granular points back. Once they've got used to the idea of different points on different weapons and stuff for the new community. Yeah. It's just going to be a classic thing of take something away to bring it back to be a hero. Exactly. To be a hero, to generate good publicity, which will generate money and other indirect ways of being able to make money. I'm not complaining about GW making money. Make money as much as you want, GW. That's why I'm praising it for the step in that direction, but I'm not naive to think they're doing it for any other reason than it's a design choice that will allow them to make more money. Fine, whatever. We can all enjoy things, right? GW can enjoy the money, we can enjoy them making the game better. Yeah, I don't care if it makes the game better. Exactly. What do we got next? RK, thank you for 20 months. Xbox, baby. Welcome back and congrats. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, bro. There we are. Amazing. Thank you for doing your part and for the kind words. Akashareka, thank you for super chat, bro. I may have induced a group hallucination in the Tantalus chat. Will there be a map with an STC, or did I hallucinate that and need to be sent away? I mean, I didn't specify. I said that the planet was from the dark age of technology and that it had been cut off for a long time, and the warp storms have finally sort of dissipated and all that kind of stuff. The classic storyline. I didn't say that there wasn't an STC down there. If I'm going to be honest, I hadn't really thought about it, but this is why I like leaving things quite open and allowing the community to kind of weigh in and throw ideas around and I create the sandbox, you guys playing it. I like the idea of there being STCs, at least one on Tantalus. I like that idea. I will probably take that. I'll probably factor that in now. Yeah. It could be an STC, it could be a fragment, there could be multiple. Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. So I left the idea of what's down on Tantalus. We know it's advanced technology. Like, I left the idea about what that is very open. The fact that it could be an STC, I quite like that. So I could run with that. Yeah. So there you go. Airborne, thank you for 16 months, man. Xbox baby, congratulations on the wedding, sir. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. It was actually, you know, it was a relatively sort of, well, it's about half a day. It's a relatively quick ceremony, but that's the way that we wanted it. Yeah, and then we had basically 2 weeks of just pure honeymoon, which is awesome. Yeah, there you go, dude. Thank you, man. Manifesting my hallucinations. There you go. There you go. STC for the Dawn. Hey, maybe we could come up with the lore for the Dawn at Tantalus. Hey, now we know where it came from, right? There you are. The legend. Thank you for 10 months. 10 months already. Time flies. Also, meme and stream discussion. Dude, thank you for nearly the full year of support. Time really has been flying by recently. And yeah. It's crazy to think, like, well, we're almost halfway through 2026 already. Shit, man. Yeah. Things are flying by. They're cracking on. Let's have a look. When you tell the commissar that you want a transfer and he gives you 2 options. I like that. I'm going to tag Evan in that one. That's great. There you are. Nice. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. The GW killer that I didn't know existed, Necromolds. This is a game right up our alleys, lads. Link posted in Discord with a bit of a video. I bought it as soon as I saw it. Also, welcome back and post-ceremonial bliss to you both. Ah, thank you, bro. Yeah, I saw you post about this in the Discord. Whilst I was on holiday, I kind of thought it was interesting. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Where is it? Ah, here you go. Yeah, this does look kind of interesting. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, I might make hey, might get our first stream highlight. Let's have a look. I give it a little like. So I got sent in this video by Whispering Monk whilst I was away about something called Necromolds. I think it's been around a little while, but apparently it's quite interesting. And Whispering Monk said it was, what was it, a GW killer? That's a big word to throw around. It's a big word! But we'll see. But it does look kind of interesting. So I've not watched the video before, but let's take a little look and see what happens.
Normally, when you open up a tabletop war game, it's going to have a number of miniature figures inside. Well, this is Necromolds, which is one of the weirder tabletop war games that I've come across. There are no miniatures in the box. Instead, there's a number of these, which look like weird spell books for different creatures. You can see the, rolling away there, the stats on the back. You can pop open the spell books, and inside there is a mold for that creature.
It's Play-Doh. Warhammer players have discovered Play-Doh. Hey, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I fucking love Play-Doh, man. But it does look like Warhammer players have discovered Play-Doh.
You take some of your spell clay. It's essentially Play-Doh.
Yeah.
You squeeze your book shut. You pop it open, and there is your new miniature. The flashing comes off pretty easily around the edges, and you can just pop them out and put them onto the battlefield. There we go.
That is very cool.
Zoom in a little bit closer so you can see. It actually has this kind of like old school miniature look where it's kind of chunky, kind of lumpy, It looks like these weird eldritch abominations. And you put them on the table. You can make as many of them as you want. You create your army and you face off against your opponents. And there's a lot of interesting rules in the game that make use of the squishy form factor. Now, I've had my eye
That's
on this game
amazing.
for quite some time.
Wait, so you can like actually like squash the models? Like, that's cool. Like, oh, you've taken a casualty. Bang, squash the model. Okay, that is a cool mechanic.
Actually, I first ran across it somewhere on the internet, but I got to test it out at the last Gen Con, where it quickly became one of my favorite games that I got to test at that convention.
Russell W, less flashing than a GW kit. Not even wrong.
And the creator of the game sent me some boxes of it. Now that there is a reprint, the main core set is out again. The expansions are all out, along with a new deluxe expansion that includes.
I do like the book
materials.
thing.
And I've been playing it with kids. I've been playing it with adults, and it's a really fascinating new invention in the way that it blends toys and games together. The core box set comes with, I think, 3 of these grimoire molds, but you can easily buy more of them with these little bonus.
So my take is it's probably more like a skirmish level game rather than an army level game, but in a funny sort of way that's like perfect for this kind of thing, because you just want to be able to like bust out a few. Oh, I'm going to make a new army list. Okay, yeah, here's my new thing. Oh, okay. I really liked how the way that particular monster worked. Okay, mash those. Those ones are a bit rubbish. Mash those up. Make more of those. Okay, I've got 4 or 5 of those now. Yeah, it's really okay. I don't think it's like a GW killer. I'll be honest. But you know, the only thing that can kill GW is GW. So there you go. But I do think that it's an interesting like kill team competitor. You know, if Warcry was still alive, Warcry competitor, like just being able to like, you know, oh, I don't need to like buy a kill team that's quite expensive, and then it gets basically Magic the Gathering into no longer allowed because they're doing the trading card game thing. There's like scenes and everything and kill team and everything. It's just, yeah, like I just make my squad of guys fight off against each other. If I find a particular monster I like, I could just make more of that and not have to spend any more money. But then when inevitably what happens is you get really excited by the whole process, so you end up buying more than you expected to. This is how like, you know, this is how these kind of things work. Yeah, so that's good.
Boxes that come with 2 extra ones. So you can collect as many as you want. There's quite a few. Some of them are larger, some are smaller. And what you do is you pick, you know, usually around 3 or so of these to compose your army out of. In theory, you could use lots of them, but there are strategic disadvantages to that sort of thing. A really clever way that the creator makes use of the Play-Doh aspect of the figures is that each of the players gets their own container of spell clay, and it's the same amount, you know, by weight. And you can make as many figures as you want, as long as you don't run out of clay. Just make as many as
That's so cool. So there's no point. Well, there might be a point system, but it's not a point system. It's a weight system. Like, oh, how many? What are we playing today? Yeah, we're going to play 500 grams. Let's play an apocalypse game. Let's play 2,000 grams.
can. And the way that the figures are balanced is that more powerful characters use up more clay. So there's no necessity for any point.
That's incredible. The more powerful characters use more clay. Amazing.
System that you have to keep track of. You just stuff as much clay in there, and the really big guys will use up more, and you know, it'll more or less balance itself. The game also comes with this really fun board that you can play.
Modeling for advantage. Like people like, oh my God, like if you gave this game to wargamers, they'd start like cutting the clay with like other materials, like drug dealers cutting like the cocaine with like paracetamol and stuff like that. So it Are you sure that's only a 500 gram force? Yeah, man. Yeah, totally.
Is just to delineate the play space, really, the illustration.
Have air pockets inside.
Not that much space.
See, straight away, have air pockets. I'ma hollow out the molds. Save some dough. I love that.
Space that you need. The characters don't move all of that far, so it's more of a skirmish type game. And when a character dies, each player has their own special signet ring. Like this one has like a little spider in it.
That's so
When
cool.
the character gets killed, the other player can squish them right down into the
That's so cool.
This is super fun.
That's so cool. The signet ring idea, like, that's so cool.
Kids love it, adults love it, and it actually modifies the terrain because now there is this object on the board that you have to move around.
Oh,
Now, as far as
wow.
the rules go, it's pretty straightforward. The basic rules are that each player has 4 of these special dice, which they're going to roll at the start of a round, and that gives them symbols that they can assign to the spell books for their creatures. So, for example, if I assigned this, which is a ranged attack, to this guy, you can see that that's an option down there, then it would allow them to shoot anywhere within close range because there's 1 arrow next to it. I
Okay,
could also
cool.
assign a movement die to it over here, and that would allow it to move a medium range. And it's not just one creature either. If you've made a whole bunch of these grave ghoul figures, then all of those characters would get to use these actions.
Oh,
That
okay.
encourages you to use
So if you go hard into grave ghouls, you can be like, okay, all of my grave ghouls are going to activate in this manner because I'm just dumping all my dice into them. Hey, min-maxing. All the Warhammer players, min-maxing.
a relatively smaller number of spell books so you can move more characters at once. But if you only used 1 spell book, for example, made all of your characters grave ghouls, then you would only be able to assign 2 of the dice that you rolled because there's only 2 slots there, which would be a problem. So you want to have 2, maybe 3 is a good number. Now, when you actually attack someone, you would use the...
I can't wait to see the metadata and the stat breakdown on like what's the best like ratio of characters to dice and all this kind of stuff. No, thing is, no one's ever going to do this in this game because it's just too it's too cool for that kind of thing. I was going to say it. This game is too cool for that kind of bollocks.
slashing claws symbol up at the top. Ranged attacks would use the second symbol, and if you're defending, you use the bottom number right there. You would roll the correct number of dice, and you're looking for those symbols. So if you were attacking, let's say at close range, I would roll 3 of these dice, and I'm looking for these explosion symbols. I got 2 hits. Let's say I was attacking this guy. He has a defense of 3, so he would roll 3 dice, and he would get, he got 4 shields. So he got more symbols than me. So what this means is that this guy actually wins the fight, even though he was on the defense. If
Cool.
This was a melee fight. He would win the fight and smash me. Someone always gets smashed in melee combat. If it was a
I love that. Someone always gets... Yeah, that's cool.
ranged attack and I successfully defended against it, then I'm just not hit. Some of the guys have magic abilities like this one that you could assign a magic die to activate. This would, I think, change the range attack from short range to long range if you wanted to hit someone further away. And some of them have passive abilities like this guy, where it's just +2 defense against ranged combat. One of the nice things about this game is how intentionally modular it is. So you have
Cool. Gameplay. Necromorph's monster battles is played in rounds that one player wins by smashing all the enemy monsters. Each round, players roll and assign commands. So there's no turn limit. There's no turn limit. You just go, 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 go. I love that. Until one person is victorious, you just
your
go.
basic gameplay rules right here, which just cover a couple of pages, but you can also switch over to basic play if you're playing with small children, which I tried, and it's much simpler. All the characters have the exact same stats. You're just moving your guys around.
Oh, that's cool. So basically, I mean, to be fair, it's not that complicated. It's three double pages. 1, 2. Is it even that, or is it 2 double pages? Let's have a look.
Intentionally modular it is. So you have your basic gameplay rules right here, which just cover a couple of pages, but you can
Oh yeah.
also switch over to basic play.
So that's perfect. So we're saying, oh, it's complicated. No, it's not. It's 6 pages. It's perfect. But then basic play is just a couple of pages. That's cool. So you can play it with, great way of being able to play it as an intro game or with kids. Or if you like, if somehow we get competitive Necromolds battles, this becomes the new tabletop competitive game, we've got the more complex rules. Yeah.
If you're playing with small children, which I tried, and it's much simpler. All the characters have the exact same stats. You're just moving your guys around trying to smash other people. You can pick it up real quickly. But if you're an adult and you want something a little bit more tricky, you can go over to advanced play, where there's all sorts of extra rules that are added in to add more tactical complexity. For example, in the normal game, you can get gems by rolling the gem symbol on your attack dice, which you can use to help augment some of your rolls. But in the advanced game, you can also get Gem Rage, where you can re-roll any dice that have gems on them. You have rules for re-rolling your command dice, for weakening command dice, and adding support skills, because some of these guys have these blue symbols for some of their stats, and then that can come into play as well. It also has rules for solo play, which I have not tried out yet.
Oh,
and
that's
it even has
cool.
that can come into play as well. It also has
That's cool because obviously, like, you know, especially like solo play is important because especially if you're someone who is trying to like pioneer a game system, whether it's with your family or with your friends or with your game group, sometimes you need to be able to like play the game. Sometimes you want to have that ability to like play test the game, you know, to see if it's, you know, a good game that everyone's going to enjoy, like that, you know, the rubber meets the road. And sometimes you want to have that like security of, well, even if no one else picks it up, I can still have fun with this game.
rules for solo play, which I have not tried out yet, and it even has a whole page of optional fan rules
That's cool.
that you can add into the game. I love that sense of hacking the game and really making it your own. There's all sorts of
I love that. People, you read all the time in like various communities, oh, you know, you should just homebrew it, like own the game. And it's like, look, yeah, communities should be taking more ownership of their games. Yes, some weird thing I don't know how it's happened. GW has psyoped us all into like only playing the game their way. I don't know how they've quite managed that, but I think the community's starting to wake up to wait, hang on, what the fuck was going on here? But I think it is really good to say, like, from the beginning, like, it's a game. These are the rules. But if you come up with house rules and homebrew things that, like, you think improve the game, then do that.
crazy things that are in this box that didn't need to be in there, but just add even more flavor. For example, The Rise of the Necromolds. This is a book that's, how long is it? It's like 40 pages long. That's just background and lore for all of the characters and models and for the world of Necromolds. Which is
You fucking kidding me? The goofy fucking Play-Doh battle game has got more lore than any product GW's put out in the last 3 years. I know more about the fucking Play-Doh than I know about the Rogol Dawn. At what point does Calgar turn up in this book and save everybody? I know, look. I know some of you think I'm a GW hater, and in some regards I am. I'm not. I criticize them when they deserve criticism. I praise them when they deserve praise. I'm very balanced. Balanced isn't the right term. Often that seems very unbalanced because I think GW does do a lot to criticize them on, but they've been doing better recently. But the point is, like, people go, GW lore has been a bit shit for a little while now, and it's kind of meant to, and it really does start getting put into perspective when you see something like this.
just wild. But honestly, I feel like the fun part of Necromolds isn't so much the rules, which are perfectly functional. They work just fine. You can dial them up or down depending on your taste. The fun part is making these little guys out of Play-Doh.
Yeah.
Smashing them into the table.
Yeah.
It never gets old. Kids absolutely love it. And the adults that I play with loved it too. Now, one of the big things for Necromolds that came out recently was the Call to Arms expansion. And the big thing about that is
we got a fucking expansion. To the fucking Play-Doh battle game, we got an expansion.
It adds these. These are weapons and banners that you can use to modify your figures in different ways. For example, you want this guy to be your champion. You want him to be the conduit of your necromancer's power on the battlefield. Just stick that in there.
That's amazing. This is such a cool idea. This is amazing, man.
Again, the Play-Doh nature of the figures is always made use of. Do you want to grant him a magical artifact like this wizard hat to help him in battle? Just sort of skewer that onto his head like so. Now he has a wizard hat. Of course he's more powerful. But I think my favorite part are these little red weapons. There's an
So
extra
cool.
that allow you to be wounded.
Granular war gear before GW brought it back. We've got war gear costs in the Play-Doh game. Oh my god. This is absolutely hilarious, man. They added Wargear to Play-Doh.
Even when you win a combat and smash your enemies, and that's going to weaken you by giving you some wounded dice to replace your normal dice. So if you're wounded, you just show that by skewing your guy with one of these weapons.
That's
And you can
so
hit multiple times.
cool.
So you can be wandering around the battlefield with all of these weapons just stuck out of him, coming from every angle, and it looks pretty horrifying.
That's
Every time I see one
awesome.
of these guys, I want to shout "Arrowed" in a strong bad voice. Ah. The Call to Arms expansion adds a bunch more complexity to the game if you want that. For example, you can actually have one of these character cards representing your particular wizard, along with a special abilities right here, energy that you track up and down, a special ability that goes off if your character, or your champion rather.
What the fuck is going on with the Play-Doh game? It's more complex than 40k. They even got data sheets. They even got data sheets. Oh my god. Hey, you know what? You know it's a big deal when Swordsmith 87 is like, I'm buying this. Dude, Swordsmith, I've been trying to get you for years. Like, you got a bottle next to your name. I've been trying to get you with Old World. Didn't do it. I've been trying to get you with Bot Action, with Conflict. Didn't get it. Suddenly, the goddamn Play-Doh game comes along and he's like, fuck GW. I'm busting your balls. I know you're using this as like an intro for war games for your family and everything. Don't worry, I get it, man. I just thought it was a good opportunity to for us to have a little bit of banter. Yeah. Oh my god. You joked about it being the 40k killer, but it really deserves to be. No, man, this is just a fun game. See, here's the thing. Not every game needs to be the 40k killer. Okay, let me... Right. Quick side note, but important side note. Okay. There was once a time when this town isn't big enough for the both of us, very much applied to Warhammer and wargaming in general. Wargaming was very niche, and there was only so much oxygen in the room, and 40k and Warhammer Fantasy basically sucked it all up. It was the Warhammer hobby, not the wargaming hobby. Now I think that's changed. I think that wargaming has become so much bigger, so much broader. Warhammer has definitely gone more mainstream, but wargaming has kind of, as a whole, has kind of entered this kind of interesting, almost equilibrium, where it's niche enough that you can still get that classic wargaming feeling, but it's broad enough where there's now room for everyone. And I think this is a great example of this. Like, this isn't a Warhammer 40k killer, but this game absolutely deserves to, and frankly should, and I think it's going to, exist in a perfectly comfortable state of existence. Like, the only thing that will kill... The only thing that will kill GW is GW, but the fact that we have so much oxygen in the room now, the fact that we have so much space that we can have shit like this come along, and it not just immediately just get like dismissed, like, oh yeah, no, blah, 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 it's not Warhammer, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's a really good sign. I think it's a really good sign of showing like the health of where wargaming is right now.
Dies, your champion can die twice, basically. If one of your champions dies, you take his champion flag out, and the next round you stick it into a new guy. That's your new champion. And then if that one dies, then you lose the game. This makes it a little bit more tactical than the original version, where you're basically just trying to wipe out the other side. Because in this one, you can really try and target their champion, which means that they have to try and protect it, but also they want it to be further out on the battlefield because it has a lot of the special abilities, and a lot of the other characters will get more powerful if they are close to your champion. You can also give your champion a random soul card that adds even more special abilities and special weapons that do something similar. The only issue that I found when playing the game with all of this stuff is that it is kind of a lot. You have a lot of special abilities to keep track of, and every round or every time your characters are doing something, you're thinking, am I missing something? Is there an ability here that I could activate that would help me out? And you have to read through everything that you have. This normally wouldn't be a really big deal, except that the way that some of the powers are written and formatted was a little bit of a pain for me. For some of my friends I was playing with, it wasn't that big of a deal. But there's a lot of symbols that are used to encode information.
A little bit like how the earlier versions of Kill Team had a problem with like move triangle, move square, move circle. It's like just moving inches. Yeah. I think the thing is, we're getting to the point now with the game where like, yeah, it's gone from just being the fun smashy Play-Doh game to the more complex one. But this is all optional. You need not interact with any of this. You can just have the fun Play-Doh figures, stick a bunch of swords in them, squash them, all good.
To make things tighter so it doesn't take up as much words. So, for example, down here, this simply says move all, and it has like this sword. So that would mean wounds, so these little swords stuck in a guy, from a squished, that's a squished symbol, champion, or I think that's a friendly at close range from a squished champion into a enemy at medium range from a squished champion. Cannot be an enemy champion, gain 1 energy. So if there was a couple symbols, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there's often a lot of them packed together. I think that, here we go, there's a little key card right here explaining what they all mean. And trying to read all of them takes a little...
You're kind of like trying to read a different language, and it should just be... Do you know what the easiest language to read is? Just English. Just read it out. Yeah.
While, especially when you're just starting out, and that's a little bit of a pain because it slows down comprehension. But there's really so much stuff that this game comes with that you can use to modify the game. It comes with these little measurement tokens that you can use to measure far, medium, and short range. There's tons of pre-made terrain that you can put.
Look, I know GW is coming out with pre-painted terrain, but I still think the joke stands. We got pre-painted terrain, non-L-shaped terrain from the goddamn Play-Doh game before we got it from GW.
Together out of cardboard and throw in there, including things like fully 3D pieces of a grave.
It's actually bad.
Yard. It's kind of wild how much stuff. The original box set comes with these simpler pieces of terrain right here. You have objective tokens that you can use if you want to move around the board and try and claim those. Just little pieces right here used to track stuff on your champion. You got little magic gems that you can use to track that. There's just an enormous amount of stuff. But you don't have to use it all. You use the pieces that you need and the pieces that you want for the rule set that you cobble together from all of the options in the book. Oh, I forgot. There's also even more special dice. These are the wound dice.
That's such a good idea. Souls87 said cookie dough necromold fight diabetes. No, dude, that's actually inspired. Obviously, you need to make sure that you were cleaning the necromolds and the molds and stuff. But the fact that you could make like edible figures from this, and you could have a whole thing where, like, if you beat someone's monster, you get to eat their monster. Like, how cool is that? That's a really cool idea. Yeah.
These are the new special champion dice that your champions get to help you out even more. So, in conclusion, what can I say about necromolds?
Imagine if you were playing Tyranids and you actually got to eat your opponent's minis. That's actually kind of cool.
This thing is just fun. It's fun to mess around with. It's fun to play with. It's fun to squish. It's fun to stab. and I just had an absolute blast. I would probably use a slightly simpler rule set than the one I ended up using, but that is completely down to personal taste. Two of my boys who are 9 and 7 want to come down and just make some Necromolds figures in their spare time. They just want to squish
That's amazing.
the Play-Doh
That's what you
into the
want.
molds and pop out their little guys and arrange their armies, and it's entertaining just in that way. Really, it's almost the kind of game where you could give to a bunch of kids and not even teach them the rules, and they could look at the back of the and figure out their own rules.
Yes, such a good point. Just give the kids the Play-Doh, give the kids the molds, let them make the molds and let them smash the molds, and don't even worry about the rules. They'll come up with their own rules. They're like, they're literally, like, I mean, I'm pretty certain everyone in this chat, did this growing up. But literally, you'll get like your 2 models and you'll be like, I'm going to fight you. Da, 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 da. Oh no. All that kind of shit. Just give them the Play-Doh and the molds and they'll just make their own games, their own stories up. It's going to be amazing. Like, no, you can't do that. No. I'm going to make a new mold. It's going to be awesome. Such a good idea.
With all this crazy toys that the box gives you. If I was getting into Necromolds, I'd probably start out with
Jello shot Necromold
3 of the molds and all the basic stuff you need to play, and then maybe one of the little expansions that just gives you a few more spell books. And if you really liked it, get the Call to Arms expansion, which has all of this bonus material if you want a bit more complexity and some more toys. Really, it's a great original concept. Lovingly crafted. It's fun for all ages.
I think that's the big thing. It's a really great original concept. Yeah, I love that.
I mean, whether you have kids or not, I say go out and get some Necromolds and get squishing these guys into the table. Oh, killing a enemy monster has never been more satisfying. As usual, I will put links in the description below where you can pick up Necromolds for yourself. And thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you next time.
That's so cool. I was going to see if that So this came out a year ago. Oh, this has actually been out a little while. That's so cool. So this video came out a year ago and it's got 300,000 views. That's actually really, really, really cool. I love that. My opinion on Necromolds, it looks like just a fun game. It looks like a fun game. It's crazy that they've bothered to go with like lore and stuff like that. And it's exactly the kind of game that I would have played as a kid. Yeah, it is the gateway drug to wargaming, 100%. I think it's interesting. We had a comment from Swords and Smith before, and he was like, I've got like 6 or 7 Warhammer armies. I've been trying to get my kids into Warhammer. They're just not interested. My kid's taken one look at this, and he's gone, Dad, I want to play it. Like, I want to play it. So that's awesome. Yeah, it's a game for dads. Yeah, well, it's a game, for dads and sons, and well, I guess it's a game for parents and children. I know plenty of well, to give an example, Mrs. Mordian, she was always a bit of a tomboy, and she would have loved playing that as a kid. She had no interest in like Barbie dolls or anything like that. She would have loved getting the Necromolds out and be like, and smashing all that kind of stuff. Like, and I bet I could get, no one else get Mrs. Mordian interested in Warhammer. She actually, that's not true. Mrs. Mordian really enjoyed 8th edition and bought into 8th edition. And the moment the game changed to 9th and 10th edition, and they changed the rules the way they did, she was out. She actually has a Necron army, but well, there you go. But anyway, but the point is, like, I bet I could get Mrs. Mordian to play Necromolds in a heartbeat. Just she'd be like, she would get a great visceral enjoyment from smashing the fuck out of my models. Just being like, bah! And then if I like smash her model, she'd be like, no. Yeah, it'd be awesome. So yeah, I think it looks like a really, really good game. I don't know what the meta of Necromold is going to be, but it absolutely looks like a fun, vibey. It's war game. I think it is a war game. It's a fun, vibey war game with a really unique angle, a really unique selling point. It is basically Play-Doh. It's Play-Doh battles with rules, but that's fine. That's all it needs to be. And it's the kind of game, and you find this, some people might say, well, why wouldn't you just get regular Play-Doh and do it yourself? I mean, obviously you could do that. Obviously you could. But this is the kind of thing where, because the idea is so cool, you want to support it. Like, you find this with, so this is something which, if you only play inside, I think, the GW bubble, you don't experience this as much. I think you still experience it, but not to the same extent, because of certain things that have gone on with Warhammer, with like price increases, a lot of things going to Legends. There's sometimes being a general sense of like chasing a meta. Sometimes it feels with Warhammer that people, you know, there are people out there who will just go out and buy everything brand new in box from GW like constantly. But I think realistically, and GW themselves actually acknowledge this with the whole, their industry data shows that they get all the money off a new Warhammer player in I think it's within 2 years, like a maximum time period of 2 years, and then after that they basically don't. If they're still in the hobby, they get a trickle off them. And I think, you know, it's kind of interesting. You see this quite uniquely with Games Workshop, where it's almost like people want to pirate the game. That's essentially what it is. You know, recasts, 3D printing. These are things which massively affect Warhammer over any other war game. I'm not saying they don't exist for other war games, but they affect it. Warhammer. They affect Warhammer 40k, and we're not just talking like the raw numbers, but like proportionally they affect the game a lot more. And I think there's an element of people like, you know, there's kind of like the fuck GW thing. Like, I'm not gonna fucking support you. Fuck that. Like, fucking rip off. They fuck with my models. Blah blah blah. So people, you know, they're looking for almost any. A lot of war gamers are looking for almost any excuse not to support Games Workshop, and a lot of them sort of, you know, they'll buy the FOMO box and stuff because they don't want to miss out, but that's why they're buying it. Whereas what you find, I think, is very different with other war games is people will happily buy the thing from the company because they want to support the company. Like me personally, there's a bit, to be fair, me personally, with like Bolt Action, for example, there's loads of options to get like 3D printed Bolt Action models, because they're just World War II models. And there's loads of World War II. So it's not like specifically you're buying something for Bolt Action. It's just there's either an alternative model kit, a different company, maybe someone's 3D printed it. And it's not that this person's designed it with Bolt Action in mind. It just happens to be compatible with like Bolt Action, right? And I would say pretty much like 95%. I've tried a couple of bits out here and there. Like, I got a 3D printed truck, and I tried some 3D, and I got like a squad or two of 3D printed bamboo spear fighters, but I didn't end up using either of them, to be honest. And the truth is that, yeah, I know I could get a truck off eBay for like £5 or £6, but I choose to buy, and I've bought like 3 or 4 of them at this point. I choose to buy the plastic Studebaker from Warlord. And the reason why I do that is because I want to support Warlord. I don't have a fuck Warlord mentality like I do with Games Workshop. I have a fuck yeah Warlord mentality. And so that's why, like, I'm happy to not pirate the game. I'm happy to actually buy the official product because I want to support the game. And I think with something like Necromolds, yeah, you could just... It has that same thing. You could just, get some Play-Doh. Yeah, of course you could. But the idea is so cool, and you want to support the idea, so you have no issue buying the official product, even if you're paying over the odds for a bit of Play-Doh. You don't mind because you don't, there's not that fuck you GW mentality. It's fuck yeah Necromolds. I want them to make more of this thing, so I want to support it. Yeah. Marcus, isn't your whole old army 3D printed set the stank? So my Empire army is 3D printed, but that's because GW launched Old World and Empire didn't come out for a year, and I knew that was the faction I was going to collect. But since that's come out, I have bought official models for my massive orcs and goblins army, which is probably bigger than my empire army at this point. So and I've dabbled with a few other armies as well. I bought some Bretonnian men at arms and archers of the day, for example. So I even though I 3D printed Old World, that was only because there was just no empire models available, and I made sure to support that game in other ways by put my money where my mouth is with when I got my second army. Yeah, there you go. I think Fear Les puts it well here. Issue to be trying to squeeze as much as they can for their players, and that's just so tiring. Yeah, exactly. So, long story short, Necromorphs looks really cool, and it's interesting to it's interesting to be able to draw some parallels and have some discussion around a game as super casual as Necromorphs and Warhammer 40k, and how you can actually draw those comparisons and have those conversations and get some interesting points from them. Yeah, there we are. All right, we've got a few. That was a really cool video. We've got a few more super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Bob the Gene Dealer, thank you for the 46 months, man. One more than Spriggs. Glory to the four-armed emperor. Glory, praise be. Praise be to the four-armed emperor. Speaking of Gene Dealer, there's a bit of a discussion that I saw going on that people think that GSC might be able to ally Nids and Guard because all the detachments being like one detachment point. I think they might. I think there's a chance that could happen, but I bet GW will put some sort of keyword in there like this is an allied detachment. You can't take more than one allied detachment, so they won't allow it. But I hope that they don't do that. I hope they allow Final Day and Brood Brothers. That would be cool. Denzel Wenzel, thank you for 27 months, man. Xbox baby, hobby update, tree discussion. Congrats on the wedding, MG. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at this hobby update. Hey, here we go. Look at this. Yes, Gorgon, man. I love that. That's so cool. It's such a cool transport. Nice. Hey, I like this Titan. What's this I see in the background? Woo! Conflict 47, baby! I love it, man. It's like pushing past the Titan to get to the Conflict 47. Oh, man. To be fair, I'm Blood Red Skies. That's very, very cool. Dude, the Titan looks ace, man. I'm just busting your balls, man. The Titan looks really cool. Love that. Excellent stuff, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. What do we got next? J Bond, thank you for the 45 months. Xbox baby, congratulations on the wedding, mate. 07, man. 07, dude, and thank you for the kind words. I raise my glass to you. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you to everyone. There's been so many people saying such nice things. Amazing. Princess Drusus, thank you for 2 months. 2 months free from the Twitch Pinot Legion. Yes. F in the chat for the Twitch Pinot Legion. I still have my Twitch channel. I just don't really use it at the moment. It's more of a backup in case YouTube ever gets upset with me again. That and Kick, yeah. I did do multi-streaming for a bit, but I found that like most people just wanted to watch on YouTube, so I just gave the people what they wanted. Hardcover Pilot, thank you for the super chat, man. Welcome back. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, look at this, man. Welcome back, sir. And congratulations to you and the official Mrs. Mordianglory. Hey! Hope you're ready for one hell of a catch-up. I got decals on most of my army and made some good progress on some good old-fashioned cavalry for the Cadians. Nice. Dude, they look great, man. The army actually looks sick as fuck, bro. Yeah. So cool. I love that. That's a really good pair of command squads. And I have to say, you know, the new Cadians, I know I've been a champion of the old Cadians for a very long time. But I do have to say, I think the new Cadians, once you start massing them up in those numbers, you know, when you start getting them in those big, like 20-man platoons and stuff, I do think they look good. I think the problem, as always, is Games Workshop showing off like one squad in isolation on a white background just doesn't work. But showing them off like in country, as it were, like in game or en masse and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I love the the stubber there. That's so cool. Nice. Yeah, man. The army is really, really coming along, and it's looking fantastic. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work. Is Blood Red Skies any good? I've only ever heard good things about the game, but there's a whole thing where like you pivot your plane down to show it diving, and you pivot your plane up to show like ascending and all this kind of stuff. Apparently, it's a really fun game that actually plays very well. It's just hard to find people that like play it. But yeah, it's I've not heard anyone have a bad word to say against it. Yeah. Last Draken, thank you for super chat. Wedding congrats and final 10th edition Duos report in stream discussion. Let's have a look. First of all, congratulations on tying up Mrs. Mordian. Hey, thank you, man. May the first child be a strong child, a masculine child, a god child. And as for a name, Draconius is a great name and is capable for male or female. Draconius or Draconia. Of course. Game 1, 49.55, Rice and Beans, Orc, Cult, and Kron's Destroyer. Copters did work. Turn 1. I moved a block of Wolfen to go say hello to Wazdaka. Failed charge, and for Wazdaka, I swear you could hear whistling from his butt cheeks as he was clenched, knowing 20 thunder hammers with oath was coming for him. Lost a chunk to enemy fire. Good back and forth, so I served as a wall of meat that kept our armor safe. We ended at 3, but if the game got going, would have won. Or if the last time I was shooting, the Vindicator didn't whiff 8 instead of his shots, mass ones, would have won by 6 points. Good game overall. Special rule was no core strats turn 1. Interesting. Game 3, 38-29, Little Green Men, Orc, Cult, and Tal. This was a tough fight as Tal brought all the heat focused on my partner's tanks, popping 1 to 2 around. Orcs with mass copters was kryptonite for me, as mass volume rockets will kill my Wolfen. But it wasn't until top of 2 I noticed something illegal about the Orc player's list. When you build a list, you do so with a 1k restriction. He had 2x6 copters and 1x3 copters. Their discussion apparently the app let him do it. I tried double Titanic with still hammer with 1 as a character in the Titanic. It passes and the app says it's legal. So at least I get the benefit of doubt. We played it through as its last game, but clutched a win. I mean, to be fair, if the app lets you do it and you're playing at a 1k doubles tournament, I can understand like how that's happened. You know, and also, to be fair, I can absolutely see GW's app having coding problems. By the way, for those of you that don't know, the reason why GW moved to power level was because they needed to make it easier for them to code the app. Like that, I have no proof of this, but I have no proof of this. But this is my conspiracy theory. Before 10th edition, GW also had an app. It was very similar to the one we have now, but it had points for granular war gear, and it kept adding the numbers up wrong. So my personal theory is at the beginning of 10th edition, they switched everything over to power level so they could release an app, which they could then charge people for, which they do with Warhammer Plus, which would not only inflate their Warhammer Plus numbers, because they want it to look successful, but would also make it easier for them to program the app because they couldn't get it to add the numbers up right. Maybe I'm a bit crazy, but it wouldn't surprise me if that ended up being true. Hey, that looks cool, man. I love the double marine armies working together. That's cool. So that was game 3. So game 2, 90-29, Ominous Eyes, Inferno, Admech and Salamanders. This was a bloodbath, Dawn of War, but the narrative was both teams put 2 objectives anywhere in no man's land but 6 inches from all lines as edges in no man's land. Then the same for opponents home in their deployment zone. We had 5 objectives all near 6 inches of each other on one side, another alone on the other end. Oh dear God, it was bloodbath. Flamers, tanks, Wolfen smacked things around. My Wolfen took down a full HP Castellan in one go, then blew up. The Admech player had a full brick of chicken cannons with the Crucible Hero made of sprue to lead them. They didn't do anything as they got repulsed executioners to death. To quote Willem Dafoe, there was a firefight! That aside, great event from the 3rd game. 3 copies of a squad for 1k list. Looking forward to 11th. Maybe going for a more battle line focused list that seems to offer more primary game where we spam actions. Managed to ask the duos to how detachment points will work as a 1k list but 2k. Apparently 3 detachments will not be available. My opponent enjoyed the tank case attachment as he said he never played guard before with tank spam. He didn't use the auto round 6 part of the attachment but used the reroll damage. Lads cannon to Marshall cannon part of the attachment was popping enemy units left and right. I thought, wait, I'm confused. I thought your teammate had Space Marine tanks. Was he proxying them as something else? Or are you talking about maybe for a future event or something? But it looks fun either way. It looks fun. It looks like you guys had a great time. So awesome. And I guess now 11th edition awaits. 11th. We've had 10th edition duos, yes. What about 11th edition duos? There you are. Swordsman Smith, thank you for the 35 months, man. Latest pictures, hobby pictures in stream. Praise be. Dude, I saw this come in, man. It looks awesome. Let me find it. Yeah, man. Praise be up for Nurgle. Demons live at 11th, and for now, we are back on Death Guard train. Finish up a crab and some chaos spawn. Managed to terminate 11th? Yes, please. No. Wait. That's a really cool looking Defiler. I like the way you've done the flesh. It looks very, like, necrotic and dead, which is very appropriate for Nurgle. And I like the color scheme you've done. The cream, very, very nice. Kind of reminds me of almost a Heresy era one a little bit. Yeah. Hey, they look cool, man. Are they look like some of the Age of Sigmar models or something, man. They look good. Yeah, I haven't. It's funny. Everyone's been going on about how Defilers are kind of broken in 11th edition, in 10th edition, but as I've not played 10th edition competitively for like 3 months, I'm like, psh, someone else's problem. 2 Defilers and Morty has been disgusting. Marathon damage strat and more details Defilers to shoot back. You know, I'm going to say a controversial thing. As a Warhammer content creator, I'm going to say a controversial hot take. My life has been infinitely less stressful for basically not playing Warhammer for 3 months and just talking about it. I still talk about it. I keep my finger on the pulse, you know. But having like not played the game for like 3 months and just sort of talking about what's been happening instead, it's been a lot less stressful. Because it's like, oh no, look at the crazy, horrible, broken thing. Psh, doesn't matter. It's not going to fuck me. Oh, man. Yeah, Defilers are apparently ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, Warforged, can you go and buy 3 Defilers and then they'll get nerfed? Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, Yarrick was apparently game-breaking, but don't worry. Defilers are fine. They don't need a hot fix. Axion, thank you for the 4 months, man. Congratulations, Mordian. Well-deserved old beat. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been too long. Finally got finally got locked down, and I have to say it feels good. Yeah. Last Draken, thank you for super chat. Our new models look lacking in stream discussion. Calgar Kane coming soon. Why isn't Titus's face over Jurgen? You definitely need Calgar here. Calgar here, or everything that's red needs to be blue. And then Jurgen needs to have Titus's face. I love it. I love how much of a meme, like, everything being Calgar has become. I love it. Like, because it just sort of summarizes all of the beef in one perfect meme, you know. What have we got? Commander HHL, thank you for the Bean Blade. Thank you, bro. Welcome back, nerd. It's good to be back. Sorry it took me a little while to get your super chat. It's good to be back. Thank you for the generous support. And yeah, I've enjoyed my 2 weeks off, but I have very much enjoyed coming back, and I've been looking forward to streaming all day. And that's after, I flew back today. So, well, technically yesterday, but it was an overnight flight. I got like an hour's sleep on the plane and got like 4 hours sleep when I got back. But I was just excited to stream. So, yeah. I was like, do I stream tonight? Do I not? And I was like, yeah, I've had 2 weeks off. I should probably get back to it. But, dude, it's great to be back. And thank you for the big support, man. Bruce Oakman, thank you for the Bean Blade. Yes. Thank you, man. Here's the worst half of the morning household. Hope the better half enjoys spending time with you. It was nice, actually. We've both been working flat out for about a month or two before the holiday. Obviously, we want to try and... because Mrs. Morgan's self-employed as well. So when we both go off for 2 weeks, it's like we both essentially miss out of just 2 weeks of income. So that's we really, really pushed ourselves for 2 months before then, to make sure we could like cover all the bases and everything. And so we didn't spend a lot of time with each other in the first couple of months of leading up to the honeymoon, and then having just 2 weeks of just we spent every moment of it together. Like there wasn't like you nip over to the down to the coffee shop and get a coffee. And then we literally spent every minute together, and it was really, really good. Yeah, it was exactly what we needed. Yeah. Here's 20 quid to buy some bread that isn't US cake in disguise. Hope you had a cracking time, mate. Also, show the ring. Okay, here's the ring. There you go. Black ring with a couple of gold strips on it. And Mrs. Mordian has got a white gold ring. There you are. And as for US food, okay, I appreciate that I was eating basically very rich, like, dining out food, like, every opportunity, or like junk food if you ever get like a quick bite to eat on the move. But I really struggled with the American food this time. I don't know what's happened. Like the first 3 times I've been to America, and including Adepticon, so I've been to America about 6 times, and the first 5 times I never really struggled with the food, and this time I had like a single, like if I had anything that was like bready, like whether it was like a like burgers, for example, I got so bloated. I looked like a fucking inflatable balloon. I thought I was going to float off like a dirigible or something. It was crazy. Yeah, so I really struggled with the American bread this time. So I actually had to start avoiding like anything, just for my own. Like I could eat it, but I was just uncomfortably bloated. So I had to, after the first 4 or 5 days, I had to like avoid basically eating American bread because it was starting to I was uncomfortably bloated any time that I ate it. Yeah. And then I came back to the UK and I've had a big fucking curry and no bloat at all. Yeah. There you are. But I think it's probably just a case of the food. I'm not going to tar all of America's food with the same brush. I think it's very much the kind of food that I was eating had that effect on me. Yeah. It's the damn flour now. I started ordering Italian flour. Have you guys like changed your flour or something? Obviously it'll be different from state to state. I recognize that, but yeah. Or maybe it's just Florida food. Yeah. The bread sensed our ancient enemy. It's how they process it. Fair enough. It's damn corpse starch. Yeah. I had pasta. So here's the thing, though. I had pasta a couple of times, and I didn't have any problem with the pasta. And that might be a different kind of flour, though. I'm not entirely certain about how all different foods are made. And what was interesting, if I had fries, I also got quite bloated. But if I had mashed potato, I didn't get bloated. So, yeah. Yeah. So, it's interesting. I wonder, like, what the what would have been the common cause around all of that. But yeah. It's all the chemical additives because most pasta is handmade still. Ah, fair enough. Seed oils. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Who had discussing a man's bread bloat on their 2026 bingo card? Yeah. So no, I actually no. Bruce Oatman, you're absolutely right though. Like, I think the bread was causing me some issues. Yeah. And yeah, getting back, I have to say after a couple of weeks of eating, but I'd say the same thing in the UK, to be clear. Like if I ate out or got takeout like every single day for 2 weeks in the UK, I imagine I would feel very similar, very rich, sort of very, very rich very, very rich food, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm not really damning America, but I have to say when I got back to the UK, I was looking forward to, the first thing I was looking forward to was having some British food. Yeah. North America is fuck all food standards when it comes to fast food compared to EU. Yeah, I think that is it. I will say I think that is it. Yeah. You know what's gluten-free red meat? That's what I've been eating as a mainstay now. So I did have a couple of steaks whilst I was over there, and I have to say it was very, very tasty. And I didn't get bloated from that. So yeah. Crazy Rich Food eats curry. Curry is a British dish, depending on which curry you get. So this is something that a lot of people misunderstand. Like, so the most common curry dish in the UK, and it's not even close. It's like, it's not even close. It's chicken tikka masala. Chicken tikka masala does not, didn't exist in India. I'm sure there were close versions of it, whatever, but the way that it's produced in the UK now, like the dish that it's known as, chicken tikka masala, didn't exist. It was, we liked curry, and then basically we made our own, like, curry variation, and it became our favorite one. So if you eat a chicken tikka masala, you're basically having a British invented curry. Yeah. So I had a chicken tikka masala when I got back. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so I absolutely had a British food when I got back to Britain. You can guarantee that. Yeah, it's like British Chinese really isn't the same as Chinese food. Yeah, exactly, 100%, exactly. Yeah. It's one of the things that is kind of one of the things that British culture has done with a lot of foods is sort of take foods from around. I mean, I'm sure every country has done this, but take foods from around the world and then basically go, oh, we like that, but we'll make our own version of it. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm looking forward to do you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm just looking forward to having a bowl of cereal tomorrow. I love having a bowl of cereal, and I'm just looking forward to having it. Yeah. What do we got next? DJ is the Terminator. Thank you for super chat. Think there will be a 1-point artillery base attachment? I think of it. I think at some point in 11th, yes. Will it be on day one? I don't know. But I think Games Workshop is... I wouldn't be surprised if GW goes absolutely nuts with the amount of attachments in 11th edition. I think the ability for them to just spaff out almost a just constant churn of 1-point detachments is going to be the way they do things. I think they're going to do it from a balance point of view. I think they're going to do it from a money-making point of view. Like, oh, hey, why don't we release a 1-point artillery detachment, which will get a bunch of guard players to buy some artillery? Fuck yeah, okay. So I do think, though, controversial, I think it's not only going to be a way of them being able to pull levers to balance the game and pull levers to balance the budget, but I also think it could be a way of them, if it's going to happen, it'll be this way, introducing seasonal detachments. So you know how like in kill teams, certain kill teams only last for like a year and then they go away, they become declassified and basically become legends. It's like you still play them, they're just not like tournament legal. I think GW will have like seasonal detachments because it's much easier for them to do that with a bunch of 1-point detachments that only affect a very limited amount of units. They only have to come with like a stratagem or an enhancement for. Yeah. AOS have those. There you go. There you go. GW is MTGing Warhammer. They're doing it. They've seen the amount of money that MTG can make, and they're going to do it. Now, here's the question. Do you want to get real nutty? Will GW ever do crossover collabs like MTG did with like all the Marvel stuff? I mean, they already kind of have Lord of the Rings, right? That's not their official Warhammer IP. But that's different. They've had that for a while. That was a different angle. What if they were like... What if they wanted some of that Disney money? And they were like... You could have Captain America leading your Ultramarines. You could have Thanos leading your Black Legion. That one actually sounds kind of cool. I'm just saying. Everyone loves a good crossover. Everyone loves a good crossover. What if you could have Guardians of the Galaxy as a Imperial Agents unit for any Imperium force? They did do the Magic the Gathering cards. That's true, but that was Magic the Gathering. That was Warhammer going into Magic the Gathering. I'm talking about things coming into Warhammer. Now that's how you kill Warhammer. Blood Angels, Devil May Cry, Dante teams up with Dante. There you go. Transformers as knights. What if you could have Optimus Prime leading your Imperial Knights and Megatron leading your Chaos Knights? Could happen. What if Deadpool could be added to any army as a character? Just a force of chaotic neutral. Yeah. Think about it, right? The video game industry has done the shit out of this. Right? And they've been doing it a lot over the last few years. The last 2 or 3 years. Maybe 4 years. What do I always say about Warhammer? What do I always say about Games Workshop? They're always... You look at the video game industry, look back 4 years, that's where GW is right now. Well. 1 point Avengers detachment. There you go. The game industry has also a lot of money on that idea as well. Well, kind of. I mean, Fortnite does crossovers all the time. And whilst I think Fortnite is wobbling a little bit at the moment, it's been very successful for a long time. And a lot of people love the crossovers. Goku as a custodian. Yeah. This is the stuff you think about when you just want to troll yourself and think you've had too easy of a day. Okay. So, I don't know if we'll have that stuff go into Warhammer, right? But, as others were saying earlier, I absolutely think you could have Warhammer going out into other things. I think it would be entirely possible to see a Space Marine running around in Fortnite. And I think that I think people would be okay with it going out that way, but they're much less likely to have it come back that way. You know? Now, whether that's... I think there would still be positive and negative implications for Warhammer spreading out like that. I think that there will be a bit of feedback that comes back into the game from that. But I think it would be much, much more accepted by the community of things going out into other things. I think people will be way less against it. We already had a Kazakin in COD. There you go. That's true. You did get a Kazakin in Call of Duty. That's true. I forgot about that. And you got Liam Russ's in World of Tanks. There you are. That's where Magic the Gathering did it wrong. Magic the Gathering brought stuff into their game and it completely shattered the immersion around the game. I'll never forget when I remember Element Games as a whole, they often have like a bunch of like just mana cards you can just have because there's so many random mana cards going around. And I remember going, oh cool, a green, and I picked up the green mana card, and instead of showing, because I played Magic the Gathering like 20 years ago, instead of showing like a lush drawn forest, it was just a photograph of a suburban, like literally like normal houses, like a suburban like neighborhood, and there's like some trees, and it was like, wait, that's just like a normal house, like a modern normal house. And the guy at Edmund was like, oh yeah, that's like a mana from like the new like Marvel cards. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, I think Warhammer will go out, but I don't know how much will come in. If they did start having like Thanos leading Chaos Space Marines, or Titus, or Iron Man leading the AdMech or something, I think it would go down very poorly. No, scratch that. I think in the short term it would be very successful. I think if you told people you could have Iron Man leading your AdMech forces, I think a bunch of people would fucking pick up Iron Man without even questioning it. They'd be like, fuck yeah, this is so cool. And now that I've used that example, a lot of you at the back of your minds know that you could see it. You could see it happening as well. You may not like it, but you could see it happening. All right, what have we got next? I'm so far behind on super chats, man. What have we got here? Meryl, my boy! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. And Mal, as always, sir, I raise my glass to you. There's not much in it, but I raise my glass to you, sir. Thank you for your support and for doing your part. We've got Chicken Detonator, 29 months! Hey! Double X-Force, baby! Thank you, 29 months, man. Thank you for doing your part. We've got a Silent Warrior. Thank you for Super Chat. How I feel watching you play K47. Meme in Discord. Let's have a look. After begging multiple people in my gaming group to give it a try, they've all said no. It's just me and one friend who can't play very often. I'm living my K47 life through you, Mordy and Lol. Also, welcome back, sir. I'm pleased to see that you survived Florida. And here's where I'd keep my local Conflict 47 community if I had one. Dude.
You heard me. I said Cree.
I am sad to hear that. Because Conflict is a really good game. And I'm sorry that I'm not too surprised. There are some very, very entrenched Warhammer players. There are. But I'll say this. Sometimes you can't lead the horse to water. Sometimes you have to just put the information out there, and at some point people come around to it. I've lost track of the amount of times when I've said to people, hey, you should really check out this game. It's very good. And their instant reaction is, nah, I'm not interested. And then 6 months to a year, sometimes 2 years later, suddenly they're all in on it. Because the thing is, you have to think about what has led you to stray from the GW bubble. What has led you to want to go out of the GW bubble? It'll be a myriad of different circumstances. It could be boredom with 40k. It could be you're sick of one last price increase. You're sick of something getting legends, whatever it might be. It could be whatever reason it could be. There's something which has caused you to want to leave the GW bubble. And the thing is, other people will go through similar processes. They just might not have gone through the same shit as you yet. Other people will go through it, and eventually they'll step outside. It happens almost... Again, GW says it themselves. After 2 years, people stop spending money with them. They know it. So, you've put the information out there. Keep the flame alight. Keep playing when you can. And when people start showing interest, be there for them. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't stop them from shoving Lego up the bum. It's that simple. So you've shown them where the water is, but they'll only drink it when they're thirsty. But eventually, they will get thirsty. So just be there. Just keep the flame alight. Keep the back burner on. Keep it simmering away. And when they're ready, they'll come. There you are. Major Problems, thank you for the super chat, man. 34 months, Xbox, baby. Good to have you back, sir. Cheers to you and the missus. Hey, thank you very much, man. Major Problems, it's good to be back. Very, very happy to be back. I've been absolutely loving. I've been loving doing the streaming. I love my time off, but I'm loving back to streaming. I'm loving that I'm back to streaming. There you are. Hope everything's going all right on your end as well, mate. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for 30 months. Xbox, baby, welcome back and congrats, dude. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words and thank you for support, bro. Agus, 1980, thank you for the 3 months. Glad you're back. Hobby update and stream discussion, dude. It's good to be back, man. I'm looking forward. I'm actually really enjoying all of the hobby updates and everything. And I tell you what, if it wasn't for the fact that I've been away for 2 weeks, I probably would have done a hobby and stream tonight. I was really feeling it, but I figure there's going to be so much catching up to do. Not going to have an opportunity to do the hobbying stream, unfortunately. Yes, K47, baby! Dude, they look awesome. I love the blue that you've used for the skin on those Shrek Wolfen. They look sick, mate. I have to say, considering that they're metal models, I think the Shrek Wolfen sculpts look really good. I do wonder, I mean, I don't know if there's any burning rush to update the Shrek Wolfen from Warlord Games. They are eventually going to update everything in plastic, but I think they're kind of looking at the models and they're going, okay, which ones sort of desperately need the updates first, which ones don't. And I think a good example of ones that really aren't, I don't think anyone is crying out for plastic Shrek Wolfen anytime soon. The current models are bloody fantastic. I think that they'll eventually get redone, and when they do, they'll be amazing. Look what they did with the Ursus, right? But for now, they look pretty fucking good, and you've done a really, really good job on the. I love the blue skin with the black pants. That works really, really well. Yeah, that's so good. That's so fucking good, man. They look great. Nice. Loving the hobby updates. I've missed the hobby updates first. I have been keeping an eye on Discord, but it's still not. I still like going through them on stream. What have we got? So Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Mordian and Spriggs meme and stream discussion. Welcome back, dude. Thank you, man. Let's take a look. Mordian trying to escape Spriggs.
I already have 12 other guys telling me I'm pretty. Be different.
I am autistic.
I already have 12 other guys telling me I'm pretty. Be different.
I am autistic.
True story. I love it, man. That's so good. Launch boarding, Spriggs. Oh, man. Yeah, I love that. That's... Spriggs just spamming 07. God damn it. Lord Davian, thank you for the 45 months, man. Excellent, baby! My completed Van Pelt and stream discussion under Commissar Falk. Let's have a look, bro. I want to glory. A hunter from the darkest wild makes you feel just like a child. Inquisitor Van Pelt is done. Nice. He looks really good, man. He looks really, really good. I really like this model. I've heard it's a bit of an arse to paint. Not paint, to build. Apparently the horse thing is in like many different legs, many different parts. But to be honest, you're only ever going to need one of them. And it does look like an incredible model. This is, to me, this is one of the best models that GW has released in 10th edition. It just feels, you look at it and you're like, yep, that's definitely a 40k model. And yep, that's definitely an Ordo Xenos Inquisitor. I mean, it looks 1,000 times better than Captain Underpants. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really, really good model. I've zero really good paint job, and I've zero criticism on the design as well. I think they've done a good job on that model. Yeah. Really, really good. That's cool, man. I love it. Excellent work. Major problems. I don't want peace. I want problems always. Ladies, gentlemen, smallfoot creatures of Alpha Centauri, I propose the formal title of First Lady of the Community in regards to Mrs. Mordian. Yeah, I think First Lady of the Community goes over a lot better than the People's Wife. I love it, man. Thank you so much for the support, and I think we can. I think we'll ratify that one. There you are. James Schaefer, thank you for 23 months. X-Force, baby! Nearly double X-Force, man. Congrats on your marriage. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support and for the kind words. Lancet, thank you for super chat. Congrats, Mordian. Some local community pictures in stream discussion. Dude, thank you, man. Let's take a look. Some pictures from the North Alabama bolt action community. Cool. Let's take a look, man. Hey, it's so cool. I love seeing the bolt action boards. Love seeing the Rangers in action as well, man. That's cool, man. Nice. T-34s, KV2s, my beloved. That's cool, man. The Lee. The Lee is actually a really good unit in bolt action. The double tap it can do with its guns is very effective. Hey, K47, nice. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That linebacker, and then seeing the Ursus and the Mammoth there. Shit. That linebacker's got its work cut out for it. That's for sure. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. Lancet, thank you for sharing those pictures, man. Squiggle Sean, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Thank you for the 10 extra totem core to hold the line. I'm thinking I need to get more totem core. I'm thinking I might treat myself to the totem core. I need to get myself the totem rotter starter army. I need some Naxxeras, and I could do with having 90 zombies, you know? That could be a thing. That could be a good thing. It's a good starter army. It is, yeah. John Shepard, thank you for 13 months. Xbox, baby! Picture stream discussion. I've spent a bunch over the last 2 weeks. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Well, this month has been pretty expensive for me. Atomic Mass Games are stopping supporting the skirmish game Star Wars Shatterpoint, so I bought a load of them before Scalpers picked them up. I picked this up from I picked this lot up from Wayland Games and Goblin Gaming, about 400 quid. Then I was at Parts and War Games show and spent 400 quid. And I'm going to 2K Games Expo next Friday. More toys to buy, lol. Hey, That's nice. Well, hey man, if you enjoy the game, then you're absolutely right, because you got to get those models before they go away, because over time they will absolutely become harder and harder to get their hands on. Yeah. I know some people were less of a fan of Star Wars Shatterpoint, but it's important to remember that like there are people out there that enjoy the games, and I think the problem Shatterpoint had was mostly just I think it was kind of like in between. It looked. I think the problem is sort of Star Wars Legion kind of had a resurgence at the same time as Shatterpoint, and I think that they're relatively similar. But I still think that if you're someone that enjoys the game, then, enjoy it. Have fun with it. And I bet you could probably get a bit of cross compatibility going over with Legion if you end up needing to play a bit of that as well. So yeah, there you go. Cool. Very cool. I actually have some Star Wars Shatterpoint, but I got it when I went to Adepticon. It was in the goodie bag that I got. I always meant to crack it open, but maybe if we ever bump into each other, you can have my Star Wars Shatterpoint. And I won't, you can just have it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to sell it to you. Like, because I'm never going to use it at this point. So yeah, if I ever bump into you, there you go. Because I think I've got, what is it? Ahsoka, maybe? Scalp is probably worth a bunch. Maybe. I'll see. To be fair, if the prices end up going high, I might sell it. But yeah, I'd rather give it to someone in the community that would use it. What do we got next? Uncle Clumsy, thank you for super chat, man. Industry discussion while you were out. Not all of us have been gallivanting about with nonsense like marriage. Some of us have been getting busy, getting ready for the arrival of B for Bertie. Seriously though, congratulations again, Mordy. The ring suits you, bud. Oh, thank you, man. I'm still getting used to it, I have to say. It's because I always said I'd just a personal thing. I've never, as like an adult, I've never worn any jewelry, and I say as an adult because when I was like 7, I had like a shark tooth necklace that I got on a Spain holiday that I wore for like a few months. But I've basically, other than that, I've basically never worn any jewelry, and I always said to myself, the only piece of jewelry this came from nowhere other than myself. I said the only piece of jewelry I'll ever wear will be my wedding ring. Like that's the one I'll wear. And so I've not worn it before. I'm not used to wearing it. So I still find myself like, playing with it. I keep doing that with my thumb and everything. Like I keep, sometimes I haven't quite got used to like washing with it on. Like you can't just keep it on all the time, but I sort of take it off to like wash my hands or to like shower and stuff like that. But I think I just need to just leave it on, just completely leave it on, stop taking it off for that kind of stuff, and just get used to it. Yeah. But it's just because I'm not used to wearing any sort of jewelry. Yeah. Dude, they look amazing, man. Holy shit. B for Bertie is gonna be so good. He's coming out soon, right? Next month. Holy shit, that's come around so quickly. See, it's funny, because on the one hand, I'm always like, the Warlord pre-orders, they take too long. Give me all the cool stuff now. And on the other hand, I'm like, wow, that 3 months went by really quickly. Like, this time next month, we should be having our B for Berties and stuff in hand and built and painted, I think, roughly speaking. Yeah, crazy. And remember, when the British automated stuff comes along, when this pre-order ends, the next pre-order starts, the new tranche of models comes in. Warlord is constant. They've got such a good pipeline of stuff coming out, and let me tell you, it's going to keep getting better and better and better. Yeah. I can't say. I can't say, like, I know what's going to come in the next tranche of models with Invasion America. And I know I've started to get some information on what's going to come in the next one as well. For what's going to be in the stuff that comes out at the end of the year. Not end of the year, September. Oh. Shit, boys. Shit. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be very good. Yeah. These models look amazing, man. I love the color scheme that you've done on the Humber, and I love the color scheme you've done on the robots. And I love the fact that the robots have got some like salvaged arms and stuff, because you could absolutely like take an arm from one robot and use it to repair another one. Such a cool idea. Excellent stuff, man. 10 out of 10. What have we got next? Eric, thank you for super chat, man. Welcome back. Hobby update in stream discussion. Welcome back. Congrats on the marriage. God bless. Here's an update to my CSA 4s. Hey! So it looks like maybe some people do not believe in FDR's divine right. And maybe the South is rising again to throw off the shackles of the fake prophet FDR. I love that. I definitely think there's going to some people are not going to be okay with FDR being a god. Yeah, I love the idea of maybe another like the Confederates like rising up again to try and like push back against FDR, because he's gonna be grabbing power. He's gonna be federalizing everything. You know. There you go. That's cool, man. Is that the Tesla Sherman, or is that the Tesla Sherman? Is that a different? I mean, I think it was a different one. It looks like a slightly different Sherman hull. It looks good though. I need to get myself an official Tesla Sherman, so I might just be unfamiliar with the kit. It looks good though. This one looks a little bit different to this one, maybe, but maybe it's just those back panels for like the Tesla guns. It could be. Yeah, it looks good though. It's a very unique idea for an army, and I think it'll look striking on the tabletop and make for a good bit of that sort of alt history stuff that you can do with conflict. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's very cool. Nice. Good stuff. All right. Love that, bro. Nice. What have we got next? I think they did a good job on the paint scheme as well. We've got Commander HHL. Thank you, super chat. Like the stream, troopers. That's an order. No, I do appreciate you saying that, guys. Yeah, with it being the first stream and me being back, I've been out of the YouTube algorithm for a couple of weeks. You'd be amazed at how that does affect the channel. So if you haven't done so already, please like the stream. Please subscribe to the channel. All that kind of good stuff. Chat away as much as you can. Let's feed the insatiable YouTube algorithm as much as we can. There we are. Thank you, Commander HHL, for reminding me to shill that a little bit. It's the older bot action kit. Eric. Good to know. Well, dude, it looks awesome, man. Really, really good job, and I love the idea for the army. But Mountain, thank you for super chat. Really want to get my hands on one of those mystery boxes, but we're mere weeks away from the Japanese pre-order being announced, I believe. Maybe next time, lol. So what I would say is, it's a 3-month pre-order, bro. Now, I'm not trying to, I'm not like, use my affiliate link below. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to sort of remind you that you could put your pre-order in on the last day, 3.5, 4 months from now, and still get everything you need for the pre-order, right? So I don't know what your hobby budget's like, but this is the thing. It's not like, and there's no FOMO. It's not like, oh, they're gonna run out of pre-order. This is not Games Workshop. So you could get yourself a mystery box now, and then get the Japanese stuff when it, 2 months from now. And look, right, the whole point of the mystery boxes is that they're if you're worried like, okay, it's not really a money thing, Mordian, but it's more of a like, I don't want to get a bunch of stuff for one faction that I'm not going to use when like the Japanese pre-order is going to come out, and I don't want to end up with like a mystery box for the Americans and the actual army I want, which is the Japanese. So I get that. There is always, look, you can't guarantee anything, but you can always, when you order a mystery box, you can email the Warlord support with your like order number and be like, I'm really excited for the mystery box, but I'm going to be getting the Japanese stuff when it comes out on pre-order. Is there any chance, like, you just ask nicely and be like, is there any chance that with my mystery box it could be the Japanese one, just so that I can go all in on that particular faction a bit more. And they might not be able to do anything. They might be like, you just get what you get, or they might be like, yeah, we'll see what we can do. Because I think Simon did that when he Salty Simon, when he got a mystery box for the Allies, and he was like, please, I know it's an Allied mystery box, but I'm not interested in the Americans. If you could make it if it's all possible, if it could be on the something for the British, that would be great. And I think he ended up getting a British, or maybe it's the other way around. I can't quite remember. But yeah, he asked nicely, and they were able to accommodate him. But I know some people have asked, and they've not been able to accommodate it. But you don't ask, don't get. Yeah. I have everything but Soviets. It's a big gamble, lol. I mean, not really. Okay, dude, if you've got everything but Soviets, it's actually the least of a gamble, because either you get an injection of new stuff for a faction you've already got, great, no risk. Oh, I got more Brits for my Brits. Okay, brilliant. Or you end up getting the Soviets, and it's like, oh, sweet, now I've got the last army. I actually think you're in a position where it's less of a risk. Yeah, it's less of a risk. Mad Larkin K47 mystery. I mean, I don't know if you've missed it, Mad Larkin, but they're doing mystery boxes for K47. Yeah, they've announced them. I think they're available right now. Yeah, look, there you go. 100 Conflict 47 mystery box. £125. You get at least £200 worth of models, and everything is for one faction. So you're not going to get a random smorgasbord. And when I emailed Ward about it, it's going to be like, the idea is the mission boxes are going to be themed around giving you a functional army, not around like giving you a random collection of shite. So it's pretty good. Also, have you guys seen this? This is fucking unreal, man. I'm going to do a proper stream highlight on this. But so Conflict 47 Mollet Walker, 60 quid, right? That is expensive. Hang on. It's expensive because it's made out of fucking resin. It's just a giant brick of traditional resin, basically. But I don't know if it says it here. Okay, it doesn't say it here, but it did say it in the newsletter that Warlord sent out. If you buy the resin Mollet Walker, because they know because it's a stopgap model, because you know it's coming in plastic by the end of the year, this is kind of one of those sort of things where it's like, hey, we'll make as many as we've got ordered, basically, for those people that want to be an early adopter. But if you buy the resin mullet, you get a voucher towards the cost of a plastic mullet. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the full cost of a plastic mullet, or if it's going to be like 50% off. But the point is, you get the resin one, and then you get a discount on the plastic one. So that's pretty fucking crazy. That's amazing. Yeah. They're like, hey, we know that some of you want the mullet now, but we know that asking 60 quid for this is a lot, but it's because it's made out of resin, so it's a much more cost-intensive process. but we're going to sell it you for this price now, and then when you get the plastic one, you can get it much cheaper. Generally, it's going to be cheaper anyway because it's going to be made of plastic. And on top of that, those of you that supported us with the resin one are going to get a little thank you from us for the plastic one. GW can't fathom. I know, man. It's crazy. Like, imagine if GW had... An equivalent example of this would be, imagine if GW had sold you the plastic Lieutenant Titus. And they were like, oh, yeah, we've, you know, they're like, we know we're going to replace this with the Titus and Heroes model, and that this datasheet's not going to be sticking around for very long. So you buy this one, and we'll give you, like, even if it's like a tenner, we'll give you a 10 quid voucher for the proper Titus model when it comes out later. Yeah. But no, it's like, hey, here's the Lieutenant Titus model. Oh, yeah, that's Legends now. Here's the proper Titus model. Buy it twice. Bruce Oakman, do you know we can't even fathom a sale, Morning Glory? They'd never figure out Goodwill, move like Warlord. It's crazy, isn't it? The thing is, okay, like, there's, okay, I think there's two reasons why Warlord is doing this. Okay? And I think both of them, one of them is slightly more calculated than the other. Firstly, Warlord Games is a smaller company with actual human beings that work there. And pretty much everyone at Warlord is a wargamer. So, for example, those that know Chris, the guy that's been... he's been doing a bit of social media for Warlord, and he's going to be running the flagship Warlord store. He when he got a job at Warlord Games, they were like, "Oh, do you have a bolt action arm?" And he was like, "No." And they were like, "Okay, well, your first order of business is you need to go and buy and build, obviously staff discount, like buy and build a bolt action army, and you need to play like a dozen games with it. That's your first job at this company, is to do that." Because you need to get a feel, you know, if you're going to work here, you need to be a war gamer with our products. Not just with our products, but like, you know, if you're going to be selling people by action, you should have played by action. Does that make sense? And so that's imagine going to a company that, yeah, the first thing you need to do is, yeah, go and play bot action. That's the first job we're giving you as a new employee. That's kind of cool, right? So the first thing is that they're definitely, like, they are normal people that work in wargaming who are wargamers. And so there's an element of, okay, we know that this resin model is a stopgap. We don't want to sell people a stopgap model and then they maybe get bent out of shape, especially if it's an expensive one, like a 60 quid mullet, right? And then to get bent out of shape when the plastic one comes along, we know that they wouldn't be super happy with that. So, hey, get the mullet, get a discount on the plastic one. It's like that. That's the right thing to do. I also expect there is an element of, and I have no proof of this, by the way. I know I talk to Warlord a lot, but I've not like had any conversations with them around this. This is my pure fan theory. All right. But I think that Warlord Games is a miniature gaming company, but every miniature wargaming company out there is aware of 3D printing and recasters. And I also think with a company like Warlord, when they do have competition with their main game, which is bot action, which is every other historical miniature out there, and there's an element of, well, if we treat our customers like shit, they can and will go somewhere else. And so there's an element of, look, we have competition. We need to stand apart from the competition. This is how we're going to do it. And then that sort of feeds also into the thing that I've been saying for a little while, which is that, you know, piracy is a service issue. Myself personally, but I also know many of you in this community, have had the option, you know, maybe you've dabbled with a bit of 3D printing here and there. You know, for example, I don't think it's unreasonable at all that anyone's 3D printed a bunch of Style Trooping torsos to make the Style Trooping kits go a bit further. But the vast majority of people that buy into bolt action and buy into conflict will buy the official models rather than will buy the vast majority of their collection as official models rather than 3D printing their entire armies. There's always going to be exceptions that prove the rule, but I think the majority of people, they like what Warlord does, so they support Warlord. And I think it comes down to that age-old saying, which is piracy is a service issue. If you have a bunch of people running around pirating your products, and I do think it could be fair to say that 3D printing and recasting is pirating. It's the equivalent in miniature wargaming as video game piracy. The only way you beat that is by providing a good service. You can't beat it by trying to clamp down on it. It'll never work. All you will do is drive more and more people to recasters and 3D printing, which is exactly what we've seen with Warhammer. But if you offer a good service, then it's it fights that a lot better than any amount of crazy break the models down to the harder to recast and all that kind of bollocks. Yeah. Conflict Gas, 60 quid is a bit crazy for a media walk, a discount or not. They need to offer an 8% discount, lol. And I agree. I think 60 quid is a lot for a medium walker. I mean, that's actually, I think that's more than we've seen with things like the Grizzly, right? Yeah, the Grizzly's only £41.50. So, yeah, I agree. 60 quid is a lot. I think it's because it's basically made to order. It's literally, it's a made to order, pre-order, early access kind of thing. It's like, hey, you know the mollet's coming in plastic. If you want to wait for it, wait for it. That's fine. If you want to buy it now, here it is. If nobody buys it, then it's like, okay, I guess we don't have to make any to order. We'll just wait for the plastic ones to come along. See what I mean? Yeah. Is Warlord resin the new injection resin or traditional forge shell? It's a mixture of both. So some of the weapons will, and some of the parts will be, some of the minor parts will be made out of Warlord resin. The vast majority of it is traditional resin. Yeah. The Canorian, to be honest with Warlord, I don't think there's enough people to want to organize the level of pirating that you might see in Warhammer Sphere. The recasters recast Warhammer because it sells at scale. That is absolutely true, the Canorian. There's definitely an element of that. But it's also, I think you are absolutely correct that, but I would also say it's about, I would also say we're not looking at necessarily raw numbers. I also think there's a level of proportionality. Like, let's say overnight we make Conflict 47 as it's been presented now by Warlord, you know, with all the good vibes and the way they've been trying to handle things the right way. We make it the size of Warhammer 40k. We snap our fingers and we make that happen. Which game do I think is going to suffer more piracy? I would say 40k would suffer more piracy. Now, proportionally, the amount of piracy that would be happening in Conflict 47 would be much higher. Not just the raw numbers would obviously be higher because just more people, so more people would do it. But proportionally to how much I think people would support the company, I think you'd have more people that would be, no, I'm buying it from Warlord because they did the right thing. Yeah. Maybe that's cope. Maybe I'm eating pie in the sky. Who knows? But I think that if you had both the same size, I think you'd see more people pirate 40k simply because of the way GW does things versus the way that Warlord does things. Yeah. What do we got next? The Warforged. Thank you, the 44 months, man. Congrats. Thank you, bro. Also, I got 2 more Night Lords painted. Nice. Let's have a look. Welcome back and congrats. While our Imperial Overlords have been taking their rest, I've been building, scheming in the walls, and gotten 2 more characters painted. Returning from the nightmare realm with the warp, the Jaeger returns. No longer the champion of Nox, but its blade. Behold, the Jaeger, the blade of Nox. Upon the fate of Thanatos, the Jaeger fought and slaughtered an Imperial saboteur, Sly Marbo, an Eldar with Eldrad, and an Emperor's champion back to back, his bloodthirst unfulfilled. He chose the path of self-indulgence instead of the malefic goals of Nox, and chose to slay the High Marshal Helbert of the Black Templars. The fight was fierce but quick, so enthralled in the hunt, he was no match for the prowess of the High Marshal, thus was cleaved in two. His body was MIA, taken by Nox before it could be taken to the pyre. Recognizing its firstborn symbiosis, he did not subject its creation to an eternity of suffering, instead splitting a soul into shards and bonding them to his weapons and jump pack. The items returned to the Nox Mortis. The Jaeger is no longer the champion of Nox, but its blade, its executioner. He has one shot of penance, to slay the governor and complete the ritual and cascade the planet of Thanatos to endless night. Hey! He looks amazing, man. Holy shit, bro. Wow. He looks so cool. I love the lore of the character. It's getting built up and built up from the battles that he's played and the Thanatos lore as well. I love the red on the wings, man. And that blue on the blade is awesome. Kind of reminds me of like a gore bag from Fallout, man. That's super sick. From the ashes of Thanatos, a new champion of Nox arises. Introduce the new warlord of the Nox Mortis, Daharis Morgaris, the Midnight Man. From the ashes of their defeat at the fate of Thanatos arises a new figure, birthed on the main battle barge, the Thunder Child, by the Void Mother. He has never known the comforts under the wings of Aquila, only the silence of the eternal void, one who has never stepped in the Emperor's light. The Void Mother's grand machinations finally pieced together for solidified control of the Nox Mortis forevermore, in the grip of Nox. His goal is to amass a fleet of Night Lords so large that eclipses all under the Night Terror. For when he comes, the Night Lord comes for you. Nice. Wow, that's such a good model. That's so cool. Oh, I love that, man. Holy shit. That's actually so badass. Yeah. That's really, really badass, man. Holy fuck. A new champion! A new champion! Ah! I can't wait to see him in action on the battlefield, bro. He's going to be cool. Amazing stuff, bro. I'm feeling it. I'm going to be putting out a big update for Tantalus. I'll probably do it. I'm thinking, I'll try and do it by the end of the month. So that it gives people June and July. Because it's yeah, June gives us, I think it's, God, fucking hell, I can't remember what day it is now. Let me have a look. I think it's August that we're doing the event, but it might be July. But it gives people a month. At least. Maybe 2. Let me have a look. 29th, 3rd of August. Yeah, I thought it was August. Yeah. So it gives people 3 months. It gives them June, July, and most of August to get ready. If I can, yeah, that's the way I'll probably do it. I keep thinking it's July, but it's June. It's August. No, it's August, not June. It's August. Ibram Gorn, thank you for the 18 months. A grand update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Congratulations, sir. Even if you did ruin my 28 chapter Spriggs and Mordian fanfic in the past 2 weeks. Terrain has been painted. Cavalry has started. The Falconet was built. Nax Airs were built. And a combined regiment takes the field and Metal State troops. Judah has finally announced the model that I want. The 3 commissars playing by action will be a great diorama. Also, I thought you could make a traitor guard K47 to the Axis. Stalzerker Space Marines, Nat Jaegers as demons. You should try running Nat Jaegers starting on the board next to an officer with 2 Rift Mastery to make a surging dice to give to the Jaegers so they get pen and extra attacks. If Ken goes Legends, my trip to England 2028 might be made in a Stuka. Hey, that terrain looks good, bro. Wow. Yeah, dude, you've done a good job on that. That's cool, man. Yes. Yes. Is that the epic scale stuff? I love it. Epic scale pike and shot. Hey, that looks good, man. I love the color scheme on the Nax errors. Oh, so cool. Yes. So fucking cool, man. I actually got a little bit of my own epic scale stuff painted before I went away. I got 2 more strips of the basic line infantry painted up. And then I also painted a little dude on a horse. A little horse dude. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, I do love, I want to paint more epic scale stuff. I really do enjoy it. It's very good. I love it, man. Great work all around. I'm sorry about ruining the fanfic. Russ W, thank you for 23 months. X-Force, baby! Congrats and welcome back. Dude, thank you so much for support. It's good to be back. Starbug, thank you for 3 months. Welcome back and congrats, man. Dude, thank you, bro. I'm getting 2 Kanes. Yes, we will be covering Kaifer's Kane coming back later in the stream. We'll catch all the super chats and then we'll catch on a few topics that we need to talk about. Yeah. We've got Zello. Thank you for 4 months, man. Good evening, sir. I hope you had a great holiday. I did. Really good holiday. I mean, holiday / honeymoon. But no, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm glad to be back, but I enjoyed my time away. Yeah. Commander HHL, thank you, super chat. Here's another way to say, welcome back, nerd. Hey, thank you so much for the Bean Blade. Yes, thank you, man. Thank you for the support, and thank you for the very warm welcome back, and thank you for your extensive patience, because I must be hours behind in my super chat, so I do apologize. But bro, thank you so much, man. We've got Cosmic Drew, 45 months. Welcome back. Looks like I'll need a new stream time. Yeah, bro. I mean, it's kind of crazy that I go away for 2 weeks and fucking Cosmic comes in here like a goddamn like vulture circling the corpse. He's like, oh yes, I'm going to stream at Mordian's time. I'm only kidding. I actually tuned into a Cosmic stream. I thought it was very good. I thought you should. I thought you were quite good at it, and I quite liked your comment when you were like, "I quite enjoy streaming. It's quite fun. It is fun. I think if you enjoy it, you should keep doing it. Like, just I do really enjoy live streaming and making models, making videos, and all that kind of stuff. And even if you just do it as a bit of a hobby, or yeah, but yeah, yeah, dude. I thought it was pretty cool that you did it, and I thought you were pretty good at it. So yeah, I'd say if you can find the time to keep doing it, you should do. You can be the pre-stream, yeah, be the pre-stream. There you go. There you are, man. I like that. RTRT, thank you for the 24 months, man. X-Force, baby! A double X-Force. A big, mean, and green war machine. Work in progress in stream discussion. There we go. Wow, what the fuck is this, man? An old war machine colossal. The Cardor Conquest. It's big, it's mean, and it's green, just like my... Never mind. Also, Steamforged Games are bringing back classic Protectorate of Menoth. Hype, the heretics will burn upon the pyres. Yeah, I mean, that's an amazing model, man. That's absolutely fucking massive. That's so cool. I have to say, I've been hearing things about War Machine, like, coming back. I remember Trooper number 2102, he was one of the first guys that was like, hey, it's coming back and it's really good. And, yeah, and I've actually heard a few people talking about it. It would genuinely be a bit crazy if in my lifetime I saw the rise, fall, and rise of War Machine. For those of you that for those greenhorns, for those of you who are a bit younger, there was a time when War Machine almost killed Warhammer 40k. And to be clear, we're not talking, oh, it was a 40k killer, but it never got close. No. it got this close. And basically War Machine actually overtook. It's hard to believe it now, but War Machine actually completely smashed and overtook Warhammer. Like I remember multiple clubs where it was the most popular game by a long way. And this is when there weren't that many clubs around, right? So this isn't like, oh, Mordy found 1 or 2 players. No. Please, I'm not bullshitting you. It was a very, very big deal, War Machine. And one right decision by Games Workshop, and one, arguably, I would say, 1 or 2 bad decisions made by War Machine, Privateer Press, basically switched the fates. But I promise you, there is a timeline out there in the multiverse. There's a timeline out there where GW didn't make that right decision, and War Machine didn't make those wrong decisions, and War Machine is the most popular game, and Warhammer is a thing of the past. Yeah, and it was for a few years as well. We're not talking like 6 months. We're talking for a moment. I'd say for 2 or 3 years, War Machine was dominant. Look, if I remember, War Machine ran into some big aesthetic issues, didn't they? Low standards of models and boards destroyed immersion. Truthfully, I think the big thing that fucked War Machine over, I mean, like I said, on the GW side, it was the 8th edition. 8th edition 40k resurged Warhammer in a big way, and if GW hadn't made that decision, then I think it would have died. If they hadn't pulled off 8th edition, 40k would be dead. GW would be bankrupt and right now, and 40k would be dead. No doubt in my mind. They would have collapsed. So there's that. The fact they landed 8th was the big one. And the problem with War Machine is, just as 40k got their shit back together, War Machine stumbled in a few big ways with how they like interacted with the community. And I mean, to be honest, a lot of what happened with War Machine is happening with 40k now. They constantly fucked with the game, updating it, balance patching it, and then they constantly legendsed a whole bunch of people's models. Yeah. It's amazing to me. Games Workshop has pretty much done everything that War Machine did to fuck up, and they're still going. Whereas War Machine, yeah, Games Workshop. It's so weird. Like, I don't know. It really does feel like the 40k community has an infinite appetite for getting fucked over. Because everything that Privateer Press did to fuck over War Machine, Games Workshop has done to fuck over Warhammer. And yet Warhammer just got bigger and bigger. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird, man. People just... Yeah, people just... I don't know. People just seem to... People like to get pegged by Daddy DW, apparently. There you are. What have we got next? Tom, thank you so much, man. 47 months. Hey, dude, I need to get an extra badge, man. 4 years next month, man. Incredible. Post a YouTube short and stream discussion. Big project. Let's have a look. Where is it? No, here you go. Wait, Helms D? 1 minute. Helms Deep print complete. Wow. That's cool, man. That's very cool. That's very, very cool. Holy shit, bro. I'm looking forward to it. I think every Warhammer nerd out there would love to play a Battle of Helm's Deep. Yeah. Would love it. Holy shit, man. That's cool as fuck. I look forward to more updates, bro. That's awesome. Giovanni, thank you for the 9 months, man. Let us get 12 Lehman Russes in 2K. I mean, that would be cool, right? Being able to, I think, how many? I think 10 is the amount for a Lehman Russ tank company. Let me have a look. Is it 10? There's a 4 structure on these things. Yeah, so a Lehman Russ company is 10 Lehman Russes. 1 command tank and 9 other tanks. So as long as you can get 10 in 2K, you're running a proper tank company. So 12 is nice. Don't get me wrong. The more the better, right? The more the better. 12 is nice. But to get that tank company vibes, 10 is enough. Yeah. Heathen General, thank you for 32 months. Xbox, baby. Armored Infantry or Mechanized Assault, your favorite? Oh, Armored Infantry, man. 100%. Yeah, Mechanized Assault is a bit of a dog shit detachment, frankly. Yeah. Armored Infantry all the way. Cosmic Drew, thanks for the chat. You missed a lot without to keep. You missed a lot without you to keep me in line. I went crazy and started streaming to fill your void. It was fun. I think I'm gonna keep doing it. Also, I made a new channel with my buddy called Aluminium Foil Sounds. I love that, bro. Well, dude, dude, Cosmic, I missed the sound of the octopus. Cosmic, I went 2 weeks without hearing the octopus song. It was sad, you know. I thought I would rejoice. I thought I've escaped the Octo cult, but it turned out I never wanted to leave. But no, dude, honestly, man, I'm glad you enjoyed your, try and streaming out, and you should keep. If you enjoyed it, keep doing it. Have fun. That's the whole point, you know. Yeah, I love it. I'd love to check out your new channel as well. Put it in stream discussion now. Take a look. CJ, thank you for super chat, man. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Thank you, bro. Skirmish game I've been most impressed with is Cyberpunk Combat Zone. Activations have a quality that acts as movement distance or the dice you roll and your health. As you get injured, you get worse dice, but more likely to crit. Ooh, interesting. I have heard of the Cyberpunk game, and I have heard it's very good. And I never played it myself. But I've seen a few people playing around with it in the MG community, and I have to say, I've not heard anyone have a bad word against it. I've heard people say, yeah, it's legit, it's very good. So that's super cool, man. That's super fucking cool. So yeah, dude, thank you for the support, and yeah, keep me posted. Keep me posted. I'm always on the lookout, even if it's vicariously. To enjoy other war games. Yeah. Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat. Necromolds is the perfect beer and pretzel game. It does look like that. Like the idea of getting maybe a little tipsy with your buddies and just being like bah bang and like smashing people's models. It looks great. Yeah, I am very excited for the. I'm not excited. I'm very curious about the Necromolds idea, and I'm very. I'm excited to see if some people in the community end up picking it up. Yeah. Elden Lee, David, 25 months. X-Force, baby. The Return of the King. You're too kind, sir. Got some hobby stuff for in-stream discussion. Let's have a look. I I'm now full-time working on my guard. I started with hippos, which I fall in love with. Awesome sculpts. Also, before printing Tiny Legends, Legionnaires like a madman, I'll work on some conversions. Baby steps. I don't get why GW decided to go the Krieg route to represent Steel Legion, just because they have gas mass. I think head-swap Cadians look way more convincing. Imagine we just had a conversion sprue from the beginning. Also, the new kill team is amazing. They might be my favorite GW models ever. No joke. Also, I got to try all the new stuff in a friendly game. Hippos and Centaurs look fine. They do their job. A bit expensive, though. If they get small points cuts, I think they'll be really solid. Really valid. Yarrick, though, let's just say I couldn't reliably trigger counter strategies versus fucking orcs and melee horde army. I can't imagine how frustrating that 9-inch aura from a 32-inch base feels against a shooting army. GW did us dirty on that front. Gotta love when they overcorrect stuff because of top players at internet backlash. We didn't even get to field him before the nerf. Remind you, this is the same company that allows 6 night lists and 4 Catan lists for over a month. Dude, over a month? They're still running. Dude, they're still running 4 Catans. We've been on Catan spam for nearly 6 months. Yeah, dude. No, the hippogriffs look awesome. These look especially good. But the hippogriff models look awesome. And yeah, I think that GW's, you know, I literally agree with everything you say. Why haven't we got Steel Lead? Everyone has been saying for years, GW, just give us upgrades, sprues. Just give us upgrades, sprues. And they won't. Like, the only reason a company like Anvil Industry and Victoria Miniatures exists is because people were like, hey, we want to do head swaps on our guard. And they went, okay. And they built an entire company based off that shit. It's crazy, man. Yeah. These look awesome, though. It's funny. Have they reused... GW's so naughty, aren't they? They've reused the bloody exhausts from the Sentinel. Have I got it here? Or here? Yeah. Yeah, that's the... Yeah. They're so naughty for reuse. I mean, I say naughty. That they are bad for reusing digital assets a lot. And yeah, they've reused the Sentinel exhaust there. Yeah. Shouldn't the exhaust look the same? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not a massive expert on vehicles, but I'm pretty certain the exhaust on my car is different to the one on Mrs. Mordian's car, and the exhaust on, like, an Abrams tank is going to be different to the exhaust on a Bradley. It's going to be different to an exhaust on a, like a Challenger. It's going to be different exhaust to, like, a T-72. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be different. Squawk, your car and Mrs. Mordian's car weren't designed for use in an STC. Yeah, but you think they made one exhaust design via STC and then... That makes no sense whatsoever. Like, STCs... That literally... Like, I can't even... That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's not like, okay, here's the STC for exhaust pipes. You know? Oh, man. Yeah. Why are the Rhino, Razorback, and Predator all be the same? Because they're based off the same chassis. It's a modular design. I'm not saying you can't have modular designs. It's like if the Predator had the same exhaust as the Lehman Russ. You know, you're comparing apples to oranges. Yeah, guys, like, I'm not complaining that GW reused the asset. I'm not here going, absolutely reprehensible behavior. Like, GW ball washers, calm the fuck down. All right? I'm not, right, put the fucking GW branded ball washing tools away. I don't care they reused the exhaust. I noticed it. I made a passing comment about it, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not saying you should give a fuck. I was like, oh, they're so bad for reusing the assets. That's all it was. Jesus. Pick a different hill to die on. Anyway, moving on. These look great. Yeah, these look great. I think that, yeah, the new veteran. How was the new veteran kit to build? I guess is the big question. For me, I never deny the fact. I think GW makes beautiful models, and I think they make a lot better models now than they have done in the past in terms of like the final finish. Like, look at the old mutilators versus the new mutilators, a very extreme example. But for me, it always comes down to like how easy are they to build, and if the models are relatively, if these veterans are relatively easy to build, then I might get some. Yeah. Citadel Artificer ball washing tool, $49. Oh man. Talking about SDCs in 2026 makes no sense. Dawn Tank Law, anyone? Yeah. No, they don't SDCs, they don't acknowledge them anymore. Yeah, look at these. Look, dude, you're so right. Guys, imagine if, okay, just serious talk for a moment. Memeing to one side, serious talk. You look at that model and you know that's a Steel Legion Trooper. Like right there, that's a Steel Legion Trooper. All Games Workshop needed to do was release a head swap for Steel Legion. They didn't need to redesign the entire model. They didn't need to make us wait 2 years. All they needed to do was a head swap that's compatible with the existing plastic models they make. And they could make that head swap out of plastic as well. They could be like, here's 20 Steel Legion heads. They could literally have done, here's 10 official Steel Legion heads for £10. They could have sold it to you at £1 per head. And people would have bought it happily. Even though it's double the price of the nearest market competitor, they still would have bought it happily. But, yeah. GW, if there's any GW spy here right now, this is what you should be doing. You could do the same for Mordians with Kriegers or with Cadians. You could probably get, I mean, between the Cadians and the Kriegers, you could probably get most of your different regiments represented with a simple head swap. And ask me how I know. Because every guard player for the last 20 years has head swapped their models to make them into the regiment they want. It's how you could introduce new regiments into the lore. You have a whole thing in your lore saying that, like, you know, all regiments like to a lot of regiments like to base their equipment off Cadian pattern stuff, but with like local variations and stuff. It's already there. Pith helmets for Praetorians, exactly. Just pith helmets on these guys, done. It's fucking mental. Like, people aren't even, it might sound a bit crazy, people wouldn't even be that, you know, the Mordians have got like the epaulets on the shoulders. As a Mordian player, I liked epaulets, but if I just got a Mordian head swap and stuck it on some Cadians, I'd be fine. Because I did that with my plastic Cadians, I'd be fine with that. The epaulets are fun, but I'm totally okay with literally just a Pete Cap head swap that I could buy en masse with the proper like Mordian dour faces and everything. That would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Yeah, literally everything you said in that post, I agree with it. What do we got next? Azaleus, thank you, super chat. Kyrus Kane, hero of the Imperium. We are going to be talking about Kyrus Kane. Don't worry, we're nearly caught up on the super chats. Once I'm caught up, we'll get into, if it's not this stream, it's going to be tomorrow. By the end of this week, I'll have caught up on everything that I've missed. But Kyrus Kane probably get talked about today. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Lad, it's great to have you back. I was working on stuff for Stream Discussion, a few models, and a new channel. I also want to ask about Stream Software sometime. Also, Bear Song ready and March Style Troopers being fixed for next summer stream. Nice! What was I going to say? It's good to be back, Cosmic. And for Stream Software, you want to use OBS. Open Broadcast Software, OBS. It's free. Everyone uses it. I've tried paid software and free software, and OBS is still like the better way of doing it. Yeah. Let's have a look at what we're working on. Well, Tim, I'm streaming now. I'll try to do more, but I need a new time. I think I want to keep going, but I should look at streaming software. I did enjoy being in your shoes for a bit, but here's some stuff I got done. Buster Riff. PS, I've been playing with AI video, and I made this for the new channel. If you have 20 seconds, check it out. Yeah, I'll look at it in a second. Me and Buddy are working on together on some new projects. Hope to share some music on the painting streams. Anyway, lad, good to have you back and show us some worm. Of course, the worm! Praise be to the worm. There you are. Nice. These are cool, man. I love the absolute muscle-bound, like muscle-bound Axis Troopers. Yes! The Rail Tiger, yes! Hey, Dragon, that's cool. That's very cool. I like the metallic color you've gone for it. Kind of reminds me of the dragon from the first season of The Witcher with like the really golden scales. Yeah, that was cool. Is that a zombie eating? Oh no, it's it's a jeanslical arm. Yeah. I thought he was eating like anyway, I thought he was eating somebody. It's okay. I love that for the is that for the Nactal Ben? Yeah, that's cool. Very, very cool, bro. Hey, it's all coming along. Hey, you got the intro set. I mean, the intro set's really good because you get more Star Troopers and Fireflies, and then you get all the dice and stuff for them. Yeah, it's really good. I love that, bro. Great hobby update. Let's have a look at the at the channel. Let's have a look. Of course, there's an octopus involved. I love it. I love it. That's really cool. That's really cool, man. It actually reminds me, it's something I might... Look, I know there's a lot of people that don't like AI, and I get it. I do. I absolutely understand why. I am fully aware of people, of the arguments, not of all the arguments. I'm fully aware of the broad arguments made both for and against AI. But whilst I was aware, I remember there was a bit of something that sort of came out about the whole thing, where there's that like 3 pigeon animation. Don't know if you guys have seen it. And it's entirely AI made, and it's caused a bit of a stir. And all I'm gonna say is like, look, you can hate AI, you can be against AI, and all that kind of stuff, but like at the end of the day, it is a tool. People are gonna use it, and I think whether you like it or not, it can produce some pretty impressive results. And I think at the end of the day, I don't think it's fair to brand everything as like AI slop. Like, I think that what we've seen from like some of the music that this community's come up with, including Cosmic, and I think some of the animation that people have been coming up with is really good. It is genuinely like really good, and I think the conversation, that the battle of pro-AI versus anti-AI, I think is, personally, I think is starting to turn against the anti-AI people. I think I'm not saying their arguments are wrong, but I'm saying that I think that as AI is becoming more and more impressive, it's turning more and more heads. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. There you go. AI is a tool. It's a toy. It is what it is at the end of the day. If you don't like it, don't use it. It's that simple. Yeah. And here's the thing. The problem isn't AI, it's the hyper rich who will benefit from it. Okay. It's a very difficult topic. It's potentially a little politically charged as well. So we're not going to get deep into it. I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to like one simple thing. How it's going to affect people's jobs and livelihoods. That's it. I think it makes I think it 100% makes sense, and you are 100% like in the right in a funny sort of way. Like don't look at the exact words that I'm saying now. Just go with the general sentiment of what I'm saying, okay? Because sometimes people pick apart specific words, all right? If you are someone whose job, livelihood, and life is likely to be very negatively affected by AI, you have every right to complain about it and to shout it from the rooftops and be super anti it. And even if you're not someone who's directly impacted from it, if you have friends and family who are going to be impacted by it, and like, if you know, like, and you can see how it would affect people in that way, and you're sympathetic to it, even if you're not directly affected, if you don't know anyone who's directly affected, but you can see the impact it would have, and you can see how that would impact people if you don't know anyone directly. That's a very legitimate concern. Of course it is. Like, of course it is. And I think people who just dismiss that as like, oh, you know, like, get a trade, or, you know, because it's like the whole, when people say, you know, well, if you don't like doing manual labor, learn to code. It kind of goes back the other way. If you don't like AI, get a trade. It's like, that's still a dick thing to say. It is, because, you know, if someone's life is being affected like that, it's bad. So I'm very, very sympathetic. I'm very sympathetic to it, and that's why I think people can be very against AI. I still think, however, having said that, I suspect that at least for a while, we're probably going to go, as humanity's going to lean more into it for a bit. Yeah. I think that's it. I think it's going to affect a lot of people negatively, but I suppose it's a bit like the Industrial Revolution. A lot of people got really fucked up by the Industrial Revolution, putting them out of work and everything. But the Industrial Revolution still happened. Yeah. So I'm not coming down on... You guys know me. I'm not getting it. We're not going to go too deep on it or anything. I think it's worth acknowledging the whole AI thing. I don't mind having a sort of brief conversation about it on the channel. I know a lot of people here enjoy using the AI. I enjoy consuming the AI content that they make. I think Cosmic makes some good songs. Some people make some great videos with it as well, like with the Catholic Eagle stuff, like that, you know, all that kind of stuff. But you know, so I'm not gonna be someone that's gonna stop enjoying the content, especially when it's made by this community. But I'm also not going to be someone that's going to dismiss the concerns of AI either. All I would ever ask is for people in this community to treat each other with respect. If you see someone in this community has used AI to make like a video, and they're showing it off and they're really excited by it and it's good, don't just be like, AI, stop. That's not what we're here for, right? That's not what we're here for. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Like I said, we have a brief convo on it, but we're not going to get drawn into it. War Nerd Malarkey. I just saw that whole AI. It's just, like I said, I just wanted to talk about it because obviously Cosmic used it there and it reminded me of that 3 pigeons thing. Yeah. Cosmic, do not apologize. You didn't change topic. I wanted to talk about it because I'd seen this whole bit of drama that had gone on the internet, and your video prompted me to talk about it. In many ways, Cosmic, I kind of moved away from your super chat, so I should be apologizing to you. Yeah. So don't worry. It wasn't. I want to make something clear. I wasn't talking indirectly or backhandedly or reading between the linesly or anything like that about anything that you've done. I want to make that clear. Yeah. Warnerd Malarkey, thank you for the super chat. Thank you 26 months. Getting the old itch. How is Norn post FAQ? So I don't really play Old World competitively, so I don't really know what the Norn post FAQ situation is. I would just say, do you like blocks of halberdiers and guns? Then you should go Null. If you don't like magic, you should go Null. It's that simple. Like, Nuln is cool because it feels very Imperial Guard. Because, like, we've got guns and we have men. And we are going to win with those two things. Yeah. Mordian, thank you for super chat. Sorry, Bruce. Mordian. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. Mordian, they announced live 11th edition streams. Check stream discussion. Oh, cool. 25th of May. That's not too far away. That's next week. See the game played live. We've shown you the content of the launch box and a good smattering of the rules. Next week, you'll be able to see the first ever games new edition of Warhammer 40k. On 25th of May, we'll be live from the Esports Stadium, Arlington in Texas. So the sound is going to be fucked, right? Because if GW does a stream based in America, it's going to be fucked. Unless they're outsourcing it to like War Games Live or something like that. Streaming 3 back-to-back games of the new Warhammer 40k. Armageddon, Operation Imperator, Community Clash, the Championship rematch. The first game will show the contents of the Warhammer 40k Armageddon box set with two forces built out to strike force-sized armies to fight out the conflict on the infamous planet. We'll get to see the new units in action and a feel for how they fit into the large force. In fact, we can give you a little tease of that right now as we share the armor list of the forces you'll be able to watch next Monday when the Blood Angels take on the Orcs. Captain Relic Shield, Librarian, Chaplain of Jump Pack, Ancient, 10 Assessors, 5 Vanguard Vets, 3 Eradicators, Land Speeder, Battalion Dreadnought, Gladiator Reaper, Gladiator Lancer, Lieutenant Con Weapon, 5 Terminator, Teleporter Homer, 5 Desolation Squad, Blizzard's Dreadnought, Redemptor Dreadnought. Wow. That's a lot. Is that a 2k point game? Maybe I'm just, my perception is a bit skewed, but guys, maybe my perception's a bit skewed, but doesn't that feel like quite a lot? Because I've been playing a lot of Conflict, right? So I do keep forgetting about how big Warhammer 40k army is. But doesn't that feel quite a lot for an army of Space Marines? I mean, they've got 3 dreadnoughts. 3 dreadnoughts, 3 other vehicles. Yes, the Land Speeder still counts as a vehicle. And then 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to say 28 infantry. I'm going to sort of round the Eradicators up because they're quite chunky. So 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 infantry and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. Fisher no name. Oh no, they aren't increasing the points game wide at all, are they? Yeah, no, it was funny. Some people said like, oh, they expect the points to go up, and what we play at 2k now is going to be like 15. It's what would be 1500 points now will be 2k points. They're not doing that at all. Yeah. They're not doing that at all. So that does seem like quite a lot for the, I don't know, the Marine, that just seems like a lot. I don't know. Guys, I've not played 40k competitively in 3 months. There's probably been about 6 different balance patches since then. That just, to me, felt like a lot of Marines. Like 6 vehicles, 30 infantry, and 5 characters. Is my perception just skewed, or is that actually like reasonable and legit? Like for me, that feels like it's like I don't know, it just feels like a lot. I don't know, it just feels like a lot. Maybe the orcs will feel a bit better. War Boss, Big Boss, Weird Knob, Banner Knob, Pain Boy with Got Orderly, 20 Orc Boys, 10 Gretchen, War Track, Big Mech Dakar Rig, 10 Commandos, 6 Tank Busters, 3 Death Cops, 3 Death Cops, 6 Mega Knobs, Morkanaut, Gazgul Thraka. That feels that list feels a bit weird. That list is super it feels like super character heavy. Because you got the War Boss, the Big Boss, the Weird Boy, the Banner Knob, the Pain Boy with Grot Orderly. I am definitely going to count the Big Mech as a character as well. The Big Mech and Gazgul Thraka. That's like 7 characters, one of which is like Primarch level with Gazgul. And I guess Gazgul's going to lead the Mega Knobs. I will say this, out of those 2 lists, I think the Space Marine one's better. I don't know if it's, let me be clear, I don't know if it's better tactically or power level wise. I couldn't tell you that. But from like, this one seems very like top heavy Hero Hammer-esque. And this one feels like a bit more balanced. Because yeah, there's 5 characters in there, but you know, like the Ancient, in days gone by, the Ancient would have just been a Marine with a banner as part of a command squad. Like, in days gone by, half of these characters would have been in like a command squad, right? So, this one feels like, you know, you've got a little bit of infantry, a little bit of tanks, a little bit of melee, a little bit of shooting. This one seems a little vehicle heavy, but with, you know, a few infantry running around. This one just feels like, oh, we took a bunch of characters and then maybe put some, like, we're running, I don't know, again, for me, a proper orc list, 20 orc boys? Do you know what I mean? Like 2 squads of 10 orc boys? What are we doing here? I don't know. Feels like, it doesn't feel very, I don't know, it just feels like not very orky. But I will say this. I will say this. I am an old, crotchety, jaded grognard. And so my perception of what a proper list looks like is probably well out of date now. I bet you get a bunch of people who you know, more of the new generation of wargamers who'll see this and be like, yeah, that looks like a proper Space Marine list, and see this and go, yep, that's a proper orc list. So spat out. I just spat on camera. That was gross. But you know what I mean? I bet they see some people that there'll be loads of people that won't see any issue with these lists. I think, am I wrong, or are the kids out of touch? No, I'm probably. Although, sorry, am I out of touch, or the kids wrong? I think I'm probably a bit out of touch these days. Play on tabletop is, I think, a good choice for. I think GW's made a good choice here. Play on tabletop, as far as I'm aware, they've got a very good reputation for being pretty vibes based. You know, being pretty vibey players. The whole 40k and 40 minutes very popular. There's, especially considering this is going to be hosted in America, it makes sense to have like the most popular Americanized Warhammer show be part of this. So that's amazing, and you know, full props to Play on Tabletop for that. Yeah, I think that's good shit. And I truthfully, I hope that Play on Tabletop get loads of fucking great like subscribers and coverage out of that. That looks awesome. And finally, Game 3 is a rematch of the 2026 Warhammer 40k World Championship final. Richard Siegel's Defiant Adeptus Mechanicus led by the biomechanical genius Belisarius Karl, and they face Liam VSL and a Defiant Eldari force featuring 3 legendary Phoenix Lords, with 2 armies tailored slightly to the new edition, who will come out on top this time. This is a mega opportunity to see how the game plays in the hands of 2 of the world's best Warhammer 40k players. I think that's... Look, I know there's going to be a lot of people that see that and go, "Ree, competitive Warhammer, ree!" I get it. I've started becoming part of that camp as well. I'm not completely in it. I'm dipping a toe in that camp. Conflict has ruined me, basically. But I think, again, from an objective point of view, I think it's a very smart decision by Games Workshop. I think you're showing an introductory level game, you're showing a vibes-based game, and you're showing a competitive level game. You are touching on the basically 3 key areas that this game is going to be played on. You have a whole bunch of new people that are coming in. They're going to want to know how they can build their armies out to 2K and how the game's going to feel in a very friendly, introductory kind of way. Great. You've got the people that, GW's been saying they want to embrace more narrative. Great. Have Play on Tabletop show that. And then at the end of the day, GW is going to want to fluff the competitive scene because they know the competitive scene, is a very, very big deal in 40k these days. Well, here you go. Yeah. Interesting how they're redoing that match, though. That is an interesting decision. Yeah. That is interesting. Yeah. I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it. And what seems weird and scary to me, and it happened to you too. Yeah. But here's the thing, like, I think there was an element of that, but I'm aware with me and Warhammer, but I'm aware of it. Conflict Gas Tabletop Tactics lost their relationship with GW when Stuart Black stepped down. I think they still have a relationship, don't they? But yeah, it definitely seems like Tabletop Tactics isn't... I mean, at one point they were doing like playtesting. I think that was a 9th edition, right? And it seems to have completely... Yeah, they don't seem to be quite as in with the GW crowd as they once were, but there you go. Yeah. Nah, they slate them all the time now. Yeah. I'm not going to say too much, but I think there's a little bit of drama, but I don't like idle gossip. All I'm going to say is I think that beard will be greatly missed. I think Beard will be greatly, greatly missed. And I think as I've been saying a little bit about Warhammer 40k in general recently, how 40k, there's a new cohort, there's a new generation of wargamers that are coming up, and us as the old guard need to kind of like recognize that. And there is an element. I do think there is an element of the older, or I'd say the current generation of Warhammer players passing the torch to the new generation. You don't want to be like a bunch of like Disney adults that won't ever grow up and pass the torch to the next generation. As veterans, we need to recognize that we're here to help and to guide and to enjoy Warhammer for what it is and reminisce about the old times, but we shouldn't be yucking the yum of the new generation who might be liking the direction the game's going in. We just need to recognize like the times they are changing a little bit. Be sad about it, be a little bit about it, but don't completely lose your shit over it. I think there's probably a little element of that happening with Tabletop Tactics, where I think, look, the glory days of Beard and Bone and Chef and all that is that's probably passed. That has passed now. And I think, you know, Tabletop Tactics is going to be a channel which is going to... Obviously, Lawrence is still going to be there because he owns the fucking thing. But I think there's going to be a new generation of hosts and a new generation of viewers for that channel. And I wish them the best. I wish them the best, and I hope it all goes well for them. You know, I would never wish ill on a fellow content creator. Not that I disagree with Tabletop Tactics, but even one that I disagreed with, I never wish ill on them. Not you know, but exceptions always being allowed, but yeah. Yeah. We're the old men now, Ace. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, so for those that don't know, obviously B-Bone left a few years ago. Beard's now left, and Chef is just doing part-time editing for the channel now. I don't think he does much in terms of the way of playing anymore. Yeah. Beard's pretty open with why he left, and it was largely due to reasons in his personal life. I mean, it was. I would say, you know, there's an element of taking things at face value, and I'm sure to a certain extent there'll be many of, you know, there'll be things that were stated that were correct, but I've always found that you know, it's when people say it was a mutual breakup, you know. Yeah, that's good. You know, there's yeah. I think that's I think there's an element of that, but like I said, I don't want to yeah, I don't want to get too much into it. Yeah, if you watch Beard's opening stream, it really was a flow of consciousness. Lol, he was pretty readable. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I haven't watched his stream. I've watched the 2 videos that he put out. Yeah, but yeah, it's like, look, it's sad. I've watched Tabletop Tactics since the days of the kitchen table. I was there during the years of the Colonel. Some people don't remember the Colonel. I was there for the Colonel. I actually met the Colonel recently. He was at the Old World tournament at the Square Based. And so yeah, like I was there for the Colonel days. I was there when B-Bone was the new kid on the block. You know? I remember all of Bone's gaffes, like the Blade of Power, and it's like, we can't do the Blade of Power anymore. It's been pointed out to me. It looks like a certain salute. The toga. I remember the toga now. Yeah, I remember the toga. Toga. I remember all of that. And I think, look, I think I'm going to accept now that, look, look, Tabletop Tactics, I'll tune in for some of their old world stuff. But I suspect it's a channel that other people will watch now. But yeah, the old, I was there for the old crew. And the old crew's not really there anymore, so there you are. There you are. All right, what have we got here? Commander HHL, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. Philip Arrigo, thank you for super chat, man. Congrats and hobby progress and stream discussion. Thanks, man. Let's take a look. Hey, what's this going on here? First things first, congratulations and my condolences. Fuck's sake. Hobby progress in the past couple of weeks. Pan still needs a wash, details and markings. Grave transport finished, crew is built, waiting for the next prime. Graves on foot needs finishing details. Yarrick is built and primed. Hey, cool, man. I love it. That's a cool looking tank. Hey, you did a good job with the grazing field, bro. That looks excellent. That looks really excellent. That looks cool, man. I can't believe all this shit's come out already. I'm used to like 3-month pre-orders now. Yeah. It looks awesome. Great turnaround. I'll need to pick myself up some of these new models. I'll see if Element's got any in stock. At some point, I'll be going over there. That's cool, man. You've done a really, really good job on those models, bro. Absolutely excellent. Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, welcome back. Hobby update in chat. Let me have a look, man. Hey, here we go. Hey, Mordian, welcome back. I hope your wedding and vacation was most excellent. I must ask, how many Florida man stereotypes did you witness? Did you partake in the public sub? Regards, I hope you had an excellent trip. Behold my projects that I finished in your absence. A few were from my half-finished collection. A few were freshly built. Also, damn you putting me onto the bot actions like K-Fox on path. I just ordered the mystery box by Pile of Shim Grows. Side note, I forgot to add pictures of the Wotan to this hobby cluster, so there'll be several chats down. Dude, all good. Firstly, no regrets. Another all hands must touch the rift. Secondly, I didn't partake in the public sub. I meant to, and then I just didn't get around to it. As for the Florida man stereotypes, I didn't witness too many. I can't really think of any. I mean, I saw some alligators, but that was about it, really, and a snake, which is kind of cool. To be honest, the only stereotype I really witnessed was when we went to Disney for a day, and fucking hell, Disney adults are something else. Fucking hell. Anyway, it was I went to Disney for one day, and it was really cool, and it was actually because Disney's quite expensive. It was actually a wedding gift from one of our friends. We'd never done it before, so that was really nice. We went to Hollywood Studios, where all the Star Wars shit is. It's really, really cool. Really, really cool. Really, really amazing. It was you feel like you're in a proper Star Wars like town. It's really badass. Did all the rides in there. It was awesome. But we started exploring some of the other areas in the Hollywood Studios, and fucking hell, you start seeing some of the and went to Disney Springs and stuff as well. And yeah, like Disney adults, they are something. That's the only stereotype that I witnessed. And I was like, yep, this is what Warhammer fans look like to normal people. Yeah, I literally saw some look, right. There's no good way of saying this. There's no good way of saying this, and Reddit already hates me, so there's no point in trying to sugarcoat it. I saw a rather portly woman dressed like a toddler absolutely lose their shit when they saw Goofy. And they were like, oh my god! I think it was Goofy. I can't fucking remember. Oh my god! Going up like hugging him. Oh my god, it's so great to meet you. And like, I just thought, man, Javier doesn't get paid enough for this shit. I was like, the underpaid underpaid Spanish bloke working in that suit, who's probably boiling his fucking nuts off. He's probably there just in the suit wearing a pair of boxers, if we're lucky. Does not get paid enough to deal with that absolute level of cringe. Yeah. Yeah. We all know you would be like that if you saw Yarrick, Iron Morning. Don't like. No, I would. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Like, and then, yeah, it's funny though. Yeah. It's funny though because I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, and Mrs. Mordian just turned to me. Because we saw this together, like we jumped out of our skin because this woman like screamed. We thought, fucking hell, something like, you know, we were like, someone just hurt themselves or something. And we saw this, and Mrs. Mordy just turned to me with this look of absolute disgust on her face, and just went, "Fucking grow up." Oh, fucking hell. It made it honestly, because I kept saying to Mrs. Mordian, I just kept calling her based Mrs. Mordian this holiday. Yeah, it was hilarious. As soon as Tim saw someone dressed toddler, he was overcome with a massive urge to mercilessly beat them at Warhammer. Oh, there you go. The people's wife is adapting quickly. Mrs. Mordian's always been pretty based. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. They don't recognize you there? No, Dave Downs. And I would have been extremely surprised if anyone had done. Because I am not well known. If anyone had recognized me, I would have been like actually shocked and appalled. Appalled is not the right word, but I would have been shocked. Yeah. Yeah. But no, like Americans are too much. Stiff upper lip is needed. Goofy as an equal. Ah, Mr. Goofy. How are you? Oh, man. I'd recognize you immediately, then forget to use myself my YouTube name. There you are. Yeah. Look, a portly woman is a polite way to put it. Look, you've got to be polite about these things. There's no point in being mean about it. Anyway, back on topic. I was going to say, speaking of being based. Have you missed me? All right. No, on a serious note, these are beautiful looking models, man. Panzer III, my beloved. Panzer III is my beloved, man. I know a lot of people like the Stug, and I like the Stug, don't get me wrong. And a lot of people like the Panzer IV, I know, but Panzer III is my favorite. Just the Panzer III, just the workhorse of the army. I always feel like the Panzer III is like was like the Sherman of the. Well, I suppose the Panzer IV is more like the Sherman of the Axis. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, man. Oh, we got some more down here. Yes, the Spinner. I actually, because I had Festung Europa on my phone, I actually reread it on the playing back. It's really good. I didn't forget. I was reminded about how good that book is again. I can't wait for the next one to come out. I think there's a Wotan down here somewhere. There you go. Cool. Yeah, the Wotan's an absolute beast of a model, man. You did a good job with it. It's a tricky old bitch to put together, though. One day it will come in plastic. I don't think it's going to be this year, though. I did say to the guys at Warlord, I was like, plastic Wotan, when? And they were like, one day, but not this year. And I was like, this year, now, 9. Yeah, I think plastic Wotan would sell like fucking hotcakes. Yeah. What have we got here? Those all looked really good though. All those vehicles. The ambush camo, you've absolutely nailed it, man. Yeah. Absolutely nailed it. What do we got next? Where are we up to? That was Chris K, wasn't it? Yes, Chris K, thank you for the super chat and the 5 to memberships. Amazing, man. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Mordian, my buddy had sent you a Sir Legion Commissar a while back. Do you still have him? I was just curious. Yeah, I do, actually. He's right here. There you go. I remember getting this model. It's such, yeah, I still use it as probably one of my regular, I've just noticed this power sword's a bit chipped. I need to fix that. But I still use it as one of my regular go-to commissars in my games. Hence why his power sword's chipped. Yeah, I love it. One of my favorite models of all time. Yeah. What have we got next? Emil, thank you for super chat. Massive update of what I did while you were away. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. There you go. So I've gone about and built an entire display diagram for my English Forces, 28-inch wide, 12-inch deep, mixture of scratch built and GW terrain. So if I were to finally give these guys the home I've always wanted to make more pictures of the next post too. It's designed to fit perfectly onto the shelf. I have my models on while in 3 pieces to easily move it over needed. Massive congrats already. Ah, thank you, man. Let's have a look. Hey, this looks kind of fucking cool. I want to see it like all come together, yeah. It's got like pipes and shit, bro. So it's like sort of like Inquisition base or something. Cool. Oh, wow. That's really, really cool, man. It looks proper good. Yeah. Dude, that's so cool. It's like a display board. Yeah, man. That's awesome. That's actually really, really fucking awesome, man. Excellent work. I love that kind of shit. I absolutely love it. Big, proper fucking display board to have somewhere where you can put your models and they look not like they're just on a shelf, but they're home. Like they're where they should be, like in their base. Cool. Very, very cool. Excellent work, man. I was actually clicking those pictures quickly because I was so excited because I wanted to like see what the next update was. That's so cool, man. Yeah. I want to do that. I've never built a display board, you know. I've never built a display board. I feel like I need to correct that. What have we got next? Valhalla Melter, thank you, Super Chat. Not Iron Man, but Starship Troopers as a guard unit. I don't think we'll ever get that kind of crossover. I know we talked about crossovers earlier. Yeah, I don't think we'll get that kind of crossover, unfortunately.
Forward,
I think
to victory!
I could absolutely. I mean, I'm surprised, and they may have already done it. So chat can correct me, but I'm surprised GW hasn't done any like Rings of Power stuff for Lord of the Rings. But maybe they have done, and I just completely missed it. But yeah. I don't think you'd get Starship Troopers because it's not like, I mean, it's kind of an active IP, but it's a bit, it's strange. Like Starship Troopers, like everyone knows it, everyone loves it, but there's not like a huge amount of like money in it at the moment. Like, for example, like they released this game recently and it's like Starship Troopers Ultimate Bug War, and you know it's done okay. You know, it's been out like 2 months, and I don't know, you know, maybe 1,000. You know, I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit harsh. Like 1,200 positive reviews is pretty good, I guess. When it first came out, I think it's gained a bit more traction since it first came out. But it definitely felt like it came out a little. It's been a bit more of a slow burn. Yeah, but maybe it's a bit better. But it just feels like Starship Troopers like always does fine, but doesn't like come out to like absolute megabucks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like Extermination did well. Terran Command did okay. You know, like. Star Troopers always seems to do okay, but I actually think Warhammer as an IP is much bigger than Starship Troopers now. I don't think GW they'd want a bigger fish. If they were going to do a crossover, they'd want a bigger one. Yeah. CV Cooper, thank you for the 20 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Thank you so much for the extra platoon. Cooper's company to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Amazing, man. Thank you so much. Valhalla Melter, thank you for super chat. Okay, Tim, I really need to sleep eventually, but before I do you think we could pick your mind about the 11th edition rules updates and guard attachments? There's a lot going on with Valhalla Melter. What I'd probably say is I'm trying to get through my super chats relatively quickly, and then once I've got through them, we can start touching on those topics and stuff. And what I'd probably say is watch out. I'd say keep an eye out for the stream highlights. That'll be coming out this week. Yeah. My overall take is this. I thought the new guard attachments looked fine. I will say this, though. GW has made, like, this big deal out of hidden. And I think pretty much every faction is going to get a detachment that allows them to increase detection range. And I think there's a lot of people that are going... I've seen a lot of people go, like, yeah, but that's like, you have to pick like that as a detachment. It's like, yeah, it's one detachment point. You'll just take one of the detachments you were already taking that was 2 detachment points, slap that one on top, and yeah. Yeah. It's not a... Hidden is going... I don't think Hidden's going to be that impactful. I think ever since they've revealed it, they've just showed off more and more stuff that has made it less impactful. Yeah. I mean, so far, I agree with Sword Smith here. I think so far, the faction which has had the best reveals has been Death Guard. I think the Chaos Knight ones have been, that came out today, were bollocks. I think Guard was fine, very middle of the road, fine. Tau seemed decent. I think Tau is... I made this prediction before I went away, and I think it is going to ring true. I think Tau will end up doing okay in 11th edition. I think they might do more than okay. They've got 3 1-point attachments that synergize very well together. But out of all of them, I think Death Guard have they looked incredibly solid. Yeah, I think very, very, very strong. Which would be it would be that a complete opposite of 10th edition, because at the beginning of 10th edition, Death Guard were considered one of the worst factions, absolute dog shit, and bit by bit they've got better and better and better. Yeah. I'm terrified to see how Harlequins make it out of this. I mean, I think you'll get a 1-point Harlequin detachment, which and that'll be it. Which would be a bit shit, because the idea there would clearly be that GW has basically soft squatted the Harlequins as standalone faction. Because, you know, you could take your entire army as Harlequins, but you're only going to be able to take advantage of 1 out of 3 detachment points. And then the other detachments you take won't really affect your army. Yeah. It's not that... Valhalla Melter, it's not that they're only going to take 1 Harlequin detachment. It's just that there's only going to be... My prediction would be there will be 1 Harlequin detachment, which is worth 1 point. And then the other detachment you can take will not hugely impact your Harlequins. So you're going to be like, I'm not getting much out of these detachment points. But I could be wrong. The other issue you might have is that GW releases 3 different Harlequin detachments and says you can't mix them together. Like, they've released, you've got the Recon detachment and you've got the new Recon detachment that they previewed, and those can't be stacked on top of each other, because like you can only be, which is weird. Like, why is Recon not being combined with Recon? Surely you'd want to have more. Surely you'd be like, oh, you can go a bit of Recon, or you can go full send on Recon. But no, your Recon army can't take more Recon stuff. Instead, you must take your Recon army and combine it with tanks. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. That it's the first few months are going to be a bit bollocksed, but in some ways that's where the fun begins. Yeah. The best attachment in the game doesn't need help. No stacking Recon. I mean, Swordsmith 87. I don't completely agree it's the best attachment in the game, because I know you will point to a bunch of like hard factors about why it is the best attachment in the game, and I wouldn't actually disagree with any of those things, because I know the reasons why you're saying it's the best one. So just give me a second to explain myself. I just say that going full recon is a little harder than having something like Grizzle, which is much more plug and play, for one. And secondly, it's the best attachment like right now, but I think basing stuff on like, oh well, it's good in 10th edition, therefore it shouldn't get anything for 11th edition is like, you know, maybe, I don't know. I feel like I feel like there's better ways of doing it than just going recon can't go with recon. Does that make sense? Yeah. I think there's more to it than that. And I think with everything that we've seen so far from 11th, I'm not seeing anything that, I don't know, I'm not really seeing anything that makes me think that recon's going to suddenly get massively better in 11th. Recon fundamentally is like a shooting based detachment. Shooting, you know, a lot. So one of the reasons why, so recon tends to do really well because of like things like Castellans and first rank fire, second rank fire, and stuff like that. And I do feel like that's going to take a bit of a hit with the terrain being -1 ballistic skill. And you can be like, well, you can counter that, and I'm like, yeah, you can with things like Hellhounds, but then you're taking units that don't benefit from recon. And so then you're watering down your reconness. You see what I mean? So I think there's a lot more to it. It's funny because I'm going to sound like a hypocrite now, but I do think that two similar things can be true at the same I'm going to sound like a hypocrite. I'm going to be like, I don't think recon should be like punished for 10th edition going into 11th. And at the same time, I'm going to say Catan spam needs sorting out. And you might think that sounds very hypocritical. And it's because I think the devil's in the detail. I think Catan spam is much more likely to be a widespread problem than recon. So, like, I think recon is like this specialist thing that will... that you might encounter every now and again. And I think that you'll play into it, but even if you play into it, you're not guaranteed to play into it against someone who's good with it, right? So it's like, oh, I'm playing recon. That doesn't automatically mean the recon player's won. As you said, it takes skill to pilot, right? So I don't think, you know, even if you say recon's the best, I don't think there's realistically a place where that becomes like massively oppressive. I think it's like occasionally someone who's very good with it will do very well with it, but that's like, it's properly occasional to the point where when it happens to you, it's almost like a pleasure to get fucked over by the super good recon, because it's like, oh, I've heard about this, but I've never got to play it before. And it's like, wow, that's really interesting. But you don't have to worry about it because you're not going to encounter it again probably for like 3 to 6 months. Do you know what I mean? Whereas Catan spam is entirely possible to like bang round 1, bang round 2, bang round 3, bang round 4, bang round 5. Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like the devil's in the detail. Yeah, and I'm using Catan as an example, but Catan is like, I'm kind of showing I'm a little out of touch here. I think chat's right. Defilers is a better example. Like you can and will go to a GT and face Defilers in the majority of your games. That's never going to happen with recon. So do you see, I guess what I'm talking about, like it's not about the theoretical impact, it's about like the actual impact. This is why I think balancing around the very, very top is somewhat foolhardy. I think it has its time and place when you balance around the top. I think actually balancing just below the top is actually is the sweet spot. I'm not even saying mid tables. I'm sort of saying between mid and top table, with stuff being balanced around at the very top being intelligent changes that are made. But that's just like my opinion, man. I think the day one data slate and points will be incredibly telling. Shooting units get points cuts and melee more expensive. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. When I saw everything that was coming out for 11th edition at first, I was very convinced it's going to be a melee meta. Very, very convinced. And I think that wasn't based on bad information. That was based on everything that we had at the time. I do think there's a slight vindication for the wait and see crowd here. And you guys know me out. But if I think someone should be vindicated, even if it's against what I've said previously, they should. You know, I've no problem admitting that. I I wouldn't fully roll out the red carpet yet, but I do think there is a potential. I think that right now there's an element of the wait and see crowd allowing them, you know, pat themselves in the back or wanking themselves off, because I think as more information has come out, we have seen shooting potentially become extremely dominant. I think, as I said before I went away, I was like 90% so it's going to be melee dominated, 10% I think it's going to be utterly gigafuck shooting dominated. I would say now, based on what I've seen up to this point, I think we're up to 30% utterly gigafucked shooting dominated meta. I still think it's likely to be melee, but I think I'd give it 30. I think I'd increase it to 30, maybe even 35%. But what I think is going to happen is it's not going to be, if the shooting meta exists, it's not going to be all shooting. It's going to be, not all shooting is going to be created equal in 11th. That's the biggie. Not all shooting. If 11th edition shooting if shooting 11th edition becomes almost hyper toxic, overpowered, it won't be all shooting. It will be, if your faction has the right tools to leverage the giga shooting, then you will be a top tier faction. That's how. So I think there's nuance to it. Yeah, I think there's nuance to it. That's my hot take. I will say this. I think 11th edition is going to be ridiculously lethal. Yeah, I think this is going to be the most lethal edition. I don't think there's going to be. I think this is going to be. Everything is going to just fucking die in like 3 turns, 2 or 3 turns. No objective lens could be hell will be out of sight. Exactly, Swords and Smith. 100%. That's the reason. More than anything else, that's the reason. I haven't even looked at like the specific, oh, this faction's had this damage buff and this faction's had that damage buff. It's almost irrelevant. I think because of the nature of objectives and because of admittedly limited information, we've even seen like even people on Purge want to like hold objectives, even if it's just one. I think there's going to be an element of just hyper lethality. I think ironically you could make 40k a 4-turn game, and people would complain about it from a sort of moral standpoint. From a practical standpoint, I don't think it would make a difference. Not for 11. I think people will. Bold statement, bold hot take. I think you could see people talking out turn 4 and 5 as a pretty common occurrence. Not just turn 5. I think Swordsmith will probably agree with me on this one. We're already partially there in 10th, right? I think it's going to happen a lot in 11th. It gonna be more lethal. Yeah. Second edition was a 4-turn game. Well, with optional turns after that. But yes. Speaking of teasers, watch out for Chicken's 11th. Ignore hit and wound modifiers and sustain D3. Yeah. The T-Sun's change attachment will delete things. I believe you. I believe you. Oh, man. All right, so Valhalla Metal, there you go. There's a few. It's not specifically with guard stuff, but that's my thoughts on 11th edition based off the rules updates. Yeah. Hunter 303, thank you for super chat. Hobby update, stream discussion. Discord name is Bushman. Let's have a look. Can't see it. 1 minute. Oh, there you go. Cool. Just about finished my 10-man squad of comment today. Just need to finish up the mud and the wood base and a few of the bits. Dude, they look great, man. When you get the bases done, those are gonna look fucking impeccable, mate. Very, very, very cool. Dude, they look awesome. Krieg engineers are very, very cool. They're very, very, very cool. I wish there's slightly better rules, but or slightly cheaper points, but they're very cool. Yeah. What have we got next? 300, thank you for becoming a shadow member or renewing your membership. Amazing, man. 007, thank you for the support and thank you for the membership. Wardo Malarkey, also congrats on the marriage, good sir. From one man to another, nurglings are easier to make than you think. You've been warned. I appreciate the warning, man. Thank you for the support, bro. Patrick H90, thank you for super chat. Welcome back. I hope you and Mr. Moore had fun. We did. It was just very nice to have 2 weeks to ourselves, just on holiday. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's good to be back as well. Let me just check something out here, guys. I've got a few more super chats. I just need to grab a drink. We're trying to catch all the super chats without having a drink, and I'm just getting a really dry throat. Give me 30 seconds. Going to grab a drink of Iron Brew, and then we'll keep going. There we go. There we go. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator. Thank you for Super Chat, man. A splendid showing by some British infantry in stream discussion. Let's have a look. After action report, 2nd Battalion, the Devonshire Regiment, Sicily, Primasol area of operations, subject, assault and capture of the bridge position on coastal access to Messina. Situation, during the continued advance of British forces up the eastern coast of Sicily towards Messina, a bridge in the Primasol sector was identified as an objective of immediate tactical importance. Its capture was deemed essential in order to maintain momentum and prevent the enemy from reinforcing the area with veteran panzer formations. Ricas's report that the bridge had been prepared for defence. Enemy works include trenches on both sides of the road, anti-tank gun bunkers, machine gun dugouts, barbed wire obstacles, and mine approaches, swampy mud pits, limiting movement off-road. A German picket was captured by one of our forward scouts. Prior to the assault, examination of his insignia and questioning indicated that the force holding the bridge was drawn from the 6th and 20th People's Militia Battalion, an Osttrooper formation. In view of the intelligence, it was said that a rapid attack delivered with speed and violence by heavy armour and infantry of the 2nd Battalion Devonshire Regiment would be made at dawn directly along the road axis. The mission. The battalion, supported by British heavy armour, was ordered to assault, seize and hold the bridge in the Primasol area, therefore allowing the division to continue its advance towards Messina before enemy armour could intervene. Action. The assault commenced in darkness before first light. Friendly armour advanced on both sides of the road, engaging enemy infantry positions with direct fire. A 6-pounder tank gun was brought forward along the road in order to engage the first enemy bunker, but the gun detachment came under accurate rifle fire from the western trench line. Under cover of darkness, the mortar platoon successfully moved in position without being observed and began supporting the attack. A rapid motorized infantry assault was then launched against the eastern trench system. The first rush reached the enemy line and engaged with the bayonet, but met determined resistance and was temporarily checked. This system was broken when a Churchill tank advanced directly over the trench, firing into the position and forced the enemy to withdraw in disorder. The action of the tank enabled our infantry to reform and continue the advance. A second wave from the 2nd Company then moved rapidly down the road. A disabled lorry was pushed ahead through the minefield, detonating or clearing a path through the obstacle sufficiently for the infantry to pass. The company then came up behind the Churchill and prepared to advance across the bridge under its protection. At first light, an Achilles tank destroyer obtained line of sight on the first enemy bunker. It engaged position with armor-piercing ammunition and scored a direct hit, splitting open the fortification. A 25-pounder then fired a high-explosive shell into the damaged bunker. The one ignited the enemy ammunition stores inside, causing the magazine explosion which destroyed the position. Second bunker continued to engage the assault force, but the Churchill absorbed several hits and maintained its position, providing covering fire for the infantry. Using this cover, elements of the battalion closed the bunker and cleared the gun position by assault. With both major enemy strong points neutralized, organized resistance at the bridge collapsed. The position was secured and the bridge remained fit for the continued advance of the division. 4. The result. The bridge in the Primasol area was captured and held. The enemy defense position was destroyed or dispersed, and the divisional advance toward Messina was able to continue without delay. Enemy casualties are believed to have been considerable, particularly among troops occupying the destroyed bunker and forward transitions. Several enemy personnel were observed withdrawing from the bridge area after the collapse of their defences. Friendly casualties. The regiment suffered heavy casualties during the operation, particularly during the initial assault against the trench line and while advancing under fire along the road and minefield approaches. Exact casualty returns are being submitted separately. Remarks. The success of the operation was due chiefly to the speed of the assault, the close cooperation between infantry and armour, and the effective use of direct fire against enemy fortified positions. The Churchill tank proved decisive in overcoming trench resistance and shielding the infantry during the final assault. The Achilles, a 25-pounder fire against the first bunker, was especially effective and materially hastened the collapse of the enemy position. Despite heavy losses, the battalion achieved its objectives and enabled the advance towards Messina to continue. This is cool, man. That's so cool. Let's have a look. There you go. We've got the Churchill tank pushing forward. Good old Tommy's behind. Nice. Very, very cool, man. Hey, that looks cool. I like the way you've made those Osttrooper. I do love bot action. Like, it's like feels like you're actually like clearing a trench and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's so good. Difficult to attack such a well-defended position as well. Yeah, I know in some games people like to give the attackers like more points and stuff just because it can be so difficult to like overwhelm them. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's absolutely awesome. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Serie 8, Element Glory, when is the embargo off the Commonwealth book? I can let you know, man. The 5th of July, so fucking miles away. Fucking miles away. I've looked through it though. I've got it. It looks really good. I think they've done a very good job with it. Yeah. I can't tell you anything about it, but yeah. It said July in the email. Maybe it meant June, but I can always ask for clarification. But I can't. Either way, it's not now. All I can say is I've looked. I looked through it. I looked through all the rules briefly. There's a lot of effort that's been put into like the history of it as well, which is good. But yeah, overall, it looks like a good book. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. What have we got next? Ubermax, thank you for the Baneblade. Yes, thank you for the Baneblade chat, bro. Thank you for the very generous support, man. Truly the Emperor protects. He sends us his champion, Kaifus Kane. Indeed. I'm going to try and rattle through the next few super chats, and then we can talk about Kaifus and veterans and all sorts of things that I've missed. So don't worry. But yeah, dude, thank you so much for the big support, and I really can't wait to have a proper chat about Kaifus Kane. Yeah, it should be good. Marco, thank you for the 41-month member flex and the 20 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Marco, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you for keeping us fresh up with new conscripts. Thank you, sir, for doing your part. Amazing, man. Thank you so much, bro. Marco, congratulations, boyo. Hey! Thanks, man. Yeah, finally bloody married. It's about bloody time. It's still, like, I still get, like, obviously, it's normal because it's, like, you know, newlywed and everything. But, I still feel, like, almost, like, giddy with excitement about the whole thing. Which is crazy because me and Mrs. Morden have been together forever, but, like, it just feels nice for it to be official. You know, I'd never worn a ring before. I've got one on my finger now, and it's like, woo! Yeah. I said it earlier in the stream. I had a lot of people who told me like, you won't feel any different. You won't feel any different. And actually, Mordy Bro said to me, you will feel different, and he was totally right. I feel very, very different about the whole thing. I feel more. It's perish the thought. I feel more grown up. Yeah. I don't know. It's so I'm gonna have a bit of I brought some American candy back with me. I'm gonna have some peanuts and chocolate. But that's nice. But it does feel very different. Broke Cosmic Heart, but that's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, Cosmic to so the place that because we eloped, it was just me and Mrs. Mordian, but we had a whole bunch of folks back home that wanted to like see the ceremony, and the venue that we went to had a live stream of it, and I joked to Mrs. Mordian, which by the way I'm not sharing it with you guys. Sorry. So we'll get back to that in a moment. But I joked to Mrs. Mordian. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if when the person who's officiating the wedding says, and does anyone have a problem? You know, speak now, forever hold your peace, that kind of thing. if someone in the live stream like went, no, stop the wedding. But the second thing, I was like, there's no way. I joked like Mrs. Morgan. I was like, I'll share it with the I'll share it with the community. I'm like, hey, and she was like, don't you fucking dare. And I was like, no, I'm not going to. Now look, I know. Look, maybe I'm just old-fashioned, but I think there are certain things which should be private. And I think that, getting married is probably one of them. And the other day, I think it was 6 months to a year ago or something. It probably wasn't that long ago. Someone on Twitch, like, live streamed, like, the birth of their child. And I was just like, nah, man. Like, that's, do you know what I mean? That's just like the fall of civilization kind of shit, you know? And I was like, not in my name! Not in my name! So, yeah. That's what they want you to do! Not in my name. So, yeah. I was like, no, I'm not going to live stream the dystopian. Yeah, exactly. It's dystopian and all that kind of stuff. So, I was like, no, not doing it. That's just going to be something. That's just for the IRL family. There you are. Let me just have a look where we're up to with super chats. I want to say I'm skipping ahead a little bit here, but I think you'll all understand. I want to say a massive thank you to iPatastrophe for coming in with the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the incredible support, baby. First Death Strike since I got back. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much for the incredible support. It's popping up, baby. Mordian, consider this a gift as a congratulations of your entry to the right and proper institution of marriage. Oh, thank you very much, man. Please take the missus to a nice dinner with this on the Yanks. Hobby update in stream discussion. Dude, it feels so right, man. Like, it's just like, you are right. It's the right and proper institution of marriage. I'm not going to keep going on about it. Like, all Mordian talks on his streams now is how I got married. But I've not been here for 2 weeks. And it's the most interesting thing that's happened to my life, like, ever. All right, just give me one stream to talk about it. All right. But like, you think. You think, oh, you've been together with someone for so long, it's just gonna be like signing a piece of paper kind of thing. But you realize like why these things like exist. Like, you realize there is a difference between being with someone and being married to someone. Even if you've been with someone a very, very long time, there is a difference, and you don't really realize the difference until you sort of. And even I've been to loads of weddings. Right? It's different having been a viewer versus being a participant. And it's almost, you can't really explain it. It's one of those like things that like, it's not a you can't really make a logical argument for it. It's not really a logical thing. It's a psychological thing. It's a vibes-based thing. It's a matter of the heart, one might say. It's something that you can't really explain it, but you just know it. And yeah, so it feels different. It feels complete. I feel different, like mentally. I feel different. Like, it sounds strange. My perspective feels different. My perception feels different. It's hard to explain. Yeah. Yeah. I think. I'm not saying I'm the only one that's gone through this. No. I'm saying for those of you that, are married, I now see things the way you guys see things. Whereas before, I think I saw things differently. Yeah. Before, I think I saw things differently. Name your kids after chat. Mrs. Mordian likes the name Sebastian. She hasn't asked where I got the idea for it from. I'm not going to tell her. Not until it's already, written down. I can't wait for young Erica to be... Oh my god. Oh my god, Erica is a name. Fuck's sake. Like I said, give him the middle name Chat. But to be clear, Mrs. Morgan isn't pregnant. Just before people think like, hang on, wait, you're talking about things if they've happened. No. Sebastian singing crap. No, you Philistine. Sebastian the bloody Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. There we go. No, me, it'll be like that scene in Trailer Park Boys where they accidentally named the kid the motel. Yeah. This guy is actually singing crab. To be fair, though, with how much they've been changing the law recently, it wouldn't surprise me if he ended up being one. Anyway, iPatrick, got to go back to your super chat. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you for the incredible gift. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you so much for the kind words. Absolutely fucking amazing. I tell you what I need to do. I've taken me and Mr. Mordy have been out on many nights out over the last for dinner over the last few weeks. What I think I might actually do is take that money and spend it on a very nice home cooked dinner, because I've been eating out a lot and I would like to. I actually miss having like a home cooked meal, so I might, buy some nice ingredients, do it proper. There you go. So yeah. So there you go, man. Let's have a look at that. But dude, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, bro. And let me have a look at the picture here. Here we go. Is a Mackey's run home cooked? I'm not in. Guys, I gained 3 kilograms over 2 weeks. I'm not eating any more. I am. After I've finished this iron brew, I'm on a strict diet of bread and water. I have got to lose some fucking weight. Thoroughly enjoyed the video updates over your time away, and particularly enjoyed your thoughts about GW being disconnected from their fans and not playing their own game. I fear they are going down the same rabbit hole that Wizard of the Coast did, and I wrote about this into the ether of my own blog, long before MTG and D&D had gone completely off the rails. I have been a busy boy these last few days, painting up more my Deathwatch. Despite UW's blatant hatred of us, Deathwatch players can blame me for getting interested back in the first week of February. I'm finally beginning painting and building a force slowly for months, because you bought the models. I love it. Painting this over the past 2 weeks while you were enjoying your time with the missus. Lots of kit bashing. I love getting old school hairstyle with the blisters kit bash. Once again, absolute congratulations, mate. I hope you still enjoy your time off in the States. I did, man, and thank you so much, bro. I love it. They look really good, man. I think Deathwatch is just one of the coolest armies out there. Yeah, so good. I love all the little conversions and stuff that you've done the models. And I think you've painted them to a very high standard as well. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. And that I didn't even look at the big head on the ballistas. That's so cool. That's so cool. I didn't even see that at first. That's awesome. I love that. Nice. Very nice. So those look like they might be some of the newer kill team models, or are they a mixture? Oh, they're just a mixture, aren't they? Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool, man. Yeah, I mean, my understanding, none of them are. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, none of them. For a second, I thought they were, but then I recognized, like, the Desolation Marines, and I realized none of them were the new kill team models. Yeah, yeah. They're all kit bashers of Primaris. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Your point regarding Wizards of the Coast and D&D. So I don't really know the status of those games like in reality. So I've heard D&D's gone completely down the shitter. I mean as it's all I've heard is that D&D went completely off the rails, and the last edition they put out was a massive flop and didn't do very well. I've heard things about MTG as well, where they did like a whole bunch of like crossovers with like was it Marvel and stuff, and that seemed to like water things down like massively, and that's ended up causing problems. But I don't know if it's here's the thing, because I'm not plugged into those universes, I don't know what the actual like money numbers look like. Is everyone complaining about D&D, but actually it's making loads of money? Is everyone complaining about MTG, but actually it's making loads of money? Or has D&D gone completely fucked and is now crashing and burning and is losing money? And likewise the same with MTG. Like, is it a case of like they've gone fucked and they are fucked, or they've gone fucked and they're still making money? It made loads of money and now it's crashing and bleeding. Ah, okay. So like there was like a short-term boost in sales, but that's long-term started to have some issues. Interesting. I've heard like D&D is basically dead and everyone just plays the old systems. But yeah. Like I feel like people just going to the systems now. It's not Wizards of the Coast that's the issue. It's Hasbro that fucked it all. Ah, right, fair. Yeah, Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast now, don't they? D&D is in a terrible place right now, like unplayable garbage that has caused people to either revert to the old system or actively go into their competitors. Yeah. So I can't remember what edition. I actually don't know what edition of D&D I play. Mordy Bro is the GM for our game group, and I mean, it might be 5th edition. It might be 3.5. I'm not actually sure, but because I've never like read the rules myself. I'm there for the story, and I just say, is it possible for me to do this? And he'll be like, yeah, you can. You know, like I know the mechanics now, like roll this dice and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, like we've been playing the same edition of D&D since COVID. Like that's when we all got into it, because we did basically for like 2 years. We just played like, well, for a year non-stop, we just played like D&D over Zoom. Yeah. And then sort of once a year we get together for like a big campaign now. So yeah, it's one of those where it's like I don't actually know what edition we play. I just know that we started playing like 7 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think it's 4th edition. I think it's either 3.5 or 5th. It has a 5 in it. I can't quite remember. But I heard that. See, the thing is, I heard what the issue they had with D&D was that they got rid of all like the race characteristics. So it was like not the race not that they got they got rid of all the set race characteristics. So you can be like, you know, in the past, like if you were an orc, it meant you got certain buffs and debuffs. If you were a half orc, you got certain buffs and debuffs. And you could always like spec into certain things, but picking a certain race would make you better at certain things. So like picking an elf would make you better at magic. Like sort of classic that kind of shit. And then they changed it to where it's like they didn't specify like race. It was like, here are your character traits, pick what you want, and then just say what race you are. And if you want to be a dwarf that's really good at magic, you can be a dwarf that's really good at magic, even though traditionally dwarves don't really do magic. That kind of stuff, right? And I think, you know, like, I think what was probably I think it was probably a big miscalculation on the designer's parts, because I think I've always said, I've said this about Warhammer players, like a lot of people, like they play dwarves in like Old World because they are a dwarf. And I don't mean they're particularly small. They might be. What I mean is like they get what the vibe of that faction is about. And so that's what they relate to. And that's what they want to play. And likewise, if you play like elves or dark elves, it's like you want to play dark elves for those because they're dark elves, not because, do you see what I mean? And so you can take that exact same sort of that mentality and apply it to D&D, and it's like, it's not that I can make, it's not that like I can still make a classic dwarf with all those classic dwarf traits, but it feels a bit fucking weird if I've done that and then next to me is basically an elf who has taken exactly the same shit as I have. It's like, well, now I don't feel like I'm a dwarf. Does that make sense? Yeah. So a gnome could be just as physically strong as an orc at start. Yeah, exactly, right? And I think that's where it breaks the immersion a bit, because it's like, no, if I'm going to be a gnome, if I'm a gnome, frankly, I shouldn't be as strong as a dwarf, because I'm a fucking gnome. It doesn't take much to actually explain it. Why not? Because I'm a gnome. Right? Oh, if I'm a human, I shouldn't be as good at magic as an elf. Why? Because elves are better at magic. Why? Because they are. They are. That's it, right? So yeah, I think they kind of. I think the idea was actually. Oh, I've got chocolate. I was like, what's on my arm? I've got chocolate on my arm. Definitely chocolate. So I think the idea behind it was to allow players more flexibility and customization. But unfortunately, it kind of missed the mark, I think. Longu Congress. If you can believe a man can be a woman, you must believe a gnome can be as strong as an orc. I'm gnome. What's gnome phobic? I'm gnome phobic. There you are. I'm afraid of gnomes. There you are. I do think there was a lot of people that were saying. I remember seeing some of the conversation around it where people were like, "Oh, they've gone woke. They've taken all the racial traits out and everything." I don't know if that's true. I don't know enough about the topic to talk about it, and all that's going to do is really open up a big sort of like can of worms and all that kind of stuff. So we're not going to go down that route. All I'm going to say is I wouldn't be surprised I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I also wouldn't be surprised if that completely wasn't the case, and actually they were just trying to make players have more customizability with their characters, and it just completely backfired. Yeah, I could see it definitely being either or maybe a combination of both. Yeah. We're all gayist gnome phobic down here. There you are. There you go. Anyway, I don't know how we got on that topic. Catastrophe. Oh, we got it because it was in the in your blog post. Yeah, cool. Well, dude, thank you so much for the big support, and thank you for the kind words as well, man. What have we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Welcome back. Thank you, man. It's good to be back. Earth Citizen, thank you for the Bane Blade. Congratulations on getting hitched, Mordian. What do you think on Restorians getting re-released? Was thinking of picking some up. So firstly, dude, thank you for the big super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Secondly, I think the Restorians coming back is awesome. So I've said this for a little while, but when GW is shitty, you should shit on them. When GW is good, you should praise them. GW bringing Restorians back as a major order is something that I'm very in favor of, very excited of. It's I'm not sure how long the pre-order lasts for, to be honest. I might have already missed it. It's probably on the store, right? I'll have a look. When does it finish? 26th of May. Okay, I got a little bit of time to decide. Yeah, I mean, I always wanted a Restorian army, and the models coming back is awesome. I think the issue so generally speaking, I'm very, very much in favor of it. And I think it's really awesome. Okay. However, I think, let us address the elephant in the room. And by the elephant, I mean the ridiculous price tag. I mean, GW, I think, basically just looked at what the highest buy it now price was on eBay. And basically went, yeah, that'll do for our that'll do for our prices. I think charging £22 for a single model, a veteran guardsman with a grenade launcher, not veteran, a Restorian guardsman with a grenade launcher, and the characters, I think is absolute daylight robbery. I mean, I was there, Gandalf, when these models were available. These were when they were released, I think it was £5. That was a long time ago. When they went off sale, I believe it was £9 for a Restorian commander. So the cost is fucked. Now, so the cost is fucked, but it's kind of with a few small changes. I think you could have made the prices less of a problem. I think the Restorian Command Squad being £34, but not having enough models for the Command Squad is ridiculous. Bear in mind, guys, when that Restorian Command Squad was originally sold, it had all 5 models that you needed. Let me find a picture of it for you. So that Restorian Command Squad was sold for €25 when it was last available. So that would be about £20. And it came with all the models on the made to order that we see now, plus the grenade launcher guy. So this was 20. So when they went off sale, bear in mind, to be clear, they only went off sale. Was it end of 9th edition? It wasn't that long ago. We're not talking 20 years ago. We're talking 3 to 5 years ago. That command squad came with the grenade launcher guy and was sold for about £20 to £22.50. Now, Games Workshop has taken the grenade launcher guy out of the box. He came in the box. It wasn't an additional thing. He came in the box. Has taken the grenade launcher guy out of the box and wants to charge you £56. So they want to charge you nearly triple the amount for the same box. Last major order was end of 8th. But the models were available before that, I think. Anyway, look, we'll say 6 years ago. Fine. But in 6 years, they've tripled the price of the models. I remember these guys were £11 for the both of them. Now they're 25, so that's more than doubled. I think the Destroyer squad itself isn't actually all that badly priced. I don't think the Destroyer squad itself is that badly priced. I think £42.50 is expensive, but it's actually like, if you look at for a made to order metal product, it's actually about in line with where Warlord Games is. If you look at Warlord Games like Schwertruppen for the Axis and stuff, and the Mark 1 power armor guys for the Soviets, and you've also got the shock troops. They're between 40 and 48 quid. So I'm not actually against this. So my biggest bugbear is, I think this is cheeky. Taking the grenade launcher guy out is bad. I think charging £22 for individual models is bad. And I think the heavy weapons are overpriced as well. I think everything outside of the Destroyer squad is twice as much as it should be. I think these guys should be £11 each. These should be 15 quid each. They should have the grenade launcher in and should be £35. Yeah, I think these guys should be like £11 each, £11 each. That's what I would say. The big issue with it though is not the raw price. The big issue is how much you need to buy to make a legitimate army in 40k in 10th edition. So, back in the day, in the good old days, you would typically go into battle with 2 or 3 platoons. So you'd be looking at sort of 50 to 60 infantry. And if you look at some of the 4th edition games that I've done, I take a couple of 20-man platoons with a command squad. And I think that's if that's the scale of if that's where the game was now, I think that even at those prices they would actually be acceptable, because it's like, yeah, it's made to order, yeah, they're obviously gouging you, but you only a couple of command squads, a few 10, assuming the command squad was complete, they hadn't siphoned off that grenade launcher guy. You could be like, yeah, okay, I'll drop 300, 400 quid on the Destroyers and get all the infantry that I need and blah, blah, blah. But the problem is now that you want a proper Destroyer army, it's like, yeah, you're looking at too much. I mean, the funny thing is though, if you're looking at approaching it in the traditional guard mentality, for some people though, they will say, well, I only need 20, 30 guardsmen, because I'll just take 2 or 3 10-man squads Acadians and just have them as ship munchers doing objectives and stuff. If that's your approach to it, then yeah, you absolutely could buy that. I think that's the way you meant to approach the made to order. It actually it comes back to what I was saying before. The mentality, There's a new breed of wargamers up and coming. The way that us old heads approach Warhammer, where it's like, well, if it's worth buying 1, it's worth buying 6. Now, if I've got 1 Chimera, I need 6 Chimeras, right? If I've got 1 Limrus, I need 12 Limruses, right? I just don't think that's the way people approach the game anymore. I don't think it's the way they can approach the game anymore. I think, you know, the way you approach the Guard now is, well, I'll get like 2 or 3 squads of basic infantry, and then I just start, once that's done, I just start buying specialists. It's not, doesn't look like a proper Guard army, but there you are. But has what a proper Guard army? What? Yeah, your time is over, old man. No one takes 100 basic infantry anymore, Mordia. You don't need 100 infantry. The way you approach the Guard now is you have 2 squads of 10 Cadians, and maybe a third squad to get the Supreme Command Blob, and then after that, it's all about Bulgrins and Kazakin and Rogel Dawns, and it's like oh, okay, so we're collecting a Space Marine army now. No, it's how you collect Guard in 2026. It's like, I mean, no, I don't think that's the way you play Guard. I think that's the way you collect Ash Militarum. But yeah, I think that's... So I think there's a number of things going on here. There's like... One, they are great models, but they are very expensive if you want to approach it in the sort of traditional Guard mindset of... Like, when I say traditional, I mean like so the 8th and 9th edition Guard mindset of if it's worth buying once, it's worth buying like... Well, I'd even say to a certain extent, like post 6th edition mindset of like it's worth buying once, it's worth buying thrice, that kind of thing. But then maybe that's now the old way of doing things, and the new way of doing things is like, could you make a destroying army by buying 2 squads of those? Could you make a destroying army buying 2 to 3 of those infantry squads and like a Castellan or like a... Yeah, I mean, you could literally buy 3 of those infantry squads, 1 of the standalone officers, and 1 of the command squads, and then an extra grenade launcher. It'll cost you a lot, but that's going to be about £127.50. I can do it, but I'm just gonna be lazy. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm being lazy. There we go. My computer's being stupid for a second. So £42.50 times 3, plus 22 for an officer, 22 for a standalone grenade launcher, and then what was it? 34 for the command squad. I mean, realistically, you can get your full destroying army for 205 quid. 2 squads. So what have I bought there? 2 basic squads for running around doing objectives and action monkey shit. Another squad to act as the glue of a command blob. And then I've put a command squad in there. Got the extra grenade launcher for that command squad. And I got one of the standalone officers to count as like Creed or Yarrick. I mean, I could take maybe this guy and use him as... Put him on the right size base. He could be a count as Yarrick. Maybe I could take this guy and use him as a count as like Creed. Maybe or a commissar. Maybe I could take this guy and use him as a Acadian Castellan. So yeah, I'm not actually getting a full destroying army. What I'm getting is all of the Vestroy models that I need to get that sort of basic element done, and then I just put 6 to 12 Bulgrin in there, a couple of Kazakin squads in there, 2 or 3 Rogel Dawns. Boom. Yeah. I think that's how you're actually meant to approach this. Although, you do have the Destroyer and Platoon. So what does that come with? 3 heavy weapon teams. I mean, that looks like a half decent deal, right? What are you getting in that? 27 miniatures. You get 1 commander, 1 Regiment Standard, 1 Master Vox, 1 Medipack, 3 Destroying Lads Cannon teams, 1 Sergeant with Power Fist, 1 Sergeant with Power Sword, 1 Trooper Grenade Launcher, 1 Trooper with Plasma Gun, 6 Trooper Lads Gun. Is that the only way you can get the Plasma Gun guy as well? That's so funny. I see. So the only way you could get the Plasma Gun guy is by buying this platoon. Fucking hell, GW. Wait. Wait. What do the squads come with? 1 minute. What do the standalone squads come with? Flamer. Okay. So, do you actually have enough here to make... Because they've mixed all the models together here, which is a bit frustrating. So you've got... Wait. So you get 16... So that's enough to make 2 squads. So you don't even get enough to make a proper platoon. Because that's enough to make 2 squads, but that's not enough to make a command squad. And you can't have a sergeant with a power fist. So that's not a legal... That's not a legal model. And that's... You could use that as a Krieger. So you could take this guy and put him in here and make a Cadian command squad. But that, yeah, so these models are actually basically, they're not actually sergeants. These aren't actually sergeants. These are actually these are Cadian Castellans. Yeah. So if you want to actually run these legally, you're going to need to buy 2 more of these. Because also they call them sergeants. They call them commanders here, but sergeants here. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit fucked, isn't it? It's a bit fucked. What's good? GW, why not just give us 2 10-man squads? A flamer in 1 with a sergeant with bolt pistol and chainsword. A grenade launcher in the other with a sergeant with bolt pistol and chainsword. Have the command squad where the plasma... Take the command squad and put the extra plasma model in there as well. And 3 las cannons. I think you actually save a model, GW. Maybe, I don't know. So, look. This is... But this is a good discount, though. To be fair, this is a good discount because... You're getting... That would be 75 quid on its own. And then you've got the command squad, which would be 34. So that's 109 quid. Then you've got basically the 2 10-man squads, right? Yeah, because... Yeah, 2 10-man squads. So that would be 85. So it's about £194 worth of models. For 134. So you are saving 60 quid buying this. You're just not getting a legal army. Or you're not getting a legal squad. In any of it. Yeah, none of it's legal. None of it can, yeah. I don't think. My take on the Destroyer and Platoon My take on the Vestroyan... Look. My take on the Vestroyan platoon on this entire thing is that it's not designed for you to buy as an army. It's designed for you to... Did you miss out on Vestroyans? Do you like Vestroyan models? Would you like an opportunity to build and paint some? Here you go. I don't think it's... I don't think you should really approach it with the idea of getting a full army. That's not to say you can't do that. If you want to go out there, go absolutely ape, get the full army, go full send and have a great time with it, awesome. Like, awesome. Like, yeah, like, obviously. But I think for the average war gamer on the street, this is probably a bit of a case of either you build a modern GW style guy, you build an Astra Militarum army where you get like a handful of squads and use them, like we said, like 200 quid. You get a handful of squads and you just build enough to sort of, instead of taking your plastic Cadians that you doing actions with, you taking these guys to do actions with. Or you get it because you want the member berries. And you're like, hey, I missed out on these guys. I will happily spend 134 quid to satisfy those member berries. Because think about it, if you missed out on Vestroyans back in the day, and you're like, I just want to get a taste of those old school models. As far as Warhammer goes, it's not actually an unreasonable purchase to drop 134 quid on this. Yes, it is expensive. 27 models is expensive, don't get me wrong. But compare it to like, I mean, guys, here's one way of looking at it, right? Hang on. See, I'm not being negative on this. You might think I'm being negative. I'm not. That's why I started the video off being like, it's super, super positive. It's awesome that they're bringing it back. Let me ask you this. Serious moment, right? Hang on. What would you rather buy? From a vibes-based, guard-based approach. The Vestroyan pre-order, or the shitty combat patrol. They're not that different. This actually comes with 2 less models. This comes with 2 less models and is no less compatible. It arguably is less compatible than the last one. Because, you know, you can't put the command squad leading these guys. Like, truth be told, if you ask me, what would I rather buy? This or this? Fuck yeah, I'll take the Vestroyan platoon. Got a couple of squads of infantry, heavyweight. That's a goddamn platoon. That looks like a platoon. It might not be completely legal, and I might need to spend an extra... You know, I might need to buy an extra special weapon. So I might really be looking at like 156 quid. But psh, I'd buy that. I'd buy that every single fucking time. That's, frankly, our combat patrol should look like that. You know, it should be heavy weapons. And imagine if they made a Krieg combat patrol, which was 2 squads of Kriegers, a Krieg command squad, and a Krieg heavy weapons squad. You'd buy it for 105 quid. You wouldn't even think about it. So yeah, you're paying a bit more because it's metal and it's made to order. That's fine. That's not unreasonable. Yeah, when you get into the individual prices down here, it's completely balked. You're not going to hear me argue against that one. Fucking individual weapon team for 25 quid. Yeah, that's balked as fuck. Yeah, obviously. Right? You're not going to hear me. You're not going to get any pushback from me. And yeah, maybe some of the sergeant stuff were a little fucked, but at the end of the day, let's be real here, right? The sergeant, if we're actually, you know, if we stop nitpicking and actually get down to the reality and the brass tacks, as they like to say, no one fucking cares what a sergeant's equipped with these days, do they? How many of you out there have had your sergeants armed with las pistol and chainsaw from back in the day, but you just say they've got like the plasma pistol and power sword if you're running them as Kriegers, or bolt pistol and chainsaw if you're running them as Cajuns, or you just say, oh, yeah, he's got a chainsaw. Actually, he's running the auto gun, right? Everyone does it. No one gives a fuck. If I turn up with a sergeant with the power fist, no one gives a fuck. I just say, oh, he hasn't actually got a power fist. Everyone goes, yeah, that's fine. No one cares. Like, we are beyond the age of WYSIWYG these days. So, realistically, The only criticism I really have of this is it doesn't seem to come with. It could do with like one extra guy for the command squad. I'm just going to count the models up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, it definitely needs one extra guy. It does. I mean, if you wanted to, if I was to try and get this to go just that little bit further, I might take one of the heavy weapon crew here and just use them in the command squad. And then I would model this to be like, maybe like behind some like sandbags, or to have like a bunch of ammo crates where the guy should be, so it doesn't look like he's I'm saying I do a little kit bash so that it would all work and look proper. Yeah, it is. You could definitely get the extra guy you need from the heavy weapon teams, then kit bash your way to victory. Yeah. So yeah, long story short, the individual prices on the Restorians are eye-watering. They are taking the piss, and I have to admit, I'm not super happy with it, specifically on the individual models and weapon teams and officers and stuff. And I'm not a big fan of the fact they've done that to the command squad. But the individual squads themselves, fine. The platoon, fine, more than fine actually. I'd rather have that than the current combat patrol by a fucking million miles. And frankly, any of the shortcomings of this can be easily overcome from a reasonable, practical point of view. I know some of you will say, and I would agree with you, but we spent 134 quid. We shouldn't have to be doing the hard work. You're right, and I've said that argument many times myself. But we can't. At the end of the day, GW is going to GW, and you should complain about it. But this is GW being GW, but us as wargamers have a relatively easy path to making this work. Yeah. I think the big thing, though, is obviously people want to buy this outside of the UK. It's going to be a lot more expensive. I think, I mean, I don't know how much it's going to be in America, but you're probably looking at what, like 200 plus, it's got to be over $200 in America, right? Shall we have a look? $220? Yeah, it's pretty pricey. It's pretty pricey. Yeah. So, meanwhile, the exchange rate is 180. True. But the issue you're going to have, America always get GW. I don't know. I've been saying this. I think GW should be opening a manufacturing facility in the US. Considering they seem to be really going after the US market in a big way. Because obviously everything they make, they have a distribution center over there. They don't have a manufacturing facility. I really don't understand why GW hasn't done that. Yeah, but maybe there are reasons beyond our comprehension, which they're not willing to divulge. But yeah. Yeah, put on the road from Warhammer in Texas. Yeah, exactly. But the point is, what do I think of the Destroying Platoon? In summary, what do I think? Not the platoon, but the entire made-to-order. I think it's expensive. But I think there are a number of reasonable avenues and ways of approaching this that you can take. And you can get the Destroying Army... you can get a workable version of this Destroying Army for not cheap, but you can get it for basically Warhammer prices and use it on the tabletop and have fun with it. Either you have sort of the modern 40k guard approach, the Ashton Militar approach, where you just get three of the infantry. You spend about 200 quid, as we said, 3 boxes, a command squad, and an extra guy. And you do it that way. or you can buy this platoon and you can make it work that way. I think, in a funny sort of way, the best way of approaching this is either with a 3rd/4th edition mindset, or a 11th edition mindset. What I don't think really worked, and why I think a lot of people are kind of getting upset, and understandably so, is when you sort of approach this with that sort of 6th to 9th edition mindset, where people, you know, that sort of that Imperial Guard mindset, where, you know, you don't buy 1 Lim Rush, you buy 6, as I said earlier. The other option is obviously you could just the big question, I would say, is the big sort of the one extra point. The thing that some people are going to point out, rightly so, is recasting and 3D printing. I've seen some prices from recasters for these exact same models, and I think it would make people very angry. Now, bear in mind, the recasting models are going to be made out of traditional resin. I think we were looking, instead of 22, let me, I think I can actually find the pictures for you. I can't show the pictures off, but I can find them to find the prices. 1 minute. Bugger me. 1 minute. Oh, fucking hell. Right. Specific channel. That one. Filters. Image. Okay. It might be too difficult to find now. Oh no. I think it was like $6. I can't remember if it was dollars or pounds. That's the only thing. I'll have a quick look. If I can't find it in 30 seconds or so, I won't keep looking. So I won't have you guys hanging around waiting for ages for me to find it. I saw it. It was only the other day, but oh, I think I found it. Maybe. Ah, there you go. So it was dollars. So you know that Destroying Sergeant with the power fists? Yeah. From Recasters, he's available for $6. The Destroying Firstborn squad that actually comes with not just the rifleman, but also comes with a heavy bolter. That's $35. Individual special weapons guys between $4 and $6 basically. So the issue is, I suppose, that, you know, do you want to pay those GW prices, or do you want to pay the recasting prices? I guess that's it. Obviously, the recasting prices, you're going to have a bit of risk, because recasting can be very poor quality. But I know some hardcore tournament players that buy everything for recast these days, and the quality, especially if it's old Forge World stuff, is better than what Forge World actually makes. But yeah, I think that's the sort of the fart in the room, as it were, the ghost at the feast. You can spend, do you want to spend $220 getting that Destroying Platoon from Games Workshop, or do you want to spend half the price and get it from a recaster? It's not that hard to find recasters. And then you've got 3D printing as well. Yeah. And then you've got 3D printing as well. It's tricky, right? It's tricky because on the one hand, we want to reward GW for doing the right thing. As I always say, you should vote with your wallet both negatively and positively. You should vote with your wallet when GW does something right. You should be like, look, this is the right thing. Let me spend my money with you. And then you can see that you've done the right thing. And then it's difficult to have that mentality. And then GW actually does the right thing. And then people still like, well, actually, I'm going to get it from the recaster. And then it's like, oh, well, are we being hypocritical? I think there's probably an element of being hypocritical there. I think there's also an element of, there's probably a line where it's like, okay, yes, GW's done the right thing here, but only to a certain extent. Like, they've taken that grenade launcher guy out of that command squad, which is not, they're not even selling you the box how it used to be. That's a deliberate choice they've made to try and then gouge a little bit more money out of you. That's, okay, they've done the right thing, but have they? Oh, we're going to give you a bunch of sergeants, but they're not going to be compatible. So if you want to actually run them like legally, then you're going to have to buy these other ones. That's another way of potentially gouging money out of you. Yeah, there's a few. Do you see what I mean? Like, GW's done the right thing, but there's several large flies in the ointment here. And then obviously you've got the price where it's like, okay, GW, thank you for doing the right thing, but oh wait, how much are you asking for an individual guy? £22, or in dollars, $35? Right? So it's like, yes, GW, from a sort of surface level analysis, you've done the right thing. But the issue is, and it comes back to what we were saying before, and we say all the time, the issue is like, piracy is a service issue. And at the end of the day, has GW provided a superior service to the recasters here? And the answer is probably no. Because the recasters, I can get the squads with the, I can get the command squad with all the right bits in it. I can get the rifle squads with all the right bits in it. And I can basically, because of the way they've got the individual models available in certain ways, I can actually tailor those squads the way that I want. So even if we put price, let's put the price completely to one side, who's offering the better service, GW or the recasters? I think the issue is that the recasters are offering the better service over Games Workshop. And then you take into account the price, and it starts becoming a bit of, GW, you've tried to do the right thing, but unfortunately you've missed the mark a little bit. So overall, Gab Campbell, there's no right or wrong here. Either you're willing to pay the price or you're not, and then it's whether you think people are entitled to owning their creative content or not. I don't think that's correct. I see the argument you're making, but I think that's a... respectfully, I disagree. I think that's a massive oversimplification of the situation. I find the argument, either you're willing to pay the price or not, to A, be one that stifles discussion. It's like, I'm going to come in and just tell you how it is. And B, I also find it slightly disingenuous, because I don't think it's actually true. I think there's a lot more that goes into a decision than simply, do I buy it? Can I afford it or not? Do I want to pay that price or not? There's loads more that go into the decision. Are you getting what you want from the product? Simple. It's not, are you willing to pay 220 quid for that for Stormtrooper or not? Well, hang on a second. It's not just, can I pay that price? We're not even going to get into the weeds of it. Straight away it falls apart, because it's like, it's not, am I willing to pay the price? It's, am I getting what I want, what I need from the product. As I said, you can completely remove the price from the equation. That's why with the recasters I didn't mention the price until the end. You can completely remove price from the discussion and still have a very meaningful discussion about this entire thing based on the quality of the product that's being provided. And the quality here being like, are you getting the right models to make legal squads? Are you getting, for example, are you getting that command squad doesn't even have the right models to make a legal unit? Has GW engaged in any sort of shitty behavior? Like, why have they taken that grenade launcher guy out of the command squad when he was originally part of it? See what I mean? Like, there's much more nuance to it than simply, are you willing to pay it or not? Yeah. It does not stifle discussion. There's nothing forcing you to buy these kinds of products. This isn't water or food. This is not people gouging you for necessary product. I said you were going to say what I want, but then change to what you need. So again, I hear this argument all the time. I understand the argument that you're making. Again, I think it's irrelevant. Again, I don't think it's a proper argument. I'm not. If you may have come in partway through, Gab Campbell, so you may have missed me say this, but I actually wasn't overly critical of the price of this thing. I said, yeah, it's a bit expensive on the individual things, but I thought the squads, like the 10-man squads, were pretty good that he was offering, and I thought the platoon was pretty good in many ways. And I even said you can do some pretty reasonable practical things to make that platoon actually legal. Like just take one guy from the heavy weapon squad, put in the command squad, and you're good to go. So firstly, I think you're getting slightly hung up on what I would say is only part of the conversation. But secondly, just focusing on the bit that you actually addressed, which is it's not water or food. Oh, I was like, oh, okay then. So if something, okay, so following this train of logic, if something isn't water or food, someone can charge whatever they want, and we can have no discussion around that. Well, that's obviously bollocks, isn't it? If it's not something that you need to exist, to physically live in this world, then basically they can charge what they want. There's no discussion around whether it's a good product or a bad product. There's no discussion on whether it's worth the money or not. It's simply just either you pay it or you don't. No. Like, you wouldn't apply that same logic to a whole bunch of other stuff in your real life. It's like, oh, well, yeah. Your device's operating systems are not water or food. If an update removes their use in your area, that's a big problem. I mean, that's a good point. But, like, I mean, speaking of, like, mobile phones, for example, I bet there's loads of people in here that would be like, I'm not gonna, I mean, that's almost like when you look at the price of like Apple products. How many? I mean, there's loads of people out here that would guffaw and chortle at people who buy like the latest iPhone for like $2,000, and then will look at something like this and wouldn't apply the same standard. They'd be like, no, either you buy the Warhammer or you don't. Yeah. I just think, I'm not saying you can't approach Warhammer in that way. I'm saying that the point I'm making here is this. Coming in and just going, you can't discuss it. Either you're willing to pay it or not. If you're not, shut the fuck up. And I am exaggerating a little bit, but that's the entire topic of the discussion. It's just not true. Do you know what I mean? The question is, does GW picking prices you don't like entitle you to IP theft or not? So I suppose I don't want to... IP theft, I think, is different to piracy. Because I'm personally not stealing the IP. I'm not taking Games Workshop's products and then remaking them and selling them. That would be IP theft. But I'm not going to try and like pick your words apart, because I know what I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I presume what you're kind of saying is like, does GW offering the products at a certain price entitle you personally to go and like pirate their products? And it's a good question. It's a good question, because obviously GW, as you said, can charge what they want, and then we can choose whether we want to buy it or not. That's kind of like your argument. I think that, and this is getting a little deep now, I think it is absolutely the right of every individual to try and get a product for the best possible price. There's more to it than that, but I don't think that there's any real ethical or moral dilemma with someone going like, I want to get that for a better price. I think that's capitalism. Like if you've got two companies which are offering you exactly the same thing, although suppose one company's stealing it, so I get what you mean. But I'll say this though, I think that's a different. I see where you're coming from. I'm not shitting on you, Gab Campbell. Because I mean, like we're having a bit of a discussion, and I'm trying to be kind of respectful and appreciative of the perspective you're coming from. So but I will say this. I think the goalposts have been moved. Because we've moved from you should be willing to pay it or not to if you're not willing to pay it, does that entitle you to piracy? I think that's a different question. I think that's an entirely different question. And I'm not trying to avoid answering either one. I'll happily answer both. But I do think they're two different questions, and it can be easy to tangle them up together, but I don't think you should. So I also think two things can be right at the same time. So this is what I would say. I think two things, this would be my sort of general approach. My general, top of my head, sort of argument perspective. Argument sounds combative, and I don't think we're being particularly combative here. I think we're having a good discussion, and that's what we enjoy. I think that two things are right here at the same time. I think Games Workshop is asking for a lot of money for a product, and I think the product that they're offering is substandard. I think that when it comes to being a consumer, as you said, there is you have to basically look at something and say, are you willing to pay that amount of money for it? But if I was to sort of push back or sort of add my own, pushback's not the right term, add my own layer to it, I would say that decision on whether you're willing to spend that money or not isn't just a simple dollar value. I think that decision should be made based on like what is being offered. So like with the Destroying Platoon, for example, I think that the Destroying Platoon, as it's being offered right now, is something that I would be willing to pay. Hence why I said, what would I rather have? The Destroying Platoon or the Current Combat Patrol? I'd rather buy the Destroying Platoon than the Current Combat Patrol. Even though it's about 30 quid more, I'd rather spend it because I think the Current Combat Patrol, it's not the price which is the... I'm not even talking about the price. It's not the price which is the problem. It's what's being offered which is the problem. So the current combat patrol with the Horses and the Kazakin, I don't think, even though that's the cheaper product, I don't think that's worth it. I think the Horses are very niche. I think that the Kazakin, the only good bit in the box is really the Kazakin. I think the Command Squad doesn't work with anything in that box. So even though one's cheaper, I don't think that box is worth it. So I wouldn't buy it. It's not worth it because of the price. It's not worth it because of what's being offered. Whereas the Destroying Platoon, I think it is worth it because of what's being offered. But putting the Destroying Platoon to one side and looking at the individual things that GW is asking for the Destroyers, I think 25 quid for a single heavy weapon team is taking the piss. I think the same 22 quid for a single grenade launcher is taking the piss. I think 22 quid for a single sergeant / commander, which one is it, GW, is taking the piss a little bit, right? So part of this Destroying Mage order, I think is worth it. Part of this Destroying order, I don't think is worth it. And when it comes to the Destroying Platoon, I do still have some hang-ups because I'm spending a decent amount of money. And I'm still having to fuck around with taking heavy weapons, guy. But even with that, I think it's worth it. So that's the first sort of question answered. Like, I think there's more to it than simple dollar value. Right? And that's why, and I'm putting, I'm being very honest there because I'm not even, and what I would say is my proof for that is I would rather buy the more expensive product because I think what it's offering me is better than the cheaper product. Right? So that's the first question answered. Hopefully that sort of, I think that sort of covers one bit. Going over to the piracy thing. You have to apply things equally. Like, I can't say I'd be okay. What I mean by that applying equally is if someone was making a bunch of recasts for Conflict 47, I probably wouldn't buy them. I almost certainly wouldn't buy them. Because I like Warlord and I want to support Warlord. So I wouldn't do it. And so when it comes to like Games Workshop, it's like, well, if GW makes a bunch, when it comes to GW, why is it different? I guess is the big question. I think it comes down to piracy. I think comes down to basically. So piracy, I think, is interesting. I think that comes down to good. In many ways, I think that comes down to like goodwill. Like, and you're gonna be like, oh, that's bullshit. But hear me out. I think when it comes to, I think there's basically two approaches to the whole like recasting / and I would almost lump recasting and 3D printing into the same thing. Specifically if we're talking about 3D prints where someone's basically just scanned the model in. Right? They've just scanned the model in. We're not talking about someone who's done all the design work and come up with their own alternative sculpts. That I think is fine because that's just making an alternative sculpt. That is you've put the effort in, right? So we're not talking about that. We're talking about 3D printing or recasting. I think an element of it, of course, is going to be cost. I think it would be disingenuous to not be like, look, people are going to look at the ability to be able to, let's say, 3D print an entire Destroying army for a couple of bottles of resin, $100 versus potentially thousands. I think it would be disingenuous of me to be like, cost has something to do with it. I think cost absolutely does something to do with it. I suppose the question is it morally wrong? As you said, are you entitled to steal something? Steal. if you're not willing to pay the price. I don't think so. I don't think if everyone did that, society would fall apart, obviously. Although I think it takes a bit more nuance to it. Like, if everyone stole everything all the time, then yeah, we'd all be fucked. But I think you have to sort of discriminate on basically what's, you know, being stolen in many ways. But that's a much deeper ethical question than what I am qualified to talk about on this channel. Right? I think the big thing is that people will 3D print stuff. Do you know what's funny? I think people tend to 3D print stuff and recast stuff when it feels like a victory. You know, how many... You know, you hear this all the time when people are like, oh, I could have bought this from GW and then I 3D printed it and I got it for like half the price. And it's almost like the price is there, but they're almost like gleeful. Like, they're like, fuck GW, I 3D printed it. Fuck GW, I got a recast. I think there's a big element of that. I think it just comes down to the fact. I think it just comes down to the fact that it's. I would say it's more of a GW problem than a personal ethical problem. I really don't think that's a good attitude towards the work of other people. No, I don't. Look. I would not blame anyone who... I'm just going to be honest. I wouldn't blame anyone who bought this as a recast. I wouldn't blame anyone who 3D printed these for story models. I think at the end of the day, GW will set the price. They'll set the quality of the product. And then, if that's too much, like you said, then people won't buy it. But if they won't buy it, they still want it. And then it's like, well, okay, they're going to get it from somewhere else. Right? That's it at the end of the day. And that's a failure of service. If you are providing something, if you're not providing what the customer wants, that's a failure of service. Piracy, it comes down to piracy as a service issue. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, man. I think all of the roundabout thinking and discussion and chatting about it. I'll tell you this. Let's use an example. If this product wasn't made to order. If this product wasn't made to order, and maybe it was a little bit cheaper, I think you got to have price in the discussion. If this product wasn't made to order, wasn't FOMO, and was reasonably priced, even if it was more expensive than getting it from recasters, and even if it was more expensive than plastic, like getting the equivalent in plastic, if that was what was being offered, I don't think anyone would be. I think that's when it's like, oh well, if you're at that point and you're pirating it, yeah, you're in the wrong. It kind of reminds me of people who, when Humble Bundle used to do games for like 1 cent, and people still pirated them. Not many people, but a few people still pirated them. And it's like, at that point, obviously the person pirating at that point is a dickhead. I think that's what it comes down to, man. If you're not offering the service that someone wants at the price they're willing to pay, I don't think you can stand in judgment over someone going and getting that product that they want at the price they're willing to pay. I don't think you can. I think that's called capitalism. I think that's it. That's called free. That's the free market. That's it. That's it. That's it. GW. This is where I think maybe the two questions cross over. Right. This is maybe where the two questions cross over. GW is willing to. GW will set the price, and you as the consumer have to decide whether you're willing to pay it or not. Okay? I'll meet you there. But on the other hand, if someone is not willing to pay that price and they're not happy with the service, I don't think you can. And like legitimately, it's because maybe what's being offered is a bit shit, and maybe what's being offered is a bit expensive. I don't think there's anything wrong with basically going and finding the product at a service that is willing, that you will at a price and a service that is better. Especially if the price that's being set is extortionate and the service that's being offered is substandard. Yeah. I think that's what it comes down to. I mean, let me ask you this. This is why I think it's the market. It's the market, baby. Cats and spiders. If you're not finding a proper service at a good price, we're just going to find it elsewhere. It's their own fault. The example I think you're absolutely right. And the thing is, I think that, as we always say, piracy is a service issue. You would be amazed at what people are willing to like. When there's so many examples of people being willing to buy stuff that they could get for free. Right? So like movie piracy was a huge problem. Back in the old days, movie piracy was a huge problem. And then streaming services came along. And now movie piracy is... No one gives a shit. It's barely a thing anymore. I mean, of course, it's always a thing, but it's barely a thing anymore. Do you want to know what... Because I used to... I mean, everyone did. Watchmovies.com and all this kind of stuff, right? When I was in uni, I wanted to watch Star Trek Enterprise. And the only place I couldn't get the physical DVDs anywhere. And the only place I could, not in uni, but when I was in high school, the only place I could find it was on free streaming sites. But it was in like 144p or 240p if I was lucky. Now, and there's always like the risk of like getting a virus and all this kind of stuff. And the only place that I could like find the only place I could find the stuff wasn't online. That was it. The only place I could find the DVDs for it was in HMV. I couldn't get the DVD secondhand very easily. It was an HMV, and they were charging a ridiculous amount for it. It was like, it was like something like, for season 1, they wanted like 50 quid like 20 years ago. Do you know what I mean? It was something ridiculous. And it was like, so I ended up like streaming it. The moment that Netflix came along, it was like $5.99 a month. I went and I even though I could keep watching Star Trek Enterprise for free, I went and bought a Netflix account and watched it on there. Because I didn't mind paying the money, because I was getting it super conveniently and I was getting it in a better quality. Suddenly, I didn't want the fucking free one. I didn't want the pirate one. I was happy to pay the money to get it in the right quality and the right thing. And so how was movie piracy solved? By streaming services offering a higher quality product at a reasonable price. Same with music. How did music piracy get solved? iTunes was the first one, Spotify was the second one, and people just willing to watch ads on fucking YouTube was the third one. I mean, you're absolutely right, Joe. I was willing to pay $5.99 a month to see Jolene Ballock in that fucking Vulcan science officer uniform. I'm a married man now. I can't say these things anymore. Right? Right? Because that's the thing. And it's the same. So, and same with video. What sold? I mean, people do not pirate games anywhere near as much as they used to. Is video game piracy still a thing? Yeah. Do the vast majority of people just buy the video games now? Yes. Because Steam made it super easy. That's it. People will pirate things if they think what they're being offered is too expensive and they're not getting good enough service for it. If you give people things at a reasonable price and at a good service, they'll pay for it. Applying this to Warhammer is applying this to wargaming is exactly the same thing. If GW, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want to turn the, this is the last point I'm going to make on it. Last point I'm going to make on it. Why is it up to us as the consumer to go if we're willing to pay the price or not for that? And all that kind of bollocks. I don't think the onus is on us. I think the onus is on Games Workshop. I think the onus is on Games Workshop. I think that Games Workshop, if GW offers a product at a certain price and offers the product at a certain quality, it's their problem if people don't buy it. It's not my problem. It's not our problem. It's their problem. The onus is on GW to get us to spend our money with them, not the other way around. Yeah. Gaggo, you're making a commentary about what realistically happens. You switch the goalposts and what people are entitled to do, or what people do realistically. I won't necessarily disagree with you, but I think what people will do realistically is much more important to what people are entitled to do. Because we live in the real world. This is like, people will make arguments and discussions based on like theoreticals and hypotheticals and moral arguments and ethical arguments and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is it really comes down to what are people actually going to do. You can argue as much as you want whether someone is morally entitled to being to pirating something or not. You can class it as IP theft if you want. You can do whatever. You're allowed to make those arguments. You're allowed to argue from that perspective. And I think we've gone over that quite a bit. And I've even given, I've seen it from your perspective. I've tried to turn it inside and out and all that kind of stuff. But I think actually looking at it from, and I didn't even do this intentionally. I kind of sort of waffled on until I sort of got to this point. I think actually the most important thing is, what are people going to do? It might not have been the original question. It might not have been the original point of discussion. It might have been where we ended up at. But it's actually probably the most relevant. It's the most relevant. What people are entitled to do is almost irrelevant. What people are entitled to is what people will do is what's relevant. Yeah. Anyway, all of that is just like my opinion, man. I don't think it's that deep. I think if GW offered the models for a bit cheaper and didn't fuck people, everyone would be happy with it. Gab, if we're going to go with a realistic approach, then you shouldn't be surprised or bothered that GW will use the full extent of the law to DMCA people, protect their IP, and get people prosecuted. I don't tend to make a big deal out of that kind of stuff. I think when GW protects their IP... So, I think when GW... So yes and no. I actually agree with you, but there's a bit more nuance to it. If someone makes a blatant rip-off of a GW product, they get what they get. 100%. Like that whole, the whole Garmac thing, there's more layers to this, where he basically made what was very obviously like a repulsor executioner and then sold it. yeah, he flew too close to the sun, obviously, right? He flew, yeah, obviously. If someone takes the Defiler, scans it and makes a 3D file of it and sells it, and GW catches them and comes down on them, yeah, of course, obviously. If GW is willing to fly over to China and legally take on all of the ChinaCast ChinaCast recasters, yeah, obviously, they're yeah. But the onus there is on GW versus other companies. The onus, it's not GW versus the consumer.
To victory!
Right? I think now I would argue maybe the goalposts have been moved, because I don't think a company has any right to rip GW off. Obviously not. But I don't think the company does. But now we're talking about company versus company rather than GW versus consumers. That's the difference. Yeah. No, I think I think the Garmac thing, you're right, that the Garmac thing's different. I think if GW was just going after Garmac for making obvious like ripoffs, fine. The fact that they're now trying to use that as a springboard to be like, anything that could be used with our games is like, we're going to fuck that up. Even if if you could potentially use that Lego figure with our games, well, fuck it, ban it. That's different, right? That's them going too far with it. But if GW just came along and went, you're obviously ripping us off, bang. Yeah. Obviously. So yeah, basically, to answer your question, I think that if a company or individual is like taking GW products, ripping them off, selling them, and all that kind of stuff, business versus business kind of shit, and they're obviously like, that's where the IP theft and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's where GW can come and fuck you with the long cock of the law. But I think that's on the whole business versus business angle rather than business versus individual. Yeah. When I said individual, I said if an individual's doing it, again, I mean like I think that the nuance is, if I go and 3D print a bunch of shit to use for myself, I think that's different to me taking a 3D printing a bunch of stuff and then selling it. Do you see that's the difference? Yeah. Or if I'm buying, there's basically the difference between buying the piracy and selling the piracy, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, it's just my opinion. And Gab Campbell, I know we've not seen eye to eye on a lot of it, but I actually really enjoyed that discussion. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to move on now, but I enjoyed discussion. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you've not been bent out of shape or anything like that. And I think it was an interesting and important one, and I think it was a very relevant one to the world of wargaming, because we see a lot of 3D printing happening, and we see a lot of recasting happening, and I think it was it's a relevant topic for anything to do with wargaming. Yeah. Go around, enjoy the debating. I'll DM you something in Discord, dude. Of course, man. Yeah, happy to see it. But yeah, that's it. See, I think, and just before we move on, I would say I think whilst many of us I think disagreed with Gab, I think he made some good points. I don't think he at any point resorted to calling anyone a dickhead or anything or anything like that. There was some robust debate, but it was respectful on all sides, and I think that's how it should be. I think that's how it should be. And I think it's easy. What I wanted to avoid with this whole like bit was for me to just go, no, fuck off. No, if I can get it cheaper, like I wanted to dive into it because I thought it was, even though I don't think I was right at like every point, I even admitted like, hey, I think you've made me think on that point and everything. I think it was good to sort of dive into it for a bit and just have the discussion. Yeah. There you go. All right. Now, Cosmic, ban him. No. No. Anyway, moving on. What have we got next? What we got here? Earth Citizen, thank you for Super Chat. Congratulations on getting Hitch Mordian. Oh, just done that one. Squidfist, thank you for 41 months. 41 months, my God, sir. Welcome back. Update and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Arise! Arise! X-Force, arise! Let me have a look here. Ooh, interesting. Welcome back, sir. Much has happened in your absence. Cosmic has thrown a coup, and the rioting has gotten worse / better in the Penal Legion. Meanwhile, on the hobby front, I had my big old world siege game, and it's awesome. I'll do a proper report one day, but for now, here's some cool pictures. I've also been in a bit of a hiatus, reworking my hobby storage, so I'll throw in some pictures of those as well. I'm at 7 armies now for 40k and 3 for old world, so I was ready for storage rework. Hey, let's have a look, man. Nice. It's a pretty good storage system. I love these, like, really easy storage boxes. They're great. Yes. Hold the line. Load, picture, load. 1 minute. Why won't you load? There is a picture there. Anyway. Yes. Death Toll. Yes. So cool. I love it. There's an actual siege tower. That's amazing. Holy footman. Sally forth! Sally forth from the gates! Oh my God. Oh, the breach! They breached the gates! Oh my God, that's so cool. That's so fucking cool, man. I love it. That is awesome. We got some more pictures. Don't worry, we got some more. Nice. Black coach trying to batter through the gates. A detachment of Empire Greatswords holding back the zombies. Grave guards storming up the siege tower. Hold them, men! Hold them! Oh no, halberdiers, counterattack those grave guard. Yes! Glorious! Yes! Big fight between the captain and the vampire. Or general, probably. Another unit of great swords moving in to plug the breach. So cool. So cool. I love that. I love that. Deus Toll! Deus Toll! There we are. That was awesome, man. I've been looking forward to that for ages. I absolutely... There we go. I got the other picture to load as well. I absolutely love that, man. That looks sick as fuck, bro. Amazing. That's so cool. I mean, I think every wargamer out there at some point has wanted to defend a castle or a fort or something like that. And there you go. Amazing, man. I raised my glass to that one. Thank you so much for support and thank you for your patience. Took me a little while to get to you. There we go. Let's have a look. It's a me, Marco. The Krieg 173rd grows. Hobby update in stream discussion. Hobby update. Been working through my salamanders, getting squads finished and painted the new basing. I've rebased my entire collection of 3 full battle companies. I've gone back to the guard with the Armageddon box. I got 2 proxy chimeras primed, got the centaur built and primed, got my graves and a pimpmobile built and started. I'll do some edging on it so it doesn't look like a black brick. Nice. Built and base coated my 3rd dawn with a removable commander cupola and built and base coated 10th lean rust to complete my company. Nice. They look cool as fuck, man. They look really cool. Nice. Nice. I love that. Salamander with like the knight helm on it. All the spare weapons. Yes. Yes. So cool. Salamanders and guard. That's pretty sick. Are you bringing the salamanders to Tantalus or are you just bringing the guard, I guess is the big question. But I like those chimera proxies. I had to look into getting some of those for myself. Yeah. Nice. Dude, I love it, bro. That's good shit. Some damn good hobbying, sir. Damn good hobbying indeed. What do we got next? Outright Shark. Thank you for the super chat, man. Xbox baby, 38 months. Spectre Squad conversion in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Nice. Are they the old last chances with some other models in there as well? That's awesome. I love it. It looks like some old Necromunda models and some of the old Catachans and some of the old last chances. That's awesome. I love that, bro. Cool. I think using last chance as a Spectre Squad is such a good idea. Marco, the Sergeant ready this year. I found the proxies on Etsy and love their looks. They have a resin option that I think will do for those I get. Nice. All right. Sally's not being ready this year. Hopefully we'll see them next year then. Yeah. Better to get them done right than to rush them. Red Scout, thank you for super chat, man. Congrats on 42 months. Xbox baby. Congrats on tying the knot. Message in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Finisher Centaur. Also thoughts on Recon Squad. I'm going to cover the Recon Squad in a moment, but overall I think they look very, very good. And I love the Centaur as well. Just a big, mean, green transporting machine. I like the stubber conversion you've done there as well. That's cool as fuck. Nice, man. Very nice. Shout out to Old Dirt. Thank you for 33 months. Excellent, baby. Thoughts about destroying prices? Gives you sold now. Well, we just discussed the Vestorians at length. My thoughts are that some of the individual bits are too expensive. Some of the bundles are a bit better. And then we've got into the whole conversation about like 3D printing and stuff like that. And piracy and whatnot. Yeah. I think that they are. I think GW is taking the piss a little bit with them. Yeah. Orion, thank you for the 3 months, man. Mordian got married before GTA 6. That is true. But to be fair, I don't think GTA 6 is ever coming out. They keep saying it's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming out. I don't think it's ever coming out. I mean, they say 2026, but I don't know. Oh no, it's apparently there's been a delay. Has there been another delay? I got one website saying it has been delayed. And one website saying it hasn't been delayed. Yeah, GTA 6 is never coming out. And it's been in development for so long. The delay was till November this year. That's not good. I don't know what GTA 6 is going to be like. But it's been in development for a long time. How much more time do you really fucking need? Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. How the MG community got started in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I started a German cult. Let me have a look.
We should be a cult.
I don't think cults go well.
They always work out in the end.
We've got to fill them with propaganda.
Anyone good with propaganda here?
I'm British.
I think the Germans were good at propaganda.
Are you German?
I am
I
German.
just-
What we do?
We first need a common enemy.
Herrera's.
Fucking Herrera's.
Okay, now we have a common enemy.
What do we do next?
So lange haben die Herreras uns unterdrückt.
I'm not watching any more of that. Yeah, I was like, first with a common enemy, I was like, right. Oh my god. Oh, right. No, we're not talking. We're not. No. Moving on. James Shaver, thank you for the super chat. Don't know if it's been mentioned, but Pastorians are up for made to order. Just picked up an army. Take your opportunity while you can, boys. Buy once, cry once. James Schaefer. I mean, I am probably gonna get some of the Pastorians, but I might get a Pastorian platoon. For me, I kind of if I was to get the Pastorian thing, I'd kind of want to. I'd probably just build a 4th edition army. You know? A cool old hammer army. And just like, just still mania that shit. Like, look, here you go. It never changes, ever. And whenever I want to bust out some 4th edition, I'm going to bust out the Restorians. Yeah. Yeah. Joe Shaver, thank you for the support, man. And I hope that you got lots of Restorians and you enjoyed the made to order. Yeah. 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf, thank you for the 4-month member flex. Has it really been 4 months? Apparently so, man. Thank you for your support. Cosmic Duo, how I get ready to stream in stream discussion. How I prepare for Cosmic Stream. First get models, then streaming juice. That being said, I'm going to try to do a 12 to 3 US Central stream, so I'll end it before you start. Also, other K47 channels have been talking about you, Timmy, like Mike Will Dice. Maybe you should do a collab. I'll do a fucking collab. Yeah, I don't mind. Yes, models, streaming juice. Wait, what's in the... Why? Wait, is there just... Oh, wait, it's okay. It's okay. There are cans of beer inside the bucket. That's fine. I thought it was just a bucket of beer. And I was concerned. And this is coming from someone whose culture is binge drinking. I was very concerned. I was concerned that we didn't have this in the UK and that we should do. Yeah, 24 pack. So it's a bucket for now actually I'm disappointed. Like, you fucking pussy Americans can't even make like a bucket of beer, right? Why have you what was the bucket just for show? Is it just a performative bucket? I thought this was America. I thought you guys would like have an actual bucket of beer. Mediocre, frankly. Anyway. Performative alcoholics. There you go. The 4 Studio, thank you for super chat, man. Welcome back to the fold. Cheers, mate. Dude, it's good to be back. I've missed streaming. And I've really enjoyed coming back. And I've really enjoyed coming back. Yeah. Fo, thank you for super chat. More importantly, when you fart on stream, how do you cover the sound, or do you just let it rip in full force? Oh, I let it rip. Yeah, you can go back through the Mordy and Glory stream archives and find loads of times when I farted so loudly it picked up on stream and everyone got disgusted by it. Especially on Friday drinking streams. You go back to the old Friday drinking streams. I used to have a curry and then drink loads of rum every Friday, and I'd just be like letting off these super loud fucking farts on stream. People got well grossed out by it. Yeah, I've mellowed out a lot since then. Longu Grungus, thank you for the 29 months, man. Xbox baby, congrats, brother. 07, mate. Also, thank you for the super chat. The way you describe man is exactly what having a child is like. On average, it will change your life and make you a better person. I think that's it, man. I think you need to go. I don't know. Everyone's life is different, and everyone's going to lead their life differently. But I think going through different checkpoints in life will change your perspective as you go through each one in ways that you didn't really expect it to. Like, you think it won't make a difference, but it does. But yeah, there you are. Or it should do, and if it doesn't, then that's a shame. Yeah. Pigsy, thank you for renewing on a membership set. Thank you, man. Hose and Jams, thank you for 38 months. Congrats, Morty. I hope you enjoyed your honeymoon. I did, mate. X-Force. And I did enjoy the honeymoon. It was very good. CJ, thank you for super chat. Posted a combat zone battle report in the stream discussion. Nice. Let's have a look, bro. I might. Alright, cool.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
I'm just gonna have a look at like the setup and stuff. Let's have a look.
After failing to take down the Tiger Claws at Abbott Street, Maelstrom took refuge at the remains of some
I want to see what the boards look like.
Little did they know, a group of misfit gash for Maelstrom. The entire gang will deploy within those ruins.
Okay, so it's kind of like
Generation Red starts
Necromunda.
off the map in reserve and can deploy along any edge. This is the hot zone on Baker Street. Generation Red has control first and wanted to start the game off with a bang, literally. Tetra is activated. Using a yellow action, she moves on to the battle space. She then uses another yellow action.
Oh, that's cool. So you move from like not the. So that's not. You can't fight on that bit, but you can fight on that bit.
To fire her box rocket launcher at the unsuspecting Gonk. Tetra's ranged attack rolled a 5, plus her range skill for a total of 7. The Gonk rolled a 3. Add in his reflex skill, and his total is 4. The box launcher hits. The launcher is a blast weapon. Therefore, a blast token is placed in base-to-base contact with the Gonk.
Oh, cool.
Any model within red range on the limiter will be affected, which in this case are the 2 Gonks, the Berserker, the Flenser, and the Warlord.
Yeah, that's
Crusher
kind
is
of
just
cool.
out of the blast radius. All is not lost, though. If the affected models have readied actions, which they do, then they can make a basic move action to get out of the blast radius. And that's exactly what the Flenser, Berserker, and the Warlord do. Each spend a yellow action to basic move out of the blast. The 2 Gonks, however, could not move and both failed their reflex check. And that's the end of their long and promising career with Maelstrom.
That's cool, man. That looks pretty sick.
Flenser. Her first shot was a 2 for a total 5, and Flenser dodged it with a roll of a 7. However, with the rapid shot, Izzy fired again, and this time she rolled a 6 for a total of 9, and Flenser rolled a fumble and takes another wound to her spent yellow action. Izzy
I'm
no
guessing
longer
some are
has any readied
characters and
actions.
some are just like
Control
henchmen and
passes
shit.
back to Maelstrom. Flenser activates and melee attacks Apex using her green action. Unfortunately, her sledgehammer is a difficult weapon, so she cannot use it again until her team inspires. However, she is armed with a Wolver that has
It looks kind of interesting. I think the extra effects the guys added to the battle port look interesting. It's kind of interesting seeing like these guys look like super metal, and this guy is just looks like a like girl running around with, like a rocket launcher and like a padded jacket on. But I guess that's the point. It's like cyberpunk. It's not like war. It's like gang battles and shit. So people are just kind of like wearing what they're wearing and stuff. It is kind of funny. You've got like someone in like a cat girl hoodie versus versus like some absolute roided out like cybernetic mental person. Yeah, that's kind of funny. But it's very similar, I suppose, to like Escher, you know, having like Escher versus like Goliath, right? Yeah. It looks cool. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it looks kind of interesting. Yeah, it looks good. All right, I'll definitely keep an eye on it. Yeah. So it's like a skirmish level game, and it's like a skirmish level gang game, I suppose. Very cool. It's me, Marco. Thank you for super chat, man. I know I won't be up at that time, but is it possible to order things to pick up at Warhammer World? Asking as an American that goes to the UK once a year, lol. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, you can order things into store, so I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. But I suppose because what you want to ask is like, can I order it and pay UK prices rather than US prices? Yeah. I don't know. It would probably be best to email GW support or ask someone in the UK to get it for you, then give them the money. Someone that's going to be like at Warhammer World. Yeah. Trooper, thank you for the 24 months. Double X Force, baby! Amazing, man. Thank you for supporting the channel for 2 years, bro. Amazing. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for super chat. I'm currently printing an Ultra tank army. Nice. Nice. I haven't used my 3D printer in about 2 years, but I've been getting some urges. I just printed so much, it lasted me about 18 months. I've only just finished off the last bits. And now I'm thinking, well, I want to print some dwarves. I like the Huskar models from Howler Minis. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool, man. Trooper, thank you for super chat. 07 sir, would you comment on the Skeleton Army bundle on War Games Atlantic? I think it's a pretty damn good deal. Yeah, it is. I've seen it before.
Ready to serve.
Yeah. This one. Yeah, I think it's really good. You get 85 skeletons. And they seem they seem pretty easy to build as well. Just gotta glue the fucking arms on and shit. And the design of the models looks quite good. If I was, I mean, I would, yeah, they do look good. I mean, shit, man, I'd probably get these over the GW ones, and I like the GW ones. Yeah. I think you can get a better look. Skeleton infantry. Yeah, they are pretty cool looking. I don't know how you paint the things on the shields. They might come with transfers, I'm not sure. But yeah, they do look pretty good. I think in a funny sort of way, they might actually be better than the GW ones for the same job, because I think they come with more hand weapons, I think. Oh, maybe not on the sprues. No, maybe not. Have a look at the skeleton army situation. It does say 55 swords. The problem with the GW ones is they don't come with, I don't think they come with any hand weapons, the GW. Oh, no, I think they do actually, the GW skeletons. I'll have to have a look, actually. Let's have a look. There's a couple of Kopeshes in there. Oh, no, they do. They come with plenty of hand weapons. Yeah, no, the GW ones are pretty good for the hand weapons. Obviously, the way the bodies are designed are a bit weird, but yeah. No, they're fine. Yeah, they're absolutely fine. I think if you wanted to get the War Games Atlantic ones, they would be pretty good overall. Yeah, I don't think there's any issues with them. Commander Joel, thank you for super chat, man. Shout out to Trooper Badass coming 4th at the Alamo. Who's Trooper Badass? What's the Alamo? Was that like was there a tournament on or something that I missed? I need a bit more info, Commander HHR. I don't get the context. Give me a bit more info, and then I can give you a proper response. I feel like I've not got all the info. Yeah. Israel Thompson, thank you for the support, man. Commons Arcane is back, official. When we ordering? The moment we can. I think Commons Arcane. I mean, he's a great model, great character. So yeah, I mean, some people think they look like the Planet of the Apes thing. I'm gonna talk about that later, but might not get round to it this stream. But we'll talk about it tomorrow if in doubt. Skeletal, yeah, but no, he looks cool. Yeah, Skeletal Commissar, 40k 5th edition game in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, cool. Yes, I love it, man. Wait, are you playing on the big board or the little board or both? Is it? Oh wait, is it all involved? Oh, it's all involved. Yes. That's just like the inner building, and then the green board is everything else. Yeah. So is it Tau versus Orcs? Cool. That's a cool piece of terrain. Those poor Tau are getting absolutely buggered by all those Orcs. Oh my god. All of the Tau trying to like deep strike in against the Orcs. The Orcs just running them down. Amazing. That looks so good, man. I love that. That's good shit, bro. Nice. John Eden, thank you for the super chat, man. The common enemy is a scalper. That's true enough. That is true enough. Foe, Tau are the common enemy we must fight. No. Idra, it's a me, Margo. Don't you dare. I've seen your milkshakes in the UK. There's nothing wrong with our milkshakes, Marco. There's something wrong with your ability to order one. Ranger Will, thank you for the 15 months. Ozo Mordian, welcome back. Oh, it was a blast. Xbox, baby. It was a blast. I'm glad to be back, but it was a blast. Lewis, my boy. Lewis, thank you for the 24-month member flex. Thank you, bro. Thank you for renewing the membership. Thank you for supporting the channel for 2 years, man. And Slim Jim Balls, thank you for super chat. Howdy, congrats on the marriage. Glad to see you back. It's good to be back, man. It's really good to be back. Hobby update, stream discussion. Also, just pre-ordered a Conflict 47 mystery box. Yes! The mystery boxes do look good. They do look very good, I will say. All right, let's have a look here. My army and terrain grow. Jackal for the US. Shrek for the Axis. Played my first game with my brother, and it was the most cinematic and fun tabletop game I've had so far as a wargamer. Loving Conflict 47. Yes. Everyone says it, man. And it's because it's true. Yeah. Gonna try to start filming battle reports to add to my YouTube channel, but gotta get the board looking better first. Let's have a look, man. Hey, the models look good. You've done a great job on those Shrek Wolfen, man. The board, I mean, you got some good terrain there, bro. Yeah. I don't know what the whole terrain situation is like, but that's a pretty bloody good start. Yeah. Nice. Yes. I need to build my Jackal. Oh, I've got it built. I need to paint my Jackal. There you are. Very cool. Dude, I love it. I've been jonesing for some conflict since I've been away. Oh, absolutely jonesing for it. Holy shit, man. Everyone's talking about K47 starting to get FOMO. It's a good game. It's a very good game. It's a very good game, and it's a really cool universe. And if you get an opportunity to try it out, you should do. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. All right. Now, where are we up to? let's have a look. Ugh. It's got a bit cold. I'm putting me jacket on. Very good. All right. So, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I was thinking of wrapping things up, but I think we've had so many people ask about Caiaphas Cain. We've got to talk about Caiaphas Cain, right? So let's have a look. We've got to talk about it. Quick little sipperoo. Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but GW seems to have done something actually good and cool and long overdue. But Commissar Caiaphas Cain is getting a model. Baby. It's been a long time coming. Holy shit, GW. I've always thought it was a bit unusual. Let me get a little bit of bitching out of the way before we get to the good stuff, right? I always thought it was a little unusual that GW had a bunch of very well established guard characters that they didn't make any models for. I mean, I'm not talking about the likes of where they've had models which they've then made books about. So an example of like they made Strachan and then they wrote a bunch of books about Strachan. That's different. This is where you've had beloved characters and they've been around a long time and they've been beloved for a long time. And in many ways, they're seen as like the face of a faction. And then there's just like nothing for them. For a long time, I would say, Gaunt's Ghost was like that. We got some metal models early on and then they kind of went away. And then we got the plastic Gaunt's Ghost. But I'll say this. I think GW messed up the plastic Gaunt's Ghosts. Firstly, they did Gaunt with like his chainsword, which he only had for like 2 books. And he had the sword of Hieronymo Sondart for like the rest of it, right? From when the series truly started. Because, the first Ghost book is decent. The second Ghost book is a series of short stories. But I feel like Gaunt's Ghost really kicks off and finds its stride properly from Necropolis onwards, from the 3rd book onwards. And there's stuff that gets mentioned like books and books later that like happened in like Necropolis and stuff. So Necropolis is like it's the biggie, right? And so I always thought it was a bit weird. And they had characters like Bragg and like, spoiler alert here, but Bragg and Corbeck, well, let's just say a bit of an interesting choice to include those two in the squad, but there we are. But the point is, like, I felt like they kind of messed it up with Gaunt's Ghosts, and we've got this sort of strange, like, unit which it exists, but it doesn't really do a very good job of sort of showing off Gaunt's Ghosts. I mean, the best way to do it would just have Commissar Gaunt with a power sword and his bolt and like twin bolt pistols and all that kind of stuff, or a bolt pistol. That would probably be the way of doing it. But anyway. But it seems like GW's getting it a bit more right. Oh, sorry. Let me one more bit very quickly. And then we've had like Ripper Jackson come out and nothing for that. And we've got Severina Rain and then she's gone away. Like GW, like there's been like, getting Gaunt's Ghost was like kind of right, but they sort of fumbled it. Cain, I think they've got right. Kind of. Anyway, moving on. Caiaphas Cain looks like he's going to be a pretty cool model. And it's amazing it's taken them so long to do this, because I think Cain is probably one of the most well-known characters in all of Warhammer. Yes, I know everyone knows Calgar and many of Calgar's spin-offs and everything. But I think of all of the hundreds, if not thousands, of characters that have made up the Warhammer universe, Caiaphas Cain has got to be in the top 10 of all time. Like, has to be. You think like you've got like Gilliman, Lion, Calgar, Titus, and then you got to think of, or even then you got to think like entry points to the hobby, like books that people are going to pick up and like read and everything. I mean, it's got to be top 10. It could be higher. Some people say like top 3, but it's got to be top 10. And even if you say, okay, well, you know, he's like top 10, maybe top 20 if you want to be particularly cynical in all of Warhammer. For the Guard, controversial opinion here, I think more people give a shit about Kane than they do about Gaunt. I think Gaunt's Ghosts and Dan Abnett is an incredible series of books, and I absolutely love the shit out of them. And in many ways, they are the poster, you know, they are like the poster child of the Guard in terms of like, hey, you want to learn about the lore? Read Gaunt's Ghosts. Before you read any of the Guard series, read Gaunt Ghosts, right? But the one thing that I think could be bigger than that is Kaifer's Kane. And I think if I was being less controversial, I'd say they were tied for it. And I always thought it was a bit strange. Like GW, you know, you've got like Lord Marshal. Did Lord Marshal Dread, did it even get a tie-in book? And Lord Solar Leontus, who gives a fuck? And Ursula Creed, who gives a fuck? Right? Like these are the character models that GW has available, and nobody gives a shit about their lore. And yet you've got Gorn, and it's like a bit like, okay, he's there, but they kind of fucked up the model, the squad a little bit in a funny sort of way, like a little bit, like there's a bit of a fly in the ointment in the whole thing. But Kane, why? Kane should be there. Do you know what I mean? Kane should be there. So it's a bit of a weird one that it's taken them so long, because Kane's been popular for so long. But hey, sort out the system. He's here now, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So let's have a look at the article that GW's got for him. Commissar Kane comes to the tabletop. It's been quite a year for legendary commissars getting miniatures in Warhammer 40k, and now Kaifer's Kane and his trusty sidekick Jurgen are making the leap from the pages of Black Library. That is awesome. It's true. GW bringing Yarrick back was a big deal. It's a turning point, I would say. I would also say this. I think Kane is a bigger deal than Yarrick. That might be a hot, steamy take, but let me explain. I think Yarrick is the soul of the Guard. I think Kane is the face of the Guard, and I think Kane and Gorn are the face of the Guard, right? So yeah, I think bringing Yarrick back restored the soul of the Guard. Bringing Kane out, I don't know. Is GW finally learning? Just give the people what they want. You don't need to conjure some shit out of the ether. Just give them what they want. Maybe. I don't know. But we'll see. Kaifer's Kane, hero of the Imperium, and Kaifer's Kane, hero of the Imperium, and an inspiration to his soldiers, or is that all propaganda, and he's actually just a coward using luck, bluffs, and tricks to keep himself out of trouble? Now, you can decide yourself with his new miniature. This kit comes with the options to base Kane and Jurgen separately, or back-to-back on a larger base to make a mini diorama. We might as well read the whole thing and then look at the models, right? To match Kane's valiant tales, his model stands in a heroic pose, chainsword resting on the shoulder of his billowing greatcoat. Ferric Jurgen, in many ways the opposite of his self-satisfied commissar, has a grim expression of desperate survival plastered over his face. So I do think that's slight fly in the ointment. Whatever Jurgen is described, he's never described as like desperate or worried or anything like that. He's always described as taking things as, phlegmatically, because I don't know exactly how the word is, but you know, he's always described as being like totally calm under pressure, because he just assumes that Kane has got everything under control. Right? So I do think, yeah, he's just like, right you are, Commissar, and all that. It's so funny how they gave him a Somerset voice in the audiobooks. I never really thought of Jurgen having that kind of voice, but anyway. So I always thought like it was interesting. I thought it was interesting they've been like a desperate look of survival plaster his face. He should just be there, like chill. Like he should have a Lady Malice's face, you know, like and maybe not. She's got a bit of a blank face, but anyway. But yeah, he's never really described as being like. In fact, so much so is Jurgen always described as sort of being stoic in the face of danger. That multiple times, it's one of the memes of the series, that when Kane is like flapping and falling apart, he'll look over at Jurgen and actually take solace and become emboldened by Jurgen just being chill. Right? It's like, he looks around and, you know, Jurgen by his side always sort of reassures him and everything. And Jurgen's just like, all right, Commissar, let's come on then now. Would you like a cup of tea, sir? All this kind of stuff. So, yeah, I do think I think that's a little mistake. But anyway, while Kane's weapon rests haughtily on a shoulder, Jurgen's melter gun is poised to kill in the style of a seasoned soldier. I mean, okay. I'm picking apart the article a little bit here. Right, I'm picking it apart, but I feel like it should have said here, Jurgen's melter gun poised to vaporize whatever foe Kane is struggling with, as is so often described in the pages of the novels. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, I feel like I'm nitpicking now. Jurgen is dressed in the traditional garb of our Helens, who are born into icy weather, with a thick fur hat and a coat to shield from the cold. Some of our favourite details are the luxurious sculpted sideburns and Jurgen's flask and mug, so he can keep his commissar supplied with Tanner. That's true. I will say this. He's always described as being, like, festooned with, like, bits of, like, webbing and stuff like that. And I think they have managed to get that right on the model without it making the model look, like, overdone and busy and stuff like that. Yeah. Author Sandy Mitchell is also exceptionally excited about the adventures. I've been writing the Kane stories for around a quarter of a century now, but I never expected him to make the transition to the tabletop. So I was thrilled to hear the official figures for the two of them have been commissioned, not to mention eager to roll a few dice and see how they perform against some of their antagonists in the books. Not entirely the same, I suspect, as the ebb and flow of skirmish in one of the stories is driven more by dramatic necessity than by chance and tactical skill. Then again, knowing Kane, he probably uses his own lucky dice. But whether you plan to add him to your Imperial Guard collection or simply go on reading and listening to his escapades, I hope you have as much fun as I've had in his company over the last couple of decades. It's crazy to think that it's been going for like 25 years. But yeah, like I've been reading about, I remember reading the For the Emperor book. I think it was 20, yeah, it must be, well, maybe not 20, well, nearly 20 years ago, yeah. To celebrate the release of Kane's miniature, a special illustrated... may the Emperor guarantee your saving throws unless you're playing against me. To celebrate the release of Kane's miniature, a special illustrated and annotated version of the first full-length novel for the Emperor is also coming out. The classic tale sees Kane's regiment of Helens struggling to maintain order at Imperial outpost on the edges of the Tau Empire, that's on Gravelax. The new edition includes 15 brand new illustrations and 30 annotations by author Sandy Mitchell. You there, get a mop. Okay, that's good. Yeah. The Catapult Caiaphas Cave miniature will be available to pre-order soon, along with the illustrated and annotated edition for the Emperor, which gives a real glimpse behind the scenes of how the classic novel was made. In the meantime, catch up with Kane's most recent escapades in Vainglorious. So I think the illustrations are cool. It's great to see like they've got him riding around in his command salamander, which is awesome. And then that shows the scene when he first meets the regiment where he's like, you there, get a mop. Which is cool. Yeah, I love that. So yeah, I think it's a good. I think it's a good book. I think it's a good book, so that's good. But let's get to the main bit. Let's look at the models. Okay. So I think the models are quite good, and I think there are some people which are being overly critical against them. I know. Get the sponges out. It's time for me to wash GW's balls. But I think people are being overly critical with these ones. I think people are being overly critical. I think, look, and this is coming from me, salty boy Mordian. You know, who always looks for a good opportunity to shit on GW, but also, I'm always honest with you guys. Now I can see why people are saying what they're saying. People are saying that Jurgen looks like one of the monkeys from Planet of the Apes. You know, the ones that have like evolved a bit. Same with Kane a little bit. Look, I think what's happened here is the classic thing that always happens with GW models on the photos. When models, when you zoom in on them like this, up close, basically have them on a white background, they always look shit. And I actually don't think these ones look particularly shit. Okay? I don't. But I think that the models at their worst look like this. I've been saying it for ages now. Models, when you basically photograph in the white background, look terrible. When you actually get them in hand and you start painting them and everything, you have them on tabletop, they look awesome. I actually, to show you my truthfulness here, I think Warlord Games models often suffer from the same thing. I don't think the infamous Sergei the Katusha loader would have looked would have got the infamous reputation that he had if he'd not been photographed in this style, right? I think that the models, an even more controversial thing, I actually saw, I have seen, albeit rarely, but I have seen a Lord Solar Leontus model without a head swap, just the raw, uncooked model, painted up on the tabletop, at the in the gaming hall, at a tournament, and he looked fine. He didn't look like an AOS model. It's just when you've got him zoomed in like that, no models around him, no context or anything like that, the models look terrible. This is something that I've learned over the last few years. I think personally, I think these models don't look too bad on the photos at all. And secondly, I think when you actually have these models in hand and you actually have them painted up and you actually have them on the tabletop and you actually see them in the intended medium, which is on the battlefield from 2 feet away, they're going to look really good. I think they're going to look really good. I think Jurgen just yeah. I think Kane out of the two, I think Kane actually looks pretty good. People are saying his sideburns are too glorious. I think what it is you've got this like it's these creases on the face. That's meant to be like that bit there. So it makes it look like the sideburn is actually bigger than it is. I think actually when you paint them the side, and you've got the shading as well. Like I said, I think when people paint these and actually have them themselves, I think they'll look fine. Yeah. I think it's that those creases throwing everyone's off. Looking at the rest of the model, it looks great, man. Look, at the end of the day, does it look like Kiefer's Kane? Yeah, it does. He's in that sort of heroic. He's always talking about like, striking the heroic pose to inspire the men and all that kind of stuff. Does it look like Kane doing his thing, striking for a pose in front of the, in front of the men, putting on a brave face, even though obviously he's like shitting his pants. Yes, it does. Does Jurgen look like a disheveled trooper? Completely. Does Jurgen look like a disheveled trooper? Completely, armed with the big fucking melter gun. Yes, he does. There you go. I think they've done a good job with the models. I'll say this as well. They've given Kane what looks like a las pistol, which is good, because in all of the artwork he's shown off to have a bolt pistol, but in the books he uses a las pistol. You can see it right here. He never actually uses a bolt pistol. That's only for like propaganda shots. He always uses this trusty las pistol, and I think that's I'm just saying, I think that's a las pistol in there. There's no sickle magazine for the bolt pistol. Yeah. So they didn't do a great job at drilling the melter gun. Fucking hell, are we getting True, but I think we're really nitpicking at that point, I do think we're really nitpicking at that point. I mean, look, Jurgen's badge is even, skew whiff and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So, overall, I think, yes, I can see why people are, like, criticizing the models and saying they look like the bloody people from the Planet of the Apes and all that kind of stuff. But I think that's just the classic problem of looking at the models really close up, not actually on the battlefield and all that kind of stuff. Now, the big one. Here's the biggie. Do you want the real beef? And this is not confirmed beef, by the way. This is hypothetical beef. Potential beef. Maybe send me to the black ships beef. There is a very, very strong chance that he only gets Legends rules. So, like with Hell's Last, with Minka Lesk, when she got released straight into Legends, I think that will happen with Kane. I don't know. I really hope it doesn't. I hope they just bring Kane out and he gets rules and he gets to be the face of the guard and he becomes a long-standing character to have on the battlefield, just like Ursula Creed and just like Lord Solar Leontus. Okay, that's what he should be. He is the face of the guard. He should be a playable character. You should be able to read about Kane and then go and buy Kane and put him on the battlefield and use him and all that stuff. All right. But I think I will be pleasantly surprised if they don't just release the model and send it straight to Legends. My evidence for this is the way that they say that he can be put on the same base as Jurgen. Knowing what, how GW are such a stickler for the rules these days, it seems to me that it would be unlikely they would release a model with 2 alternative base sizes if they intended for you to really use the rules. He might not even get Legends rules. He very well may just get a limited run model with no rules. And it's, yeah. If he might, because I've never seen them do this with other models where you can have them on 2 different bases and then use them in game. If it's Legends rules, maybe they don't care as much. Yeah. But I think it'll be like provisionally prepared. The 2 Ratlings. Technically, I think they have rules, but they went straight to Legends. Yeah. Bayard's Revenge and the Emperor's Champion come to mind. Is that right? Okay, fair enough. But Bayard's Revenge never got rules, did it? It was just a cool collectible model. Yeah. Yeah, Graves is kind of that way, but I think it's I think it's a little different with Graves because they're like two separate data sheets, aren't they? If they give us two different data sheets, Kane and Jurgen separately or Kane and Jurgen together, that would be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. You can run Bayard as an Empress champion, and it's 100% sanctioned as 100% counts as by GW. Interesting. Is it on the same base size? That's my question. If Bayard's Revenge is on the same base size as the official Empress champion, then that's different. This is, it is not. Are you sure? I have the Bayard's Revenge. I'm checking this out. If I can find it. I have the model. I don't want to open the box because it's it's new in box sealed. It might be worth something. I actually bought this. I wish it would tell me the bloody contents of it. I'm gonna Google it. What is the base size of the Bayard's Revenge model? 50 mil round base. Okay. He does. So the official Empress Champion's on a 40 mil base. He's on a 50 mil base. People have rebased him. So where is it sanctioned? So I guess my big question would be, where is it sanctioned that he can be used on a? He could be used as an alternative Empress champion. I'm not going to get into. I'm curious about that. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'll just take your word for it at this point. But the point is, I am not sure whether we're going to get Kiefer's Kane as a standalone. I'm not sure if he's going to get rules or not. That's the biggie. He might do, but I'm not sure. But he's a very cool model. I think that people are being a little critical on the faces. I think when you actually get down to it, I think they'll look great. And the big one for me is, will we get more plastic Valhallans? I think 99% likelihood no. But, you know, GW's done a made-to-order for the Destroying Firstborn. They've said they're going to bring out the Steel Legion in a couple of years. You know, they're showing off a lot of old school guard. We brought Yarrick back. They're showing off a lot of old school guard vibes. And I've been saying, 11th edition, it feels like GW's starting to turn things around a little bit. Getting some of that 40k goodness back into the game. I don't know. Maybe it'll just be a limited run model that'll go straight into Legends if it gets any rules at all. And maybe it'll just be a bit of fun and a bit of a flex for those of people who manage to get the model and add it to the collection. Very possibly. Very, very possibly. But maybe, just maybe, there'll be a bit more to it. Hope is a dangerous thing. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment, but I take that step every time, and I am disappointed every time. Because I would rather have hope and be disappointed than no hope at all. There you are. All right, let's have a look at if we've got a last super chat or two coming in here. Let's have a look. We've got Commander HHL. Thank you for the super chat, man. Alamo Texas 100-player competitive. Badass came forth. Hey! Amazing. Well, big shout out to Badass. And well done for coming fourth. And well done for absolutely smashing it at a major. That's very, very impressive. Getting into the top 8/top 6 is very, very cool. Dude, amazing. 07, bro. That's awesome. Fun Jacob, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! 50 memberships, man. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Jacob's Jackals, first stream, coming in here, smashing the entire area like an absolute fucking giga chad. I love it. Awesome, man. Awesome. Fun Jacob, thank you so much, bro. At some point, I'm going to have to paint this jackal up. It's still here on my desk. At some point, I'm going to have to paint him up. At some point. Dude, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I raise my glass to you, sir. Thank you, man. That's awesome. Woohoo, baby. We're back, boys. We're fucking back. Use the sponge. The sponge. The power of the sponge. I need a new makeup sponge, to be honest. The old one got a bit grotty after I did all that terrain with it. Maybe I could wash it, but it's been dried. The paint's been dried on for a couple of weeks now. Congratulations. Oh, dude, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm all married up now. I'm locked down. Which I'm pretty happy about, to be fair. It's not a sad thing at all. Oh. Pardon me. I downed a bit of Iron Brew and I went very burpy all of a sudden. There we are. But yeah, Fun Jacob, thank you, man. Thank you for the support and thank you for the kind words, bro. And yeah, thank you for being a good lad. 07, you magnificent bastard. All right, 2 more quick super chats and we're wrapping this bad boy up. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Whoever wrote this just knows the book art and hasn't read the lore. Yeah, I think, look, there's probably an element of just bash out the Warhammer community article. Yeah. It does feel to me like Warhammer community has gone a bit downhill. And it makes sense. They fired a lot of... I think they fired... I think I remember hearing last year, like, they got rid of a bunch of the people in Warhammer community. Like, in the marketing team and stuff in general. So, maybe Games Workshop feels that they don't need marketing anymore. That they are... Now everyone knows who they are. They have transcended good marketing. I don't know. Who knows? But I heard that they had got rid of a lot of people. And I think the quality dip has definitely been noticed. Feels like most of the articles now are just puff pieces that are sort of pumped out. And yeah. It's fine. But it would have been nice to, do you know what would have been good to have in this article? Like any indication of who's going to have rules or not. Like, I don't think it would have had any impact on how much the model would have sold. I think if they said he's a commemorative model, he won't have any rules, but you can use him as accounts as like commissar, people would have been like, okay. You could have even had GW like, and you could even use him as like accounts as commissar Yarrick in his force. They could have done it. They could have done anything, but they didn't. Yeah, so it would have been nice to see if they'd had. It would have been nice if they'd given a bit more information on how to use him. But there you are. Ishmael, thank you for super chat. Meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Signature look of superiority. Look at the size of the hat. They don't make hats that big anymore. Actually, that's a good point. What is the size of Kane's hat? Guys, do you want to know? Do you want to know how you know that Warhammer is healing? The Commissar hats are getting bigger again. The smaller the Commissar hats got, the worse the game was. the bigger the Commissar hats, the better the game was. And the hats are getting bigger again. They're getting bigger. There you go. All right. And on that note, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. It's been a big, meaty 7.5 hour stream. But I suppose I've had 2 weeks off. I need to make up some time, right? But it's been a big, meaty 7.5 hour stream. It's been amazing. You know, at its peak, we had over 300 people in the stream, which is just awesome. And to wrap up, I just want to say thank you. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who joined today's stream and to everyone who, you know, liked and chatted away and on all the usual good stuff. But I also want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's said such lovely, kind words, you know, about me getting married and all that kind of stuff. It really did mean a lot, and you know, I did a big Soppy Bollocks message in the Discord and everything, but it's, you know, it's, I just want to say, like, for those of you that are still here at the end, thank you so much to this community, to every single one of you. It's thanks to the incredible support that I've had from this community that I've been able to go away with the woman of my dreams and have the wedding and honeymoon that was absolutely perfect for us. And I never would have been able to do that if I hadn't had the support from you guys. And of course, I'm talking about the super chats and everything. But at the same time, I'm talking about the support, as in, you know, people turning up and joining the streams and all that kind of stuff. Because in the content creation game, taking a big break, like 2 weeks is a long time to not stream. And taking a big break like that, it can have a really big negative impact. And the fact that I've been away for 2 weeks and the first day that I'm back, we've got over 300 people in the stream. It's been popping off constantly. I've barely been able to get to any of the topics because we've just been like, had all the super chats and people just asking questions and people saying nice things and everything. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you for all of your support over the last 4 years. For getting me to where I am here today, for supporting me and allowing me to just basically just, I've always said this, for having such a positive impact on my life. Yeah. There you are. Proof is the proof is there now. I'm bloody married. And I wouldn't have been able to do it the way that I wanted to do it if it hadn't been from for this community and for you guys. So, and that sounds, I know it sounds wanky, a bit bollocks and everything, but it's true. So there you are. So a huge thank you to every single one of you degenerate bastards. All right. And on that note, and also I want to say this, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. I missed streaming for 2 weeks, and it's good to be back and to just be here chatting away to all of you mad bastards. There you are. Federico, I was hoping you didn't invite me to come and hang out a little bit and pass you off a package while we're in the segmentum. I'm just kidding. So I did think about doing a Mordian meetup, and I normally do one when I'm in Florida. And Mrs. Mordian even said it was fine. Like, she was like, it really is fine. Just go and meet the guys for a couple of hours. And I made the decision not to, and I thought, this isn't just a holiday, it's the wedding and honeymoon. It's the right, you know, it's the right thing to just, this has got to be special. Yeah. And I needed to unplug from work for a couple of weeks as well. In every way, which is, yeah, so there we are. And I didn't say my wife once as well. But next year, I'll be at Adepticon, and I'll might be back in Florida next year as well. So I hopefully get to see you guys then. All right. But on that note, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for being the best goddamn community out there. 07, you magnificent bastards. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.